hours to die like this. Play 2 hours, 2 hours. You play 2 hours to die like this. You play 2 hours, 2 hours. You play 2 hours to die like this. You play like this. You play 2 hours to die like this. You play 2 hours, 2 hours. You play 2 hours to die like this. You play 2 hours, 2 hours. You play 2 hours to die like this.
ja. Hey, ja. Heiße. 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 Dass ich soll. Dass ich soll. Dass ich soll. Dass ich soll. Ja, dass ich soll. Dass ich soll. Dass ich soll. Dass ich soll. Rete, es war.
Ja, Rete.
Ja, es war.
Berete.
Du wäre.
Hova, Sucher. Hova, Sucher. Hova, Sucher. Du wäre.
Holzer.
Heise, des war.
Tuocha. Auber.
Heise, des war.
Tuocha.
Das ich soll. Das ich soll. Berete.
Bereite.
Das ich soll.
Das war ja Heise,
Flickmann.
das ich so.
Berete.
Ja.
Geboren.
Das war Heise, das war Heise, Stürme.
Fischere.
Ja.
Jägere.
Ja.
Fischere. Jägere.
Ja.
Das ich so. Streetes, Sassa.
Auber.
Flickmann.
Ja.
Rete.
Das war
Flickmann.
Bereit.
Hey, ja.
Ja.
Rete.
Das war Stürme.
Fischere.
Ja.
Jägere.
Ja.
Fischere. Jägere.
Das war das ich so. Das war
Das ich soll.
Hey, ja. Hey, ja. Hey, ja. Hey, ja. Heiße. Heiße. Dass ich soll. 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 Rete.
Ja.
Es war. Ja. Es war.
Ja.
Berete.
Du wäre. Es war. Ja.
Fischere.
Ja.
Jägere.
Ja.
Fischere. Jägere.
Das war das ich so. Das war
Das ich soll.
Hey, ja.
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 Das ich soll.
Ja.
Hey, ja.
Ja.
Das ich soll.
Ja. Hey, ja.
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 Das ich soll.
Ja. Das ich so. Das ich so.
Hey, ja.
Stürme.
Hey, ja.
Heise,
Hey, ja.
Sassa.
Berete.
Hey, ja.
Streetes. Ja.
Gebure.
Das ich so. Das ich soll.
Hey, ja. Hey, ja. Heiße. Dass ich soll. 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 Dass ich soll.
Hello, guys. I hope you recognize how dedicated I am to be on time to talk about Titans League, which will be an epic day. But also, there's overtime in the gold medal match of Canada versus USA right now. So, as we wait for the draft to start, I am multitasking. If you're not watching this hockey game, that's completely fine, but that's what I'm going to be doing on my phone, because if I show it on stream, I could get banned. Okay? So 3-on-3 hockey. I'm probably a second or two behind everyone else. And I'm losing my Oh my god, dude. Sorry, Canada goalie just made an amazing save. Yeah, this is what we're doing. All right. That's what we're doing right now. Oh, man, I'm nervous. Should I have cam on for this? I don't even know what to do, man. You guys always say I should try and cast something else. Maybe I could try and cast this. It'd probably be brutal. Yeah, it's T90 Reacts right now. Dude, what a save, though. What a save from Biddington. That's crazy. So for those that haven't followed it, it's been like basically all Canada the last period and a half. Crazy pressure. And the U.S. goalie has been insane to keep us in it. Typically in overtime for hockey, it's they'll do 5-on-5. They'll play it standard in overtime for the NHL playoffs and stuff. But the consistent theme here is 3-on-3 OT. 3-on-3, the ice is wide open. So this is dangerous stuff. Thank you for the support, everyone. I will get to the resubs. We will get to the draft, I promise you. Our base as well. You can tag me if the draft starts. I don't think the draft has started yet, though, right? Do we want to do channel point bets for this right now? Canada, USA? What do you think, chat? Again, this is kind of unprecedented times, right? Yeah, I don't like 3-on-3 OT for... Oh, God, McJesus. I don't like 3-on-3 for high-level hockey OT. Oh, up the ice. 2-on-1. Goal! Goal! And my fiance is screaming. Holy shit. She's loud, dude. Damn. Wow. Crazy. All right. Ducks, I don't know if you want to pay that because there might have been... I don't know when the channel point started. I would just probably refund. So for those that didn't see it, U.S. just won gold medal in hockey for the first time in 46 years. Last time it happened was 1980. Woo! What a game. What a game. I love all... I honestly, I love Canada, and I love all the players in that team, and, you know, I'm very happy to win. I'm not gonna overly gloat here and be a jerk. I feel for them, but damn. Whew, I'm glad I had that on, man. I'm glad I had that on. I hope Canada realizes that they might have won had they not brought in Sam freaking Bennett onto their team. Sam Bennett. I don't even think the Canadians like that guy. He's a scumbag. Anyways, we're gonna focus on Age of Empires here in a second, everybody. Welcome in. Much thank you for the 83 months earlier today. Thank you, Dan Collin, for the 29 months. NXT, thank you for the 4 months. Lord Rochester, thank you for tier 327. I think you were watching, right? Appreciate it, man. Hello, Chuko Who. Thank you for the 4. He says, I know what it's like to live with someone who's ... passionate about sports. What's that supposed to mean? Are you talking about, like, are you being sarcastic? I don't know. Thank you. Ducks, thank you for the 98 months, dude. Also, a 75 stream streak is pretty impressive, Ducks. Thank you for that as well, of course. It's been a long time, man. Yeah, I see a couple Canadians in YouTube chat saying they don't like Sam Bennett. Yeah, I mean, it's a tough call, right? You got to bring in players who get the win for you, so it's how it goes anytime there's an event like this. Can you gloat a little with Dave at least? No. I'm not going to gloat with Dave right now. I'm gonna just let it be. Should I don't even know if I want to type GG to him. This will... Canada losing the gold medal in hockey is like... That's like... I don't know. That's rough. So I don't know if I want to gloat too much. I could... GG easy? No. I'm not dropping a GG easy. I could just say GG. I'll just say GG. Damn. And leave it at that. And then I'm not going to look at my messages from him for a little while here. Martin says, regular hockey or ice hockey? Regular hockey is so lame. Ice hockey. Yeah, man, it just ended. So it was on this morning super early. And I watched every second of the game. And then overtime started when I had to start the stream. So I was kind of, my fiance is like, delay the stream. But we got to respect the schedule here and respect TTL. So it would have been irresponsible of me not to come live. So luckily the OT period wasn't too long, so I was able to see it. All right. So interesting sets today. Back to the schedule real quick. Think about your predictions here, chat. I think sets today are kind of wide open, to be honest. Dark Sato, not sure. Dark was top 4 previous season. This season, he hasn't shown that same level, so we'll see. Sato's looked strong. Vivi Mihai, both promoted players. Both players have been playing really well. Have lots of wins so far this season. Also, maybe up in the air. Nikov, Sebastian, both players very experienced. Sebastian's been kind of like a stellar next level talent over the last year to two, but Nikov's been around way longer and also knows him very well. So I consider all these sets winnable for both sides of the screen there. So I think it'll be a fun one. And an important series obviously always is, but especially being round 3, now it's like, are you going to get promoted? Or, sorry, are you going to go to playoffs? Or are you going to be fighting for relegation, basically, and trying to stay up? That's where it's at. But, I mean, this Group D, is just insane so far. 4 people tied with 4 wins. So, I mean, this could go any direction. I think it also makes it more interesting for someone like Dark, right? Like, if Dark gets wins today, normally being 0-6 would be quite bad. But the fact that the highest players are all 4 means that Dark could actually recover some of these positions and surpass one of these players, if not more. So, but yeah, I would say I have Sato as my favorite over Dark. Maybe like a Sato 2-1 would make sense for me. In the Vivi Mihai series, I think in my predictions I might have put Vivi 2-1. Vivi, I saw this group, and it just didn't feel like players that would give Vivi big problems. And then he beat Viper. Like I could see Vivi winning every single round. Not 3-0, but like 2-1. I could see it, realistically. So, I don't know. There's something about it. Normally, for years, I've just been like, yeah, Vivi doesn't have it. But I could see the matchups working well, especially if he feels he has a lot to play for. And then what was the final set? Oh, that was the Nikov and Sebastian series. I mean, Nikov needs wins. Sebastian wants to catch ACCM in first place right now or pass Lewis. We'll find out a lot about Nikov today, I feel. If Nikov were to get swept today, then he and freaking Andy are pretty much the 2 players fighting over that 4th and 5th place spot. But if Nikov gets more wins than that, that's obviously very bad for freaking Andy's survival chances. So we'll find out. Here's another look at Group A and B. We won't see any sets from Group A and B today. We will see some sets from Group B tomorrow. I think from Group A tomorrow as well. But yeah, certainly the groups that seem the closest right now are C and D. And that'll have most of our focus today. Good morning, Welkening. What's up, Fat Teddy? Thanks for the 62 months. El Cuban, good morning. Yeah, good cat. Hellebuck was insane today. That save from Hellebuck with the net being wide open and he reaches back there with the stick. The only thing that I've seen more impressive in terms of crunch time hockey saves would be the save from Braden Holtby in 2018 Stanley Cup Finals for my Caps. It was dubbed The Save. Go look it up if you haven't seen it. But beyond that, man, it doesn't get any better. Beautiful stuff. TTFFD, I'll talk about the schedule. Hera Hart will be tomorrow. Hera Hart will be on the docket for tomorrow. Schedule for today is right here. I'm going to move immediately off this, though, and we'll move into the draft because they're picking the maps right now. I just don't know what to think about Dark right now. Just don't know what to think. The dude had a stellar previous season, but now it's like, is he the same player right now? Or has maybe everyone else has improved? Maybe he's exactly what he was? I don't know. But like being 0-6 right now after being top 4 in the previous season, It's not what he would have wanted. It'll be Valley Game 1, Quarry for Dark's home map, and then High Tides for Sato's home map. Mustache Mats, what's up? Says, are we on new or old patch? We are on the new patch. We're on all the new stuff. So the next conversation, of course, is how many bans are we going to see? It's funny. Some players will just straight up ban everything without even thinking about it. I don't think that that's a smart play. If you have like decent understanding on the civ bonuses, I know it's very early. I think that some of the civs can be strong. Some of them are actually, they're probably not as strong as others. So like Incas, as I talked about in my Champy Rush video, I think Incas are just ridiculous for early game, like for Valley, maybe for Core, even High Tides. Like those civilizations are just way too flexible. So I think Incas are a ban or a first pick. But honestly, from what I understand with Dark, I don't think he's playing the game quite as much right now. Maybe he's the one who will end up banning everything here. Yeah, the player who gets first pick should never ban Incas. Exactly. I mean, if you think that's the number one. So. What's up, Absolute Seeker? Good morning. Hello, Corner Sheep on YouTube. Dark Sky and Winter, thank you. Hello on YouTube. Hello, Pews TV. Nail Speed. Nail Speed says, hey, Chad, what did you think that T90's alternate name is? Before I learned his actual name, I always thought he looked like a Theodore. A Theodore, huh? I think I look like a Theodore? I don't know if that's a compliment or a diss of some kind. Theodore. I suppose if I was a little bit more proper, I could be a Theodore. Theodore, huh? I guess Tristan is kind of hard to guess. That wouldn't be anyone's first guess. Or like a Justin. I think it's supposed to start with a T, though, right? Timothy? I think I prefer Theodore over Timothy. All right, bans are coming in. Civ draft is beginning. Guess how many civs make it through from the new DLC? I have to flip this, actually, to match my scoreboard. So Sato gets first pick here. Yeah, Dark is just banning all the new stuff. I just don't know how much experience Dark has. Dark has been, he's a full-time dancer right now. Like he does dancing competitions and stuff. I think he's been training. So maybe that explains part of it with the season too. But if I'm Sato, I'm like, I'll use all the bans that I want and let him ban all the things that he doesn't know. Let him ban all the new stuff. Muisca and Tupi banned. Is it Mapuche next? Yep. Oh my god, dude. He said all of 2 seconds to think about each one. He says, nope. I think there's a very good chance he hasn't even bought the DLC yet. I know in a series in gold, both players hadn't bought the DLC yet, and they just kind of had a gentleman's agreement that they wouldn't pick or ban them. Which could have led to some drama for us, right? Because, like, what if one guy lied about it and then ended up picking them? Then the other guy's like, hey, we had a deal. It's like, that's not in our rule book. Hello, it's Powder. Good morning. Yeah, there's just too much on the line, too much to fight for them to take any risks if they don't fully understand the saves. Dark is just not one of those players who's been as active. He's not a full-time AoE guy, so I think for him, control what you can. I know viewers probably want to see some new stuff here, but I mean, Players Council was pretty outspoken with me on wanting new bans for the future rounds. They came in very last minute. Otherwise, we would have maybe had some slight tweaks to the draft before then. But I think we'll see some of these civs played. I think even with the additional bans in the next round, I think we'll see some of the civilizations played. Back to my points, like Incas are an absolute no-go. But maybe some of the other ones. It is map dependent. There's a lot of other strong civs out there. Like one would be Chinese. Chinese was not banned here. And Chinese have been consistently banned in drafts. And yep, there you go. So that's what you get. You want to ban out the new civs? Okay, go ahead. But then Chinese, which everybody understands is very well established. Chinese is on the board now, so. YDNA and anyone else who wants to hear my opinion on the Incas and the new Champy Rush, I made a video on it yesterday or the day before. It's just called the new Champy Rush. In that video, I kind of explain why I think Incas are the best with it. Obviously, you probably don't have the time right now, but basically, it's a combination of the Champies being very strong. And it's also the extra population space you get from houses, and also the new settlements, and also getting the llama. You get extra food. You basically save tons of wood. You have a super strong early rush. And Dark goes for the Persians and the Cumans here. Cumans? What? That's odd. Where is he going to play that civ? Quarry, maybe? I mean, it'd be a very dark approach. Sato sticking with the classics right here. Mayans and Chinese so far. I mean, Dark needs to take some risks in theory, right? He's 0-6. Cumans either look really bad or look insanely good with no in between, typically. They both have, well, Dark has 3 more picks now. Yeah, I think there's some trickery you can do with the Cumans, like playing two archer range opening. People kind of expect you to go double TC, so they'll often rush. You play fast feudal into some double range action. Maybe there's some wiggle room there. But I feel like there's better civilizations to do that, right? Yeah, dude, the thumbnail for the Champy video is one of my favorites we've had in months. Ugly did a really good job on our thumb there. And I didn't see it until after it was uploaded. Typically, I get to see it ahead of time. And then because the videos are coming out in a couple days, but it was just kind of rushed up to YouTube. So it was already live. I got to see the views and the comments, and then it was like, wait a sec, what is that thumbnail? Honestly, we might need a Champy emote. Would you guys like that? I mean, we already have the image. Maybe we'll toss it in. Who knows? I don't know about a 34 RFZG percentage emote, chat. I have no clue what to do with that. Like, what would you even type? T9034? I think if you just want to stay committed to the bit, you're just going to have to type it. An emote for that would be rough. T34? Well, it'd have to be like T90. For an emo, you have to type T90 first, and then it would be, so it'd be like T9034, so. And then there's, yeah, it could put us into a weirder category, so I don't know. T90, we need a doubt emote? We have a doubt emote. I am 100% certain we have a doubt emote. It is doubt being the Lord. And we also should have the holdover. We should still have the doubt hero emote as well. So we actually have 2 doubt emotes. So if you do T90 doubt hero, it's when doubt was the... yeah, he's got the little hero animation there with his little hat. It's all right. There's the Civ draft. Welcome in, everybody. Again, thanks for watching on YouTube. Oh, I forgot. It's Dave's birthday today. I said GG to Dave about the hockey game, and he just responded with worst birthday ever. Yikes. Yikes. I forgot it was his birthday. Canada losing the gold medal match on your birthday is like, as a Canadian, it doesn't get any worse than that. Yikes. Oh, man. And losing to the U.S. as well. And then having a best friend who's from the U.S. who loves to talk shit. Oh, man, that's brutal. That's brutal. It's all right. I'm not gonna talk any smack right now. It's a sensitive time, but I have the rest of my life for that. I can wait a year to make jokes, maybe even 2, right? But for the rest of our lives, I will always have this moment. So you better believe, dude. You better believe I'm gonna be all over it. Fat Teddy, thanks again. Thank you, Cammy, for the 3 months. Listen, you have to be stealthy with your brags and with your gloats, right? You don't want to be too over the top. That sounds very un-American of me to not be too over the top, but I'll be subtle with it. And right when Dave thinks he's comfortable, I'll just be like, gold medal match, you know? Mr. Meadow says he's watching on YouTube and Twitch. Okay. Well, you know, some people might prefer YouTube for the quality. Maybe they can toss it up on their TV. Because I know Twitch is pretty rough on certain apps, right? And then you might use Twitch for the chat. That's all good. As long as you guys have the options and use it, it's good by me. Thanks for getting here, everybody. Big set. I'll start pulling up the stats here and diving into it here. But yeah, for those that missed it, I was watching the Canada-USA game on my phone on stream when that goal got scored by USA there. So thankfully, it wasn't like still happening as TTL started. So this is where we're at. Dark, somehow, after starting 0-6, still has decent percentages to survive. He even has a 0.1% chance to get first place and a 0.8 for second. And so technically, what is this, like 4% chance for playoffs? The point is he needs wins. If we want drama in this group, Dark needs to get some wins. If Dark were to win this 2-1 or 3-0, this group is wide open. And anyone can go anywhere. Because it's 4 for Sato, 4 for Vivi, 4 for Viper, 4 for Mihai. Crazy. Honestly, Dark just hasn't had it yet this season. He's shown some flash. He's shown some brilliance, but the brilliance hasn't been enough. But he's just a hit-or-miss player. Last season was his best performance ever in Titans League, but also I think in AoE to go top 4. He hasn't been able to replicate that yet. And that's just part of AoE, is being consistent, especially when there's a year between seasons. A lot can change. And I know in Dark's case, as I've mentioned before, I think last year, I don't think he was dancing quite as much. He is, as unique as it sounds, a professional dancer. So, and I still can't, I hate Instagram. I can't pull it up on desktop, but yeah, if I could pull up a clip at some point, maybe someone can link it for me again. I could show you. He's really good. But it takes time away from AoE to put in all that training. And so maybe AoE isn't his number one thing right now. Yeah, the man's got moves. T90, what benefits you if we watch on YouTube or Twitch? So far, I found that in terms of, like, if you were to see an ad, right? If you were to see an ad, it's fairly similar on both platforms in terms of whatever support I get. That's really tough to say because we have different amounts of viewers, and like technically where you're from matters if you see an ad, and there's like, you know, you get into it. It's per viewer, it's still a very small amount, but I think it's about the same. In terms of subscribing, if you support financially, which is really the best way to support, right? It's also the same because it's 70% goes towards the creator on both platforms. So whatever works best for you, really. Obviously, on Twitch, you have the Primes. Primes are free if you guys already have Amazon Prime, so that's not an option you have on YouTube. But it's essentially the same. It all balances out, I think. So, Ducks, I was double-checking. It didn't show up for me. I don't know if you're being honest or if you're trying to take one for chat here. Or do you have some data here? Because I had the Twitch count up and I had the YouTube count up, and it was at about 800. It's what Chatty says. I don't know. What do you think, chat? I said it would gift subs if we had 1,000 people here before the intro ended. I have the viewership stats right up here. I did the math. I saw it was about like 200 for YouTube, and it was at about, I think it was like 700 or like 650 on Twitch at that time. I think chat's going to probably want the subs, so we'll see. We'll see how the day goes. Maybe I can be convinced that Dux is right. Maybe. But get your predictions in. We got 2 minutes until we're into the first game. Game 1 will be on Valley. It'll be Mayans against Vietnamese, and I would expect very heavy lames here. Oftentimes the boars are on the front. We see very active scouts along the front as well because there could be drushes. But yeah, Sato hoping to get first place in the group for at least the time being. We'll see. That could easily change later. Dark just needs any wins at this point. If he doesn't string wins together, if he doesn't win this series, his chances of staying alive in Platinum League are pretty slim to none. But just looking at this real quick, I mean, if he were to get 2 wins, obviously his chances end up going up. It really feels like the 3-0 would shake up the group big time. But yeah, I mean, Sato's looked really good. Sato looks prepared. Sato's openings are sharp. Sato shows a lot of fight. I also think Sato shows this intensity, and he brings the opponent into it. Like, he did that against Mihai. He's so aggressive. And I think against players who try and play relaxed, it really shakes them up a little bit. It reminds them, hey, like, this is a tournament. Big things are happening right now. Wake up. And, yeah, like, I felt like Mihai's game plans just could never get going against Sato. Even in the game that Mihai ended up winning, it was like this big comeback win. He never really had a lot of momentum. The Koreans-Mongols game. Cryptic, so what I said was, if we have 1,000 people watching live, when the intro finishes. And so I was already watching the game after the intro finished, so. It was weird, though, because, like, the intro was going, and right when the intro ended was when the game started, so it felt like pretty surreal timing for me at that time. All right, here we are, folks. Welcome in. I'd like to direct you to the bottom right of your screens where you can see Dark's elo. That's obviously a very big number, but that is, I think, by far the lowest of Platinum League, and that is just the reminder that he has maybe not been as active as many other players in our scene. The other part of that, too, as well, is he had an interesting situation with the draft here. His draft, he banned every single new civilization and the Incas, which were reworked. Possibly a sign he either A, doesn't have the DLC, because it just came out recently, or B, maybe he just doesn't want to deal with it because he hasn't been able to test it yet. That's understandable for everyone. We've had other players ban it as well. I said, look for the lames. Look for the lames. And Dark is going forward to lame. He doesn't know his boar was being attacked, and oh my goodness, the boar didn't cooperate. And now Dark, they both fail the lame. And Dark's going back for it here. And Dark is taking the boar. Now, Sato doesn't know that this boar is being stolen because he went forward to steal his opponent's boar. I don't think he knew that boar was there. This has been common. Some of these gens on Valley are super open, and the boars are very far forward. And the wins matter for so much here, guys. This is so important. Dark is going the long way around because he thinks that his opponent is waiting for him. That's not the case, though. Here's a reminder on the standings. Right now, Sato is joint. Well, there's 4 players with 4. I don't even know what you say that. Is like, are 4 people tied for 4th? Kind of hard to say. Obviously, a lot changes. Sato's going to want the win. Dark needs wins to survive. And Dark just kind of weaving this boar back home, and he'll benefit from the lame. But yeah, both of his boars are like, this is extreme. Both of his boars are right there towards the middle. I think right now he might assume his boars are gone. What he is going to miss is some sheep here, but that's maybe something between rounds we want to take a look at. If we're going to have both the boars on the front for one player, maybe we want it for both. But obviously Dark could end up getting 3 right now. And Sato just chose not to go back for the boar because his eagle's super weak. He'll see the scout. He'll probably check the HP and understand. And I think Dark will see that boar, and Dark will want that boar. Dark may also be really confused because he still doesn't see his other boars yet. So, had he just scouted his own base, he would know about the boars. Is Sato going to go steal them with a Vil? Again, Sato brings a crazy type of tournament energy. Like, he will take risks. He sees the boar. He's bringing a villager. Dark still does not know either of his boars are there. This is insane. And he's going for a barracks, which means he'll have food spent for militia. But yeah, here comes Sato. And Dark Scout looking around at, oh my god, Dark's going to find the sheep as well. If Dark finds the sheep, He can steal those. Sato has all of his sheep. This is a crazy lane game. Sato is going to go for both of them. He's going to steal or attempt to steal both of his opponent's boars. He, of course, lost one of his own. He is blocking with the eagle. He is on the way home. And Dark is like, wait a second. I think Dark would have caught a glimpse of his boar moving there. His scout will be right here. And if he pays attention, he will see the boars walking. There are 2 of them there. Dark, that is both of your boars. You might need to block this, but it's really hard because his scout is weak from earlier. And Sato already has loom. Sato will get this. That's crazy. What is this start? Remember, Sato stole sheep, but he's now losing sheep. And now Dark is going to find even more sheep. But I think for now, Dark needs food underneath his TC. This hurts Dark for now. To not even have one of those boars is brutal. But pretty much the only boar that the players will be eating is the opponent's boar. It doesn't matter. It still tastes just as good. And Sato also finds his sheep. So as far as the laming goes, way better for Sato. His resources also last 10% longer with the Mayans. Plus, he's up that additional villager. Dark has problems now, guys. And when you have problems, you need to take the middle food here. And that's exactly what he'll try and do. 2 militia for both players will meet in the middle. There's still the weak eagle there for Sato. But what a play from Sato to send that Vil, guys. Crazy start. I love the decision to do that. Like, so many players would not take that risk. But considering the circumstances, it just made so much sense. You know your opponent's scout is weak because he lamed you. And of course, you just need any momentum you can. And Dark Scout gets clicked. See, he's trying to join up there with his militia. He makes a mistake. And he clicked his scout right into the TC, and now his scout is dead. Dark has to add farms. But Sato didn't see this, or at least didn't react to it. Dark is in the middle. He does have the chickens there. He is able to recover. He does have the villagers on berries. Farms are never going to be a bad thing. And honestly, I think Dark is good enough that where these militia and the eagle should never kill a Vil. The fact that the eagle is compromised and the eagle is weak should be no problem here for Dark, but maybe a little rough around the edges. Micro has not been perfect. He'll bring his militia back home. It's all about fuelage time. And with the 3 boars that Sato's had in this game, Sato is on the way up. So we've had games of Valley, which has been very defensive and very relaxed and very boomy. We had that game that went down to the final tree. This game, though, has just been... I had to skip over my intro. I couldn't show some of the stats I wanted to show on screen. This has just been nonstop. But I think it's going to be more of the same. Dark takes the trade there. But Sato, if he looks, should know the villagers are in the middle. And he's adding more militia right now, planning on man-at-arms. This could be a very quick game if Dark doesn't drop off the food to get up here. He needs these villagers to drop off the food. He's got over 100 food in their hands. He'll drop off the food there. He'll click up to fuelage, but his map is half decent. He's got these 2 golds in the back. This gold's kind of brutal, but all the wood lines and those golds and stones in the back are good. It's just the villagers in the middle right now. And you've got a decision to make. Your decision is stay here and fight for this, which is, of course, risky, or go home. And it all comes down to scouting, guys. If he still had that scout, he could see the barracks. He would know the militia were coming in. 50% of the time, that's going to be the build these days. But he just doesn't know. So he's behind and he has to take the risk. And I've been so critical at times of players if they don't expect man-at-arms. It's such a militia-heavy, man-at-arms heavy meta right now. And, I mean, he doesn't expect it. And he's going to stone? Oh, God. I mean, well, he sees it. Best of luck. There's 4 men-at-arms here. There's the other ones over here as well. Dark fights that back. He has to leave the middle. Sato should always get the block here. The men-at-arms are faster than the villagers. So you could just use one to block. He gets the block. I don't know what on earth this is from Dark. I guess he's just gonna try and turn this into some type of fast castle. It's like some weird fast castle phosphor style build. But what a start from Sato. Guys, for those that have been watching for years, list off some of the civilizations that have been the most dominant and the most banned in Age of Empires 2 tournaments. Come on, help me out here. Help me out. I'm going somewhere with this. Okay, Chinese. Thank you. That's number 1 in the draft for Sato. There's another Civ that has been very strong historically. That may or may not be controlled by Sato right now. That's what I wanted you to say. 2 people did. Mayans. Thank you. I'm just saying, the whole draft from Dark was banning all the new DLC civs. And yes, there's definitely like 1 in there, maybe 2 that are like very good. But I've been saying, I'm not sure they're necessarily better than Chinese and Mayans. What Mayans are able to do in this type of map, pretty well established. And Dark just didn't want to deal with any of the DLC civs today. And we are being reminded very quickly how good the Mayans can be with the early lames, how good they can be with the early pressure. And this, I mean, this is over. You either have to build your tower or repair your mining camp. You have to do both. You can't do both. 3 villagers are down already. He's never... I doubt he makes it to Castle Age, but even if he does, what is he even going to have? Sato has just played it perfectly. This is an absolute slaughter. And even if you complete the tower, you're just sitting inside the tower and the archers are underneath it. And there's not too much you can do about it, right? Let's see. Maybe I'm wrong. Archers are still sitting there. Villagers will be inside. I think you have to now hope to click up the castle. Oh, man. He's out of food. More archers will be following up. You look back at Sato's base. Look at the amount of farms as well. 11 farms from him. Walls are coming up along the front just in case there's pressure. The Man-at-Arms make it through. And GG. And, yeah, just amazing play there from Sato. I do think Dark is very unlucky here, right? When you're talking about laming, it's all about like risks. Chad, I'm sure he said the GG and he just mistyped it and dropped the G, but do your thing. He is unlucky. He's unlucky to have both the boars forward, but he's also unlucky in that when he went forward and did everything that he didn't see one of them. Like, he straight up just misses this one. I'm really curious what happens if he has one of the boars in the back of his base. I mean, he did get the boar lame in early. Had he known about those other boars, I think it's a very different game. But the thing for me that it just comes back to is how much strength the Mayans have. The Mayans will have that eagle, and the eagles can be really strong in the laming scenarios. And the Mayans always are up that 1 villager. And it was just such a nice build from Sato. He stole the food with that villager through the middle, which you just never see. But Sato had to recognize in the moment that his opponent's scout was weak. He had to block it perfectly. He had to time it perfectly. He also had to get the barracks timing down right, which is not easy. And then he just full pressured the middle, which Dark was just in full recovery mode. So 0-7 for Dark. Sato will want to keep that streak going. And nice start for Sato. Damn. But yeah, I'm still not convinced that if you have 5 bans, you should be banning all the DLC civs yourself. And if your first bans are the new DLC civs, you know what your opponent does in the draft? They're like, oh, good. I don't have to ban any of them either if they're worried. Right? Like, I'm willing to see the other side if there's another side here. But making it completely transparent, oh, yeah, I didn't test this DLC yet, or I don't trust these civs or whatever, and you just ban them down the line, it gives Sato a really nice position. And Sato got first pick here. So he got Chinese and Mayans, 2 very well-established civilizations over the years. He wins with Mayans, and now he could play Chinese. So that's yeah, that's a great start for Sato. Sorry, guys. My out-of-game scoreboard is lagging on me. I think we'll be into the next game here. It was here for everybody. He said G as a misclick, and then he said GG, all right? You guys are ruthless. If somebody calls GG right after the game ends, it won't show in capture age, and then there'll be at least 12 chatters like, oh, he's salty, no GG. You guys love that stuff. There's this feature on Twitch where you can, which is a nice feature. Basically, you can go based on chat activity on your stream. And if the chat was very active at certain times, it auto clips things for you. And I was like, ooh, that's great, because it'll like clip the best moments. No, it always clips chat calling people out for GGs. Or people laughing at something stupid that I did. That is not a good clip. It's never like, oh, great micro. It's like, chat's like, oh, he's salty, didn't call GG. Or, you know, I accidentally say something off and then everybody calls me out for it. It's a completely useless feature on this channel. Not that I don't appreciate you guys. But yeah. It's perfect then, yeah. Apparently, what's wrong with that? Perfect. Let's get into it. All right, I would not expect this to be quite as lamey. I think this will be a more relaxed start, but imagine the pressure and then having game number 1 play out the way it did. Sato probably feeling a little bit more relaxed. He's certainly not under as much pressure as Dark here. Dark right now is 0-7. This is Dark's home map. This is Quarry. Quarry, of course, you've got all the gold in the middle and that little pit on the crack terrain. That becomes the focus in Castle Age and Imp. But for the start, players have been pushing a lot of deer. And so Sato's pushing in his deer here with the melee. I think we'll see a very similar build-up, though. This has been a very 2 militia focused map. 2 militia, disrupt the opponent, stop them from walling the middle area. We've seen very quick builds to feudal age then into archers. And I think both civilizations can be great here. I think melee have historically just been one of the best. Advancing to the next stage that much faster is pretty significant. And oftentimes this map can be a race to the Imperial Age. So far with the draft, I just think everything has gone so much better for Sato. Vietnamese, we never really got to see get going for Dark, to be fair, in the previous game. But that was, a lot of it just came down to how the early lane played out. And Dark will bring in his boar, and I think Dark needs to just focus up here. Boar actually doesn't chase him either. And he hasn't realized, and he hasn't gone back. Boar could be extremely annoying sometimes where they just don't chase. Here he goes. Now he's going to run back. And he was just pushing in his deer here as well. I think this will be a 4 on wood for both. And most likely, as the boar again not cooperating, most likely the early drush. But again, I think Portuguese wants something a little bit different than that. Maybe for Dark, he doesn't want to play into that against the Malay. That's exactly what the Malay are built for. Dark's pretty good with it, though. I think against Viper, he did it. I forget, who did Dark play in the first rounds? I think Mihai as well, he did it. So, deer just getting pushed in for now. Remember, there's not as much in the way of berries on this map. So that Portuguese bonus of getting some wood income from your berries, it's not as helpful on this map because you only have 500 food instead of like 1,000. But you do still have the cheaper gold units. You do still have the organ guns. You do still have great bombard cannons. I think it goes back and forth a little bit. But if this goes to the super late game, I think Portuguese are better than Malay. I think every early stage, Malay should have the timings with the aggression, which of course is so important here. There's the barracks for Sato. Both players have pushed in maybe 3 or 4 deer now, and they still have their boars. And I'm expecting Dark to add his own barracks here. T90, why do you think Britons are not played that much in high-level tournaments? I mean, Britons used to be really good on this map. I still think there's an argument for them, but I think... you know what's weird? I think the tech tree of Britons... It still feels like they should always be worth playing on a map like this. But every time I see them played, they just feel a little one-dimensional, a little one-sided. Britons should be really good here. I think this is actually one of their best maps. In Silver and Gold League, we've had people pick Britons in the draft, but just not play them. I don't know. I think there's just been enough experience. Technically, their archers can range the bombard cannons, so they're good against bombard cannon civs. They also have their trebs. So... I think it's just there's been enough attempts with Britons in tournaments over the last couple of years, and it just, they always seem to hit a wall, and it doesn't work out, and so people just don't have positive experiences with them. I think that's what it comes down to. But when Quarry was first introduced, Britons was a really big pick here. Here comes Sato with the militia. Dark gets his militia here right on time, but he's not making the next one. Villager's still exposed. Dark wants to push that deer, and both players trade the scouts. Deer is very confused right now. He's like, what's going on? Am I going to be eaten or what? He's going to walk back home, but 3 militia from Sato. Again, the big thing here, though, is the follow-up. It's what does the economy look like? And for Sato, he's already on his berries, and he's denying his opponent's berries. So I think in the end, Dark is going to take the berries, but it does delay it more than he would want. And he doesn't advance faster to the next stage, so I think Sato will be fairly confident with this. Sato will see that 3 militia were forced out. He'll know the berries will be taken. He'll run around. Now it's all about balancing out the eco to click up. And if he drops off the food from the boar here after one more villager, he should be in a pretty good position to do so. Dark will go forward. Dark doesn't have a scout, so he doesn't know what he's running into. But again, he should know the berries are forward. Sato knows those militia aren't chasing him anymore. And Dark will wall behind. T90, do you think the new civs are too overpowered, or are players just banning them because they haven't had the time to practice with them yet? It's a mix. I think Incas are absolutely ban-worthy. I think, particularly on some of these maps. But I do not think it is smart drafting to ban like Dark is banned. Here, I'll show the draft again, just to give you an example. We saw it the other day, and like Leary won 3-0 as well. But I think it's more so people haven't had the experience yet, and they don't know enough yet. They don't want to take any risks. But this, to me, if I'm Sato, and I see my opponent bans the first 2 civs like that, if I wanted to ban Incas, I don't. Because you're expecting Dark to ban it. And then you look at Dark's draft so far, or Sato's draft so far, he won with Mayans. He gets Malay in his draft, and then he also has Chinese waiting for game number 3. So, I mean, I don't know. It's a mix. But in Dark's case, the storyline is he's not as active as a lot of the other players at the moment. And so I think he just didn't want to take the risk. So it definitely came down to that. Both players walling up their wood lines. Very nice defense from both. The Dark's played pretty sharp here. He'll always be later to feudal. Little surprised he hasn't seeded any farms right now. Because if he wants man-at-arms and he wants his wood upgrade, he's kind of at the limit with food. I'm a very big fan of farms before Horse Collar in these situations. It's typically pretty difficult to bank on getting Horse Collar and getting the farms and getting the fletching timing. But he'll snag the wood upgrade. Sato hasn't actually gone for the wood upgrade yet. He's gone for man-at-arms, and he's just sinking some damage into the mill. But typically, it's the other way around. Typically, you want the wood upgrade. And then you want Horse Collar. But if Sato remembers that, he could always get the wood upgrade. Dark backing away. I think he actually wanted to bring his units home to deal with this, but he can't. He's walled in here. Again, another instance where it feels like Sato has just got him exactly where he wants him. He's got a man-at-arm and an archer here. Archers will be coming out from Dark, and he's going to go for 2 ranges. I think as long as Dark doesn't need fletching immediately, him squeezing in these eco upgrades is really, really good. So man-at-arms will be on the move. Militia are on the move. Militia are slower, though, so the militia will definitely be killed off. Not necessarily ideal for Dark that he's walling this way. You really want to wall this direction, and I feel like he's maybe had the time for it. It's such an easy wall off to there, and then it protects all this space for the long term. This can be a very boomy map, so I like Sato's setup. Walls make a lot more sense for him. Sato's done a really nice job this series. And a really nice job right now here as well. Like, using the 1 man-at-arm to distract the archers. But Dark is still tracking this, and Dark will still probably kill this. It's just that Sato's got a lot of time and map control, and his own archers coming forward now. General Patton, first off, thanks for the gifted subs. Technically, the players can do whatever they want. Like, if the players want to have an honor code system where they say, hey, bro, do you want to agree to not pick or ban any civ? Like, Huns, Chinese, Mayans. Like, technically, that's always possible. We can't really stop them from doing that. I think if it were to become a common theme, we'd have to have a conversation with players. But yeah, they could have done that. We had an instance in Gold where neither player had actually bought the DLC. And they admit it. Like, one guy said, hey, I didn't have the DLC yet. How about you? The other guy's like, no. And they had an honor code system where they wouldn't pick or ban them, which was hilarious. I mean, it's also, like, kind of crazy to me, but when a DLC releases mid-event, perhaps it's understandable. So there was an honor code system. But I wouldn't expect that in Platinum. And also, we wouldn't be able to enforce whatever their code was. Here's the issue, guys. Sato can run into Dark's base. And Dark, yes, he has kind of walled this way now, but he's still very exposed over on the left side. He does have a lot of range units, though, and he does have fletching. He has gone double range archers against one range skirmishers, though. Typically, the one range skirmisher player will be very comfortable. And that just means you're investing more into the economy. Sato's got 14 farms back here with Horse Collar. And here we've got 14 farms as well for Dark. Man-at-Arms are still keeping him guessing, but I think the archers will go there to clear that up. And these are actually the weak archers as well. Dark's had these archers inside the town center. But he might need to add a couple skirms here or get the walls down against the skirmishers from Sato, because he does not want this army running around. That's one too many skirms for him. A nice job chasing back the man-at-arms. Pretty close game. This is more along the lines of what we were expecting from Dark. He doesn't do a lot in the early game. He does enough to hold on. He can be a little greedy at times. But this wall's critical. This could have been really bad. If these skirmishers were in, he would have issues. And Sato's got the... Sato's got the two villagers here walking to the middle. Again, if you only have archers and the opponent gets in with skirms, I know skirms don't kill as quickly, but you kind of need to react with something. Dark has everything inside the town center, though, so if Sato were to run through, there would be arrows there. But Sato just kind of delaying the farms for now. Ooh! Okay, so the sides of the map, which we never really talk about, you can chop the reeds, and if you chop the reeds, you can go through. Sato has one villager here in a lumber camp, and that reed is down to 10 wood. Dark has brought an archer this way to double check. He also has an archer this way to double check. And, yeah, Sato realizes he's been spotted. And Sato will drop an outpost. Sato will drop a house there. It could also go the other way. If you chop the tree, the enemy can just run through this way, which you might not want. But Sato still hasn't clicked up to Castle Age. Dark, very chill play. He'll have his archers alive. The second he mixes in some siege with his archers, or even gets crossbow before elite skirms in, he'll have a window. But classic melee, it bails you out so much. I mean, I don't think Sato has necessarily played worse here, but he is certainly later to the next stage. And he's later to clicking up, and it'll still be about 20 or 30 seconds behind. But yeah, I think Sato is maybe regretting this. Because if Dark were to bring two Vills right now, he could take this through, and he could just run right into the base. Sato would have no defense back there. Double outpost on the right side from Sato as well. So yeah, Sato is really paranoid. I think he doesn't trust that all the archers are still inside that TC. You see the flag, you assume that's the archers, but you just don't know. I think as well, Sato thought being the melee that he would be in Castle Age faster, but now he has to back off. Again, Dark never really got to play this series. Like, it feels like Dark, the first game, he just got lamed to death. But here he goes, and he's coming to the left side. No way. So he will be through. Sato did 90% of the work. The crossbows are coming this direction, and this is not going to be walled up. That is crazy. Oh, no. Sato is feeling so much regret right now. Crossbows are going to be through. At least he can see it. He'll have to bring all of his skirmishers home now. He will have the middle control, but the crossbows, they can make their way right through it. Now, this is smart from Dark. Look at this. So Dark's like, I know you have skirms. If I were you, I would bring the skirms back. I don't want to get trapped here. So he's running in with one crossbow. The other crossbows are just taking the outposts, and he's chilling. Oh my god, Dark lands a big shot. Dark is locked in right now, guys. And look at that. He sees the skirms. Now he can simply just run back with his crossbows. So he defends with the siege in the middle perfectly. He gets the scouting with the crossbow here. All of his units just fall back. And now Sato saw the crossbows take down the outpost, but he doesn't have vision anymore. And he's like, what's going on? Where'd that army go? The crossbow actually gets into the woodline as well. I don't think he saw this. Dark can snag a villager kill. The thing for Dark is he needs town centers. You do need to add some economy here. I really like the micro. If it's not a eco, it's going to have to be full on 1TC play. And he did do that against Viper. So maybe he's all about the 1TC here. Dark, when he can micro, is definitely one of the best in the world. His resources are looking good for Imp, and his micro's been good so far. The crossbows come to the middle. But you'll need the hill. Yeah. A second town center comes up for Sato. That's your typical play. I think Dark is just going to click to Imp here. So I played a 2v2 tournament with Dark. And he's just so good. Well, bad timing. But he's just so good with his military control. I promise you. He's really good. And he always has confidence as well, right? Like, if we'll be in a situation where it seems negative, I talk to Dark about it, and he's like, oh, it's fine. It's fine. He's like 12 or 13 years younger than me. 10 times more chill than me. He's on the way to Imp. Yeah, he just wants to win this game. I think if you try and beat Malay to Imp in any other circumstance, if it's after you add the eco, you always lose. And Dark, you're killing me, bro. You're killing me. Oh my god, the only thing he's killed the last minute has been a deer. Sato's micro has been superior. Nice micro from Sato, but Dark needs all of his military alive here. This is all about the bracer timing. He'll definitely fall behind in Vils. He already has. But it's all about early bombard cannons and early upgrades. Maybe he's just not used to the level of micro on the other side, though, right? Like, Sato has landed some big attack rounds. And both players seem to be locked into their micro now. That's Sato backing off nicely. Sato microing up the hill. It's dangerous. But if Sato can land the shot, he'll be happy. And well, he's thinking about it. And Dark is just going to back up. Yeah, Dark is just waiting for Imp. Sato will be on 2 town center. Sato already a 15-20 villager lead. I wonder how much of this is just high risk, high reward from Dark. You don't have a win yet this season. Maybe you don't feel like you're playing your best. Maybe you feel like some type of aggressive maneuver is the only thing you can really do. I hate the matchup if you play standard. So whether it works or not, we'll see. But God, Sato's micro is just next level right now. Sato's micro finally loses a mangonel. But look at the micro from him. My God. I mean, he does have the numbers too, and that's the other thing. He's constantly had the mangonels out here. Unlucky for Dark there. That mangonel's on 2 HP, but he goes back out there, snipes it with the crossbows, and falls right back inside the town center. He's just waiting for the imp upgrades. Sato is going to be like, huh? Like, how is he an imp and I'm melee? More ranges for Sato. He's got 3 town centers. He's pretty much stuck in Castle Age here. But he has to take decent trades. If you can take 50-50 trades, you're okay because you have the far better economy now. Dark will have Bracer. Dark can have Arbalest. Those units are still waiting to hop out. And guys, I know I jinxed him before, but with Dark's micro, with imp units, he can just slaughter the siege. The siege will no longer be a factor here. Ooh, a nice hits there for Dark. Let's not forget bombard cannons. So you can have Arb, and then bombard cannons, and then suddenly with bombard cannon Arbalest, Mangonel Skirmisher starts to look really rough. I don't know what you do here for Sato. I think it's the right idea to just have as much resistance as possible. More skirm production is needed. I like the idea of going to stone, I think, for guard tower or something. The longer you hold from this, the better your chances are at winning because you have the far superior eco. It's worth pointing out that neither player has ballistics right now. Dark is still just waiting. I'm not going to compliment Dark anymore. I think for Dark, I should probably compliment Sato. So, Sato's micro has been fantastic here. It's been perfect. I'm getting nervous. No, it has been really good, though. It's been great. His eco behind this has been good. Dark's just waiting. He's being super patient. The Arbalest upgrade's still a little bit too expensive here. He has the range advantage. He has chemistry and bracer. The skirmisher should melt, but he wants to conserve those numbers. I think he's waiting too long, though. Maybe I'm wrong, but I just waited a really long time here. And bombard cannon's in queue. Now he's moving forward. Not sure I love the idea of snagging handcart. Would like to see that food instead spent on the military. Sato has bought himself some time. Sato is on the way to the Imperial Age. Sato will be there in 2 minutes. Dark needs every engagement to be perfect down 30 villagers right now. Even just some of the small things like getting relics. Like, do relics matter here? I don't know how important relics are when you're down by 30 villagers. The big thing, though, is going to be the bomber cannons. Because Sato still has to wait for chemistry, which will take a really long time. So Sato can get the skirm upgrades from the blacksmith. But chemistry's still a long way away, and here's Dark. It's all about the death ball right now. Creeping forward with the cannons. Balancing out his resources. I think we will see the Arbalest upgrade come in. That's what the bomber cannons can do. Sato is making a mangonel here, hoping for a hero shot. It's a real shame that ballistics isn't in yet for Dark. Dark's bomber cannon hits the mangonel. He loses the mangonel of his own. He's clearly saving up for a castle as well. He's on stone. And now we see Sato as an imp. So now Sato will get the upgrade. Sato is getting ballistics. Completes that. Chemistry's on the way. Production buildings in the back is a really smart move from Sato. Because that'll be one of the main things that we might see Dark target. And I think taking down the siege workshop could be important later on. It's fine if he just wants to keep a close eye on it. This is full on one town center from Dark, who is winless this season. And in Season 4, he went 4-1 in sets in the group, including beating Viper. That was the big one. I think he was actually in the same group as Sato. I forget. Anyways, I don't remember how that went. I remember in the playoffs, he beat Yo and he beat Tato. And then he ended up losing the semifinal to Leary. It was the best run of his career. But repeating that 12 months later has proved difficult. As Sato is just using so much patience here. It's fine. It's fine. Just run around. Micro against the cannons. Give yourself some time for your own cannons. You have the superior eco. Arquebus is 700 food and 400 gold. That's really pricey here. But maybe he feels like that's something he has to wait for. It almost feels like he's saving for it. He's dropping a castle back here. He's waiting for the cannon numbers. He's getting siege engineers. Yeah, he's just... You know what I would like now is... Now I would like him to consider Fatoria. When you only have 60 vills, I think 1 or 2 Fatorias could make sense. I think it's also the right play to no longer push. Like, Sato has shown enough. Maybe you like to see a bit more aggressiveness with the cannons, but this is still a lot of micro for Sato. It's a lot of babysitting. He's not able to balance out his eco. I'd love to see Sato think about the sides. Delete your house, attack that gate, and run in. Any type of distraction like that would be really difficult for Dark to deal with. But my god, so many bombard cannons. And siege engineers is in for both. Yeah, so both civs get that. Dude, the micro here is just wild. To not even lose a skirm half the time is ridiculous. And also, oh, that's a big shot. That's a big shot. He weakens the cannons. I would like to see more of that for Sato. Just toss away some skirmishers against weak cannons. It's risky, though. That's what can end up happening, but I think it's worth it. He's making Dark work. He's landing some good shots. Dark now microing and repairing his cannons. Clearly saving up for Arquebus. His Arbalest need to back off. The Organ Gun addition is good. KD for Dark is looking good, but he's 40 villagers behind. Will we see a Fatoria? I think we will. It's not a building I would recommend in any other circumstance, but when you have this low of an eco, might be worth it. It's just, do you choose Arquebus now, or do you choose to build a Fatoria? I think he's going to wait for Arquebus, the more I think about it. Oh, God! If you look away for a second, Sato, your skirms are dead. It's also a real issue for Malay, is they don't really have tanky units to be able to run in against the cannons. You could try elephants, but your elephants are... While they are cheap, they lack armor upgrades. And going for infantry as well is not good if the Arbalest are alive. There's Arquebus. Holy crap, Dark. So, Now the bombard cannons are affected by ballistics, which means he definitely has the superior siege. Still doesn't have the superior eco. Yeah, and you could tell by the way the cannons are operating there that ballistics is now in. Yeah, like that one right there. Bam. You know, somehow didn't hit. The castle from Sato to secure the middle. I don't know if he has the middle position yet, but it's obviously a great idea. There's lots of gold here. At the very least, I think he just needs to prevent Dark from taking the gold. There's so much micro involved. What you need here, guys, is you need your cannons to fire at different times. If your cannons are all firing at the same time, it's actually fairly easy to dodge. That's a situation you want to avoid. That's very difficult, of course, but like, if all your cannons are firing at different targets, it becomes so hard to micro, just like that. There's a castle on the left. Maybe there will be an attack from Sato on the left side, but what a game. Guys, if 2 other players in the group have 3-0 Dark, that puts so much more pressure on Sato to do the same. And I don't know about that for Sato. His bombard cannon numbers are looking pretty rough. He's struggling to micro it, but he could make more of them. I think if he can fix his food eco, he can consider elephants. I still think the side attacks are the key, but Dark's got units there looking. I don't think he sees. Double check Dark's perspective here. He's just... Okay, he can see the castle. He can see the castle. So maybe what you could do is build a defensive castle just in case karambits come in. Because karambits are kind of perfect here. It's a unit that you don't really care about that can still do some good damage. It's so hard to run away from the arquebus bombard cannons. So, knowing what we know now, I really like the patience from Dark earlier, right? I was critical that he didn't push quicker in early imp, but he's even down 50 villagers. He's got to a state of the game where he feels like he can win this. Big shots on the cannons. Bombard cannons are always being repaired as well by Dark. He also has the trebuchets here pressuring the castle. He does have a lot of cannons. It's hard to control them when you have this many. So he's bound to lose 1 or 2. Still would love to see at least 1 Fatoria for Dark in the back of his base. I feel like it's needed. Left side, Sato will consider attacking, I think. He's losing the castle in the middle. Dark. He's been on 3 archer ranges the whole game. He's going to mix in some skirms as well. But if you can't make too many skirms, because if you just skirm cannon, elephants become a play. The castle is here from Dark. Actually, you know what Dark needs to do? I mean, maybe he can end up sniping the castle from here anyways. But realistically, I think he needs to be trebbing from the other side of that little wood line there. Sato is through, guys. Sato chopped, actually. Ooh, he didn't attack. He chopped. If you attack the gate, Dark sees it. I don't know if Dark's aware of that. Oh, Sato is looking at his army on the left, though. He's going to lose this castle. He's gonna lose a lot, but here he comes. Skirmishers and karambits. There's nothing here for Dark. And Dark will have to pull back from the middle. That's a great move from Sato. Panic castle from Dark, but that means he can't take the stone. He can't take the gold here. That's already worth it for Sato. Sato's castle does go down. He's getting the cav upgrades, but he's 200 pop. And using the sides. Beautiful little move here from Sato. Especially if he can get skirmishers past that castle there, it'll be really annoying. But Dark still has the cannons. Dark still has the cannons on the front, and Sato's not noticing. Sato is not noticing. He's looking at his sneak, I'm pretty sure. He's trying to create chaos here, but the front of his base could be in big problems. He doesn't have any defense. He does get the units through, but he'll get cleared. He's dropping a castle here now as well and building a siege workshop to push. What a game. Again, maybe elephants in the middle right now could work. There's not a lot of protection for Dark. Now Dark's not paying attention. Sato comes in with the army. Dark loses another cannon. Dark is clearly very distracted, guys. He's still sending all of his army back. Whether or not he knows about this castle, we'll see. I think Dark's alerted to it now. He sees the skirms coming in. He needs his cannons repaired. I think it was worth it for Sato. I know he lost some cannons there, but I think it was worth it for him to try and create the chaos. And, oh! Uh-oh. Okay, Dark sees a castle there. But yeah, now what do you do if you're Dark? It's like, there's also a cut over here for Sato, so he could try and go in that way. I think maybe for For Dark, you need to run into the back with something over here? It's so tough. He's still operating with half the economy of Sito. But Sito's economy is also not the cleanest 146 villager economy I've ever seen. Okay, elephants were spotted there. If you see elephants, I don't hate another monk or two. And I think you have to stop making skirmishers and you have to go full Arbalest. Clearly right now, it feels like Dark just wants to take care of this and hold the middle. But he has to be really careful. Yep. Yep, he sees the Ellies. He gets the snipe. He does have organ guns. Organ guns are affected by Arquebus. Dark never saw the Siege Workshop here from Sito. That's a crazy call. Bombard cannons might surprise him against the Trebs, and Sito could hold the position. Sito can't run that way anymore. Sito can run this way, though, and there's the Bombard cannon. Dark might need to pack up those Trebs. Dark has to work so hard right now to do anything. Oh, but he has his own cannons here. He has his own cannons. He has his own skirms. Sito will drop a defensive castle way into the back of his base in case he's raided. You need to see Elite Battle Elephant for Sito. But you also need the attack upgrades. He's missing all the attack upgrades on the elephants. But here he goes. He's fighting before the Elite upgrade. I don't know about that. But the game is chaotic, and sometimes you just need to send it. He still has the superior eco. There's still the focus over here where he snipes the Bombard cannon. The elephants are still pretty damn tanky compared to the rest of the units on the field. And there's a lot of military for Sito. Sito snipes another Bombard cannon, which means he can maybe make the move for the Trebs. He runs out of stone for the repairs. He's losing all of his elephants. He's still out of stone for the repairs. He will complete the Elite Battle Elephant upgrade in 30 seconds, but he lost all of his elephants in the middle. I don't know if that was worth it. He will lose his castle. His eco is still insanely strong, though. And Dark is even getting circumnavigation right now. First time I've seen that tech. It's a new tech for Portuguese. Sets the entire map to explored and ships train 33% faster. So he's got 100% of the map scouted now. Did that work, though? I feel like it didn't work. Or at least Capture Age isn't... Should it not show? I thought it would show the wood lines and stuff. It doesn't show all visible. It should show all... I thought it was the whole map, right? Maybe Capture Age isn't set up for it? Or maybe it's not working? Either way, Sito is pushing Dark out of the middle, which is what all the side chaos was designed for. And while it maybe was less than ideal to engage before the Elite Battle Elephant upgrade, he's still able to. And, I mean, guys, I think that Sito has done it. He might have lost castles on the left side, but he still has a castle here to hold. He still has a castle here to hold, and he's storming mid. In a crazy game where Dark took the risk to go in. He's lost the middle gold now, and there's just not a lot of gold elsewhere. He does have some on the left, but he needs to get the vills there, and he has never had the villagers. Maybe he could have gone for Fatoria. Maybe with 1 or 2 Fatorias funding this, he'd be in a better position right now. But it was always high risk, high reward. The KD for Dark has been 2-1, but Sito has the resources to spend. And it just simply comes down to that a lot of the time, right? How good is your economy? How many units can you afford to toss away? Dark will lose the relics now. Amazing game. Amazing hold from Sito. He was under a lot of pressure here. He got pushed all the way back in his base. He lost a lot of castles. For a while there, his economy was struggling, even though he had 130, 140 vills. But the elephants were the key. And Sito can take the gold now, too. I mean, Dark will be 0-8 after this. Even though I said yesterday to chat, we need to think of the positives for players. I guess the positive is he's still in a group that has a lot of other players at 4. But, yeah, it's going to be pretty brutal. Next win, obviously, still would be important, but... What a game from Sito. Like, Sito has played so well this season, guys. His games have just been so entertaining to watch as well. Like, the Sito Mihai series was nuts. The Dragonstar Sito series is nuts. Yeah, like, game number 1, the double boar steal with the villager. And now this as well. Like, just beautiful stuff, man. I think Dark is pretty cooked now, guys. He's going to fight it out because it means a lot. Because every game's so valuable here. But Dark will, he will remain winless. I do not see enough economy working for him. And his military's not even that strong anymore. But it's just one of those things. I think strategically, it was actually good for Dark. He wasn't able to focus fully in the middle, though, right? Because Sito took it to the sides. If Sito never took it to the sides... I mean, the KD still being ahead for Dark tells you that Dark was taking great engagements. Dark could have just flattened him in the middle, stormed his base, and snowballed the game in the blink of an eye. But that raid on the left, the multiple raids on the left, the forward castles there was just game-winning. And these elephants are just too tanky right now. I think the last of the bomber cannons that are in there for Dark will get pushed back, which means there's nothing he can do about the Sito's bomber cannons. And this game is well and truly over. Sito will be up 2-0. And Dark taps out. Wow. Yeah, again, I want to go back to when Sito cut through. We've seen so many games in the past on Quarry where people haven't used the sides, right? Obviously, it was a funny instance where he started it in the early game. But let's go back to when Sito made his move. Okay, right here. I mean, this was at the point where Sito's just lost 2 castles. He just lost the castle here and here. He's starting to get overwhelmed by the numbers of bombard cannons and the strength of the bombard cannons in the middle. But I even went too far back. Basically, by now, the attack already happened, right? So at this stage of the game, the middle is an area he cannot take engagements in. Not very easily. And then, the second he makes a move, all hell breaks loose. And where does Dark's military go? It has to go back. And that's not what you need. When you're one town center all-in push, you do not want to go back and stabilize. Maybe Dark needed to stonewall the sides. That's something to consider there. But, yeah, that's just a great heads-up play there from Sito. Sito still had some issues. He lost his cannons immediately after that, but yeah, that's just exactly what you need against a snowball push like that. I never really liked the Portuguese when I saw the draft. Portuguese are a civ that are good in all situations, but against the Malay, I think you always die to imp timings. So I think for Dark to have actually had a chance there with the imp advantage, the fast imp probably wasn't that bad of a play. But I think if you're going to do that, maybe squeezing in a little bit more eco. I think like 1 or 2 Fatorias, you get the Fatorias in, and then you're golden, maybe. Like literally you're golden because you're getting gold. It's hard to say. Because Fatorias are pretty pricey now, right? They're like 350 gold, 350 stone. I would have liked to see one of them. But when you play aggressive like that, that's what it comes down to. And I think that Fatorias are kind of anti-aggression because you have to invest into a defensive measure, and he probably felt like he could just get the kill and use all the middle gold. So, yeah, I could kind of see both sides of it. Either way, Sito's playing like an absolute god. He's top of the group right now, guys. And if he can get the 3-0 win, that might remain the case after the 3rd round as well. Tomorrow we have Viper Dragonstar in this group. I think Viper's the big favorite there. I'm excited for that. But Dragonstar's certainly had the strats, and he'll understand how good Viper is. And then later today we have Mihai against Vivi. I think Mihai Vivi is our next series, right? Yeah, Mihai Vivi. I have no clue how that's going to go. Because Vivi's just... I don't think Vivi is as well prepped as other players. But he looked good against Viper. Some people will say that was maybe Viper not looking good. Maybe Viper was still sick. But he looked good against Viper. And I also felt like Vivi looked really good against... who did he play? Who did he play after that? He won 2-1. Oh, Dragonstar. He just kind of seems confident this season. I think he understands some of the maps. His style's pretty decent. I think Mihai's the type who will have really good early builds, but if Vivi can get to the mid game in that next series, it should be in a good spot. All right. It's crazy, the storyline with Dark right now. Like, lost in the semifinals in Season 4. Now he is 0-8 in Season 5. We've had people, I mean, there's been crazier stories in TTL before. We once had someone win the season. Vinchester won a season. The next season, he was relegated. So it's not quite that, but not sure what's going on with Dark. To be honest with you, though, I just think the level has risen. And the other players have just brought an insane level from the jump. Dark has looked good, but he needs some type of risk here, and he goes for the Bengalis on high tides. And then we got Sato. This was the Civ I talked about. Chat, type a 1 in chat if you think all the new civilizations are overpowered. Conversations on the subreddit, conversations on the Steam forums, conversations in the Twitch chat. This is OP, that's OP. I don't think that all the civilizations are as good as Chinese. Or maybe, you know, the Mayans. Or maybe some of your typical Age of Empires 2 civilizations. And so, I said it before we had any of the draft shenanigans. It was a couple days before. I was just like, who's going to end up being... Sorry, this needs to be flipped. Sato is on the right side of the draft there. But who's going to be the guy who ends up banning all the new civs and then can't ban the ones that you would typically want to ban? And Chinese have not been played a lot this season because, well, they're just very, very strong. Dark needs a risk. Why not, bro? Why not? Send it, bro. Who cares? Maybe your opponent scouts around. Just send it. And actually, laming the Chinese can be very strong. And of course, Sato's scout is right here. Oh, no. Oh, no. I mean, he sent it. Sato got a nice block there. And yeah, this Dark doesn't want to lose his scout. And now Dark's scout is weak, and he has to go back home. A nice job from Sato. And Sato will... He is playing a civilization that's not typically great on hybrid. But I think if you get the early food income with the Chinese, you could still do it. And he's bringing a villager to the north immediately to dock. First thing I think of with Bengalis is fast castle into their going to stone and going for Ratha. That stone position is so far forward, dude. Bro. Oh. I'm feeling for Dark right now. Like Nikov says, of course, when you're 0-2, your opponent finds your lane right away. Yeah, exactly. Everything's going wrong. That was fortunate for Sato, you could argue. Game number 1 as well. The boars for Dark were on the front. And I don't think it's possible for Dark to consider the stone here. That stone is way too exposed. It's forward underneath the hill. But he's going to go for a barracks now. Dark likes to play archers. He likes to play economy. Bengalis can do that. But again, maybe some question on the drafting here. Just the whole season has been a little rough for him. You could see the bright spots. You can see how good a player he is. You're still fighting for $30 per win, like even if you're relegated, but it's still got to be difficult with all the viewers watching. Everyone going... No! And everyone going, yeah! And everyone, doing whatever chat does. People second-guessing my pronunciations and dropping prime subs and dropping the 34 RFG percentage. It's a lot. I mean, I played in tournaments. I played in front of viewers, but not to this level, right? And also, I'm sure if I could somehow make it to Platinum, I could experience being 0-8. But, yeah, I mean, that's not something I've ever experienced either. And Dark tries the quick walls as well. So close. So close there to getting the quick walls and killing Sato's scout. Doesn't happen, but here come the militia. But if you want to drush, you kind of need to have pushed in some hunt. So he's doing that. And if you want to drush, you also want your scout to be full HP to get the block. So I think a little bit of a risk right now from Dark. He chose not to go for the dock. Probably assumes that Sato has docked. Sato's fishing in the north right now. And the militia sitting there on their own. We'll see how much they could do, but Sato already has loom, and Sato's on the way up here. I like the wood line on the back for Sato. If he doesn't want to take this gold, he could honestly just go over here and take this gold. He saw the barracks, so he knew the militia were coming. But now he sees the militia are leaving. Man, the vision from Chinese town centers is ridiculous. Like, look at it from Dark's perspective. He has no clue what's going on out here. But Sato could just see he walked away and take the gold anyways. I just don't think this is going to be very successful to Militia Drush with the scout being weak. And Sato knows it. He's like, what are you going to do about it? That's fine. He'll add his own militia. He'll actually shift over to this gold. And now Dark comes to water. Yeah, so this is an approach we've seen with Japanese. We've seen it with the Wu. We've seen it with the Incas before the Incas were changed a bit. Just this 2 militia harass into going to kill out the fish. I'm curious if Sato recognizes this, because sometimes the players in the water get really overconfident. I think that what Dark is doing now is worse, though, than it was before the patch. Because now you're in a situation where the Chinese player can just garrison their fish, right? All civilizations can garrison fishing ships inside their docks if they get surprised. So I think with that in mind, you probably always want to have the fish. And you have fish and you're also Chinese. I mean, this is 2 amazing things for Sato. I think Dark is still convinced that his opponent will come back out to this gold because he never saw the back of his base. Sato's on the gold. Sato's in the wood. Sato has the food on water. Sato's living the dream out there. And now he goes for man-at-arms. I don't think Dark ever spotted this, guys. I don't think he knows. He didn't know. And if he's not paying attention, he could be pushed off the berries. And he's immediately pushed off the berries. Man, Sato's pressure today has been insane. So he forces a reaction from Dark there. Dark has to go for quick walls everywhere else. And now the only way that Sato would lose or fall behind would be if he didn't prep on water, and he's already prepping a Hulk as well. Man, Sato looks so strong at the moment. Never really a big fan of towers in your base on the back. I feel like you always want the tower towards the front, but with how many advantages you can take right now, I think it's worth it just to not take the risk. He doesn't know exactly what Dark's going to be sending forward here. He killed the scout with the tower and the spearman. He has the archers at home. He's still pressuring. And Dark is taking risks, guys. So Dark wants to trap this. But does that even do anything? I think this gate just immediately goes down, right? Sato's looking at this like, okay, you have 5 idols. And your gate's probably going to go down. And now Dark is pressuring the water where Sato's paying attention. He's repairing his Hulk. He's winning the Hulk battle. And yeah, this is still super worth it for Sato. And Dark is taking risks. Mark it. Oh, he's got the stone in the back now. Okay, he'll go back to the stone. No, he needs 50 food. You stupid game. Give him his food. I hate this. No, he needs that food. He needs that food. Fast. Give him the food. Drop off the food, damn it. Oh, okay, he got it. He got it. They actually had 19 food in their hands, but the drop off here gave him 5 more. All right, on the way to Castle Age. This is the ultimate this is fine moment for Dark. I don't think Sato has ever checked for the stone back there. But Sato's bringing the archers in now. Sato will come to the berries in the wood line where Dark obviously has no defense. And you kind of need to tower, but you also don't want to tower, because if you do, then you're further from a castle. Oh, man. Feels for Dark right now. Dark is just a human punching bag at the moment. Everyone's just been feasting on him here. In the end, I guess this was really good. I kind of judged this. If the army was out and about, this would be a lot worse. He still hasn't lost any eco. He might end up getting to a castle. But look at Sato's economy. 6 farms, has the berries, has the fish. Like, he could probably still have a really nice castle age time. And this is just perfect from Sato. It's not too much army. It's enough army to get value without delaying your castle age time. And he's probably confused because he doesn't know about the stone, but he should still have a decent amount of time to prepare for this once he sees the castles on the way up. Oh, man. The archers are looping around. You want the castle on the woodline and the gold, right? So this is where the castle has to go up. Okay, here he goes. He's a little lucky that Sato didn't move this way with his archers Sato also doesn't have all of his archers here. He's got 5. I guess the other one's maybe back at home. All right, nice gates. We've seen this strategy work at economic deficits before. He's pulling back all the weak vills. All of Sato's army on the gate will go down. The wood line will be protected. The gold will be protected. He can make Ratha. And Sato's base is fairly open. I'd love to see Sato go for a second tower. 2 towers next to each other in the back could be really nice. And, wow, Sato even micros the man-at-arm. Such a nerd. Watch him get a kill with it as well. He's like, I'm free! That's the last thing Dark wants to go after as well. Dark needs to get to Sato's base as quickly as possible with these Ratha. Well, 32 vills, a castle, a unique unit that everyone thinks is overpowered, has some farms. But Sato's economy is with one of the best civs in the game, super smooth. Second archer range at home probably tells me he'll just continue to play skirms. The Ratha don't have any armor upgrades yet, so they're not very strong, and Sato knows it as well. And Sato just feels like he can do no wrong today. He's just so confident in every engagement. Guys, like, for those that missed it, 3 minutes into the series, Sato was walking back home with both of Dark's boars. With a villager through the middle of the map. Just crazy. Yep, and he's just, ever since, he's been the better overall player. Dark has had to take a risk in the previous game, which gave himself chances. And now he's taken a big risk here. I am curious if this was initially his plan or if he just felt like he had to do this after how the first 2 games went. But you really need that first armor upgrade on the Ratha. Also, they nerfed these, right, chat? We spent so much time talking about the new water and talking about the new civs. But they nerfed the Ratha as well. I think their armor is a bit different now. So they no longer get as much base armor. And he didn't even have the first armor upgrade research, so it was a combination of the 2. And now Dark needs a Mangonel. So, I mean, good move to go for the Mangonel. But you're not exactly catching up in economy. And you're not exactly going to do damage to Sato because Sato is just going to be waiting for you here. Sato's going to get the sweep. So Mihai and Viper were probably feeling good about their sweeps against Dark. But if everybody gets the sweep, it kind of cancels out those results, right? I still feel like... I don't know. I feel like Dark's playing better every week. I really think the draft is the questionable thing. But gameplay-wise, he's solid. I think game 1, he didn't really get to get moving. There he got lamed to death. And there he was always had very little chance of recovering. Game 2... super high risk, high reward. Game 3, the same. Needs the siege to hit. Good luck. It's not going to happen against Sato. Sato will micro this with confidence that no player should have. He doesn't even have crossbowmen there. It's an army of 5 archers. Many of the archers weak and 5 skirmishers, and he's still going to find a way to keep his opponent busy there. The Dark can't do any damage at Sato's base, so he goes over here. But now the skirmishers are chasing. Micro still continues from Sato. And I guess Dark's attempting to come back on water, but the skirmishers are there for the Ratha. Nice clear up. Sato still running around. Guys, Sato has 2 town centers. He's getting ballistics. He's getting wheelbarrow. He's making cav archers. He still has his fish. He'll clear up the Ratha in the north. He's still microing his army over here. It doesn't matter. He does lose a couple units, but this is just such great value from the army. It just takes Dark so long to ever get moving out of his base. He can't focus where he needs to. Look at this. All right, well, I mean, that's not one for the highlight reel, but I still think it's worth it. I'm still really impressed with what Sato has brought to the table today. And he's still nerding out as well. Dark actually weakens his own unit. Yeah, Dark can't do much here, guys. Honestly, it is only a 10 eco difference. I'm just noticing that now. But I'm not sure that tells the whole story here. Because Dark doesn't have any eco upgrades. Sato's got pretty much perfect eco upgrades. And he still has the army out. And Skirm's completely shut down the Ratha. It feels bad for Dark right now. Yeah, Kirby, I just don't know. Kirby is saying maybe Dark didn't know that Ratha got nerfed. I mean, it still should be a good strat. I don't think it's a great strategy on hybrid maps. Because, and I don't think it's a great strat against Chinese. Because Chinese have the lead from the jump, right? So, I don't really know. What I do know, though, is, like, Dark is committing less time to AoE now than he was last season. And Dark has always been a really inconsistent player compared to many others out there. Sato has also struggled with a bit of consistency. But I think the results have shown you that Sato has been consistently a tier or so up over Dark. But like Sato was never top 4 in a TTL season. Dark was last season. And it wasn't a fluke. He beat Viper, Tato, Yo. He beat all these crazy players in the same season. It's just it was the biggest storyline. And now it's just not happening for him. GG. So Dark, most likely bottom of the group. We'll see, of course. Sato gets the 3 wins. Sato looked very strong today. And I love the confidence from Sato in every game. I think even though it looked amazing, even though someone could convince you it was obvious in the first game with the 2 boar steal, many people don't do it, right? People don't want to take the risk. They don't have that energy. They want to play chill. They want to play towards walls or something. But Sato sent it in game number 1. Game number 2, he had to work really hard. But he had every single aspect of his game down today. I felt like the Civ draft was strong from Sato. I felt like his strategies made sense. And his gameplay was super solid. Well played to him. And yeah, we'll see. Dark might just be playing spoiler now at this point, right? If he gets wins. I guess we have had a player make playoffs with 6 wins before. So technically, if Dark would have swept the last 2 weeks, maybe there's a chance. We'll have to pull up the odds. But just hard to imagine he's going to be able to turn this season around with how good everyone else looks and not having a single win yet. Little disappointing for Dark fans. I'm one of them. I'm a fan of all players, but, you know, I'm a former teammate of Dark's in team games. But I just don't think he's up to pace with the rest of the group. But, yeah, let's see what the probabilities tell us. After that result, I'm going to assume that Dark has like a 1 or 2% chance of survival. Sato gets the 3-0 win. And according to this, Dark has a 0.8% chance of surviving. So, yeah, woo, there's a chance. But look at Sato. Sato has 7 wins. He has not lost a set. So he won 2-1, 2-1, and then now has gone 3-0. Sato's had an amazing season so far. Now, next round, Sato's going to play Viper. So that's a big one. And then the final round, Sato's going to play Vivi. He does have strong opponents upcoming, but still think there's a lot to play for in this group. Next series is going to be Vivi versus Mihai in the same group. So Sato may or may not be tied for first place here in a minute. And then tomorrow we open the day with Viper Dragonstar, which I think Viper's the big favorite. But yeah, I mean, I've been impressed with Sato. But guys, we'll see what happens in the next draft. I just really think it is poor drafting strategy to just ban all the new DLC civs. I think people do it because they're scared of the unknown. If you're going to ban them, at least ban them late. So your opponent doesn't know you're going to auto-ban them. Because the second Moisco was banned first by Dark, I'm sure Sato was sitting there thinking like, well, all right, I don't need to waste any of my bans on any of the civs that I think are problematic there. And I still think, chat might disagree, I still think the Champy Rush with Incas is really good. I know you can do it with some of the other civs, but I still think elite civs that have been around a really long time are arguably better than at least 2 or 3 of those DLC civs. So I'm going to see, the next series will probably be coming up shortly. So I'm going to take a quick break. We'll be back. Before I do that, though, let me just thank the support from the stream. Thank you, Woozy, for the 29 months. Thank you, Bruder. For the 12 months, Armithel wants to see Franks. I doubt we're going to see Franks in any of these drafts, unfortunately. Franks are really solid, but Franks are not at the level of a play that it used to be. I think there's a lot more counters to Franks these days at a high level. There's more civs that get halbs. There's more civs that get camels than ever before. There's more civs that get monk bonuses than ever before. So at least for tournaments, I think the only time that I've seen Franks picked is if there's a lot of berries on the map. YouTube chat is asking about Nikov and Sebastian. That'll be our final series of the day. You should see the schedule right there. I actually just take my break now, but yeah, coming up next, Vivi versus Mihai in Group D, and then Nikov versus Sebastian in Group C. We'll be right back.
Rete, das war.
Ja, Rete.
Ja, das war.
Berete.
Du wäre.
Hova, Sucher. Hova, Sucher. Hova, Sucher. Du wäre.
Holzer.
Heise, das war.
Wocha. Auber.
Heise, das war.
Wocha.
Das ich soll. Das ich soll. Berete.
Berete.
Das ich soll.
Das war ja Heise,
Flickmann.
das ich soll.
Berete.
Ja.
Geboren.
Das war Heise, das war Heise, Stürme.
Fischere.
Ja.
Jägere.
Ja.
Fischere. Jägere.
Ja.
Das ich soll. Streetes, Sassa.
Auber.
Flickmann.
Ja.
Rete.
Das war
Flickmann.
Berete.
Hey, ja.
Ja.
Rete.
Das war Stürme.
Fischere.
Ja.
Jägere.
Ja.
Fischere. Jägere.
Das war, das ich soll. Das war,
Das ich soll.
Hey, ja. Hey, ja. Hey, ja. Hey, ja. Heise. Heise. Das ich soll. 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 Rete.
Ja.
Das war. Ja. Das war.
ja.
Berete.
Du wäre. Das war. Ja.
Fischere.
Ja.
Jägere.
Ja.
Fischere. Jägere.
Das war, das ich soll. Das war,
Das ich soll.
Hey, ja.
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 Das ich soll.
ja.
Hey, ja.
Ja.
Das ich soll.
Ja. Hey, ja.
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 Das ich soll.
Ja, das ich soll. Das ich soll.
Hey, ja.
Stürme.
Hey, ja.
Heise,
Hey, ja.
Sassa.
Berete.
Hey, ja.
Streetes, ja.
Gebure.
Das ich soll. Das ich soll.
Hey, ja. Hey, ja. Heise. Das ich soll. 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 Das ich soll.
Holzer. Holzer. Hunter. Halsa.
Hunter.
Halsa.
Hunter.
Halsa,
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 Wood, please.
Halsa,
Good job. You now have enough wood.
Halsa,
Good job. You now have enough wood.
Halsa,
Good job. You now have enough wood.
Halsa,
Good job. Good job.
Halsa,
We have captured all of Nisus's lumber.
Halsa,
We have captured all lumber.
Halsa,
We have captured all of Nisus's lumber.
Halsa,
Good job. Wood, please. Wood, please.
Halsa,
Good job. You now have enough wood.
Halsa,
Good job. You now have enough wood.
Halsa,
Good job. You now have enough wood.
Halsa,
Good job. Good job.
Halsa,
We have captured all of Nisus's lumber.
Halsa,
We have captured all lumber.
Halsa,
We have captured all of Nisus's lumber.
Halsa, Halsa,
Wood, please.
Okay, I am back. Chat, be honest with me. If you had to choose 1 hour of casting or 1 hour of Age of Empires 2 remix music, what would you choose? Be honest. I can take it. I can take it. Be honest. My light is very bright today, by the way. Let me lower the brightness. That's much better. My God. Yeah, you guys. Okay, we had some people say casting. All right, the casting people are cool. The music people, you know what? I'll take what I can get. I'll take what I can get. What am I going to say? I appreciate the fact you're here. That's it. Thank you so much to everyone who's supported TTL so far. I know there's a lot of information. I know you guys always want the games. We'll have the next series starting very, very soon. But it's been a really intense project to even just get it off the grounds. With Silver League and Gold League pretty much close to its conclusion. We'll be live today with 2 more sets. Tomorrow is going to be a 4-set day with 2 different streams, which we'll talk about later. Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday is going to be the complete final round of Gold before we get into the Gold playoffs come next weekend, and then Silver playoffs as well. There's just a lot of TTL. I really appreciate you guys all watching. I know I can't say thank you to everyone because half of you guys are lurking, have me up on your TVs or on your toasters and whatever. But if you're here, if you've been following Titans League, just know that it means a lot, okay? And if you are really a calendar guy and want to have an idea of basically what the broadcast looks like, there you go. We're currently, February 22nd, which is over here. And that's what everything looks like for the whole upcoming week. We've got the full schedule for tomorrow. Viper Dragonstar, Rapard Lakes, Yo Vinchester, Harahart. Gold, we got round 5. And then we've got the playoffs for Gold, which could be anybody at this point. We don't really know. Also scheduled for the 28th and the 1st. Yeah, just a lot of content. I take this very seriously. It is very difficult to be perfect with the casting. I'm very far from that. But I've been putting in a lot of work. So thank you. Slarty, thank you for the gifted sub. Thank you to some of the subs that have come in on YouTube. Thank you. I think I missed Stuffing Farts earlier. He says, see you in London, mate. Of course you're from London. Of course. Thank you for the sub Stuffing Farts. Thank you, Dude Master, for the Prime. Yeah, there's been some people I may have missed. All right. And if you want to support TTL and your subs are boring, or maybe you've already done it, I should mention, because we put some work into it, that we also have some of the new merch. Thank you to anyone who's ordered the new merch. You can see here, we have hoodies, we have t-shirts, we have different designs, we have gold, we have the mugs. I've got my mug here with my tea here. It's all reasonably priced stuff. The shipping's pretty fast. The shipping prices are pretty good to the majority of places that you'd have to check. And it's a new company. So at least for someone from the US said they got it within 2 days. So I don't know if that's the case for everywhere, but it should be pretty accessible for most places. Thank you. All right. We're going to call Ornlu. I have a feeling that Ornlu is going to be very excited about this draft, and we are going to get into the next series. Been enjoying my cast with Ornlu. Let's see if he picks up. Just wait, guys. Wait till you see the draft. Here, I'll just show you. This is the awkward point of the stream where I'm going to be talking when Ornlu picks up. If he picks up. Not picking up. Ornlu? Pick up the call? Maybe he's getting water or something. Guys, look at these maps. Quarry, game 1. Bypass and Zimbabwe as the home maps. Like, this is a closed map pool. Pretty frequently, you'll see Bypass or Zimbabwe both banned, but we have them both as home maps and Quarry game number 1. We've got Teutons on the draft. We've got Burmese on the draft. We've got Cumans, Mongols, Wu. And then as far as the DLC civs go, we only had Tupi and Inca bans, and the others were just left unpicked. All right, well, Ornlu's not there right now. I'm guessing he'll be back in just a second. I'll keep an eye on it. But yeah, this to me makes sense right now, okay? I'm glad to finally see it. I feel like Incas are insane, like I talked about in the Champy video. I think the Tupi could also be really good with it. But I'm not so certain that it's worth wasting your bans on some of the other civs, to be honest. So I think it's smart drafting from both of them. I definitely wouldn't put, the Muisca and the Mapuche 100% over some of the other civilizations out there. Though, of course, it's still early. But yeah, Ornlu likes his closed maps. He likes his arena maps. He'll be in here in just a minute. I'll also pull up the stats for the players and where these two are at. But they are tied. So it's been a very weird group. Some of the other groups may be more predictable in what happens, but this group has just been all over the place. Dark was the best performing player in all of Titans League when compared to the other players here in Season 4, and he's 0-9. And then you got Vivi, Viper, and Mihai sitting at 4. And that's where Sato was before his series against Dark. So after this round, we could have like Sato 7, Vivi 6, Mihai 5, Viper 6. Like, it could be super close. This really will come down to the final game with everyone here, I think. But yeah, let me keep an eye on Discord. As someone who's been around a really long time, okay, Ornlu's calling me. Hello, Ornlu. I was just saying that I am so happy to see Vivi in the running so far in TTL, you know?
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, he's an old school player. I looked at the matchups and I just felt like Vivi can deal with a lot of these players. And then after he beat Viper in the first round, I felt like the sky was the limit. So I'm pumped to see it.
For sure. Oh no, I'm missing all the notifications. I'm sorry, I got up for a minute.
Well, we are starting the series in like 60 seconds. So we'll have to make it quick. I assume you've seen the drafts.
I have seen the drafts, yes. I don't have the Recs themselves, though.
Oh, gotcha.
Never mind, Base just gave them to me.
Yeah, you can get those loaded up. But we have Quarry game number 1, which is like kind of our semi-closed map, but not really closed map in the pool. And then we'll have Bypass and Zimbabwe as the home map. So these could be... We could have a new Monk record, Titans League Season 5. We could have a new Unique Unit record, Titans League Season 5. We could have very long or very short games.
I am so ready for this because it's been a lot of very quick one-sided series, I feel, in a lot of TTL.
Yep.
And I want some big, epic late-game battles here.
Yep, I'm with you. I just have no clue what to expect from everyone in Group D. So They've all brought a solid enough level where they can compete and snag wins, but I can't look at them and say, I can't even look at Viper and guarantee that he's going to get wins, you know? Like,
it's the one group that really feels like a big question mark.
Yeah. But like in a good way, in a bad way, potentially. Let me know what second you're at in the rec, and we can do the countdown and load in.
I'm at 0 seconds, but where I can go wherever you want me to.
Yep, 0's fine. 3, 2, 1, go. And here we are. So we do have one more series coming up later today. That one will be live with Nikov against Sebastian. But earlier today, when we were casting the other series, we have Vivi, a.k.a. the Fat Dragon from China, up against Mihai. And this group, as we were just saying, Ornlu, really hard to predict. Coming into today, we had 4 players tied with 4, but after Sato's result, he's currently in first place with 7. But it is Vivi with 4, Mihai with 4, and then Viper with 4. Quarry game 1, we see the rare Burmese pick in a tournament from Vivi.
I like it. That definitely, we have to get the rainbow wig and honk nose out of the drawer. We can't put it on just yet, but we could see some heavy monk pressure with this Civ. They are one of the very best at it. I mean, Portuguese are also super good because they're super good at everything, but we could be seeing something that is both aggressive and monk-oriented from Vivi.
The thing about Vivi, and honestly, this is fairly common with even Yo, many of the Chinese players, is they see the game a little bit differently, and they will draft their comfort picks. And so at times, if the Civ doesn't work, you're like, why on earth did you pick those Civs? Like, for example, he picked Teutons on his draft, which I know a lot of viewers will like, but like, other pros are just not going to do that. So it could be fairly hit or miss. I personally like it because as a player, if you lose, you never want to lose playing someone else's best Civs. You want to lose playing your best Civs. And that's what Burmese might be for Vivi.
And I think that the game is probably a little bit more balanced than people give it credit for in terms of if you play to a civilization's strengths and if you're really comfortable with that game style, then you can totally win. And it's not necessarily the case of, okay, how good is a civilization with fast rushing and skirmishers and cav archers, right? And it's, you have to work us to a civilization's strengths and not necessarily what the best overall play is.
Crazy though. There's Civs that have bonuses for what we're about to see from Vivi. Burmese is not really one of them, at least for the early game. He's going for the insta barracks. This has become so common right now. To get the barracks up as quickly as possible, skip the lumber camp, skip the mill, and just get the militia out for map control. And again, I'd expect it from Japanese. Maybe I'd expect it from Wu. I'd expect it from a player like Dragonstar in this group. But Vivi doing this is like kind of random, and I like it.
And it's interesting with Burmese, too, because they have no bonus, right? Burmese have no real Dark Age bonuses.
Yeah.
So it's going to be kind of generic. Of course, any Civ can do basically any early game opening. It's just, how the game works. But this is something that Mihai's still going to need to be very careful about because, like in the last series, it was just Drush versus Drush in both games. So if you have your own militia, you can at least defend against it, if you have the right positioning. But there's the first barracks from Mihai, so he is indeed going to be going for the early militia himself. And yet it's still going to be faster for Vivi.
Yeah, and honestly, Mihai just did something which is so simple and so smart. He saw the scout from Vivi, and he said, you know what? Just in case, I'm going to invest into 3 palisade walls, which seems simple, but so many people don't do it if they don't expect what's coming. And considering we've never seen Burmese played in this tournament so far, there's no real expectation. So Vivi thinks he's about to get away with one. He thinks to get 2 free villager kills, but that's just not going to happen.
Nope, and it's just not a large investment here for Mihai, and it just keeps him so much safer. And that is going to be all you want. And I think Mihai, just speaking to the player matchup, he should be much more confident in his mechanical skill against a player like Vivi, just the pure micro macro. I think Mihai is going to be having an advantage over his opponent. So if you can just sort of keep the game straightforward, I feel like Mihai is going to be having an advantage here, and he's going to have a couple of his own militia that he can use to either counterattack or defend, and it looks like it will be for the counterattack option.
There is a factor here. Vivi, being from China, he's used to playing a lot of European players. He's used to whatever server that is. He's used to the higher ping. Obviously, Mihai has been experienced enough. He's played players from all over, but many times that might be other European players, right? And so ping-wise, there definitely is an advantage if you're used to the higher ping servers. So I'm curious, just like if the games get really scrappy, if Mihai's going to be able to use his mobility to the same level. It's just something that does play its role for players. I don't really know if Mihai's had a history of struggling with that, but Vivi's just... He's been molded by the lag. Like, he knows it. And he better be careful here. Loom's on the way. The timing from Mihai is kind of perfect. And, yeah, one villager down, I think.
Yeah, that's... Okay, that was kind of weird with the scout not actually attacking, but it's still going to get the job done, and that is a free villager kill. And guys, that's why you build 4 tiles of palisades. I mean, it would be a little bit more for Vivi, but case in point, right here.
Well,
Mihai's villagers were safe, and Vivi had the more investment early because he had the earlier barracks and militia. So basically, best possible opening for Mihai.
Yeah, exactly. And this is the risk in the build from Vivi. It's high risk, high reward. Especially when your Civ doesn't have any early bonuses. And to your point, very clean for Mihai. Everything's kind of perfect. He'll transition to 8 on wood, which is the perfect amount. He's got perfect amount on food. He's got enough on gold to follow this up with more militia. Look at that, man. He's got 4 militia now. And he also has the resources to click Bandit Arms right away. This could be a very quick quarry game.
Oh yeah, I mean, 300 resources ahead already for Mihai is just enormous, especially since Mihai also has the faster uptime. There really is no downside to his current position. As you're mentioning, high risk, high reward strat from Vivi. And, you know, you're going to hit Feudal Age, and what are Burmese going to give you? Free double bit axe, which is nice, but, I mean, you have no real military bonus to help you out at this stage.
Yeah, this is just the clean build from Mihai. This is the type of build that you'd expect from him, man. I think he's maybe fallen into the category of underrated these days in our scene. There was a point where people were expecting him to immediately be like top 16, and that didn't happen in every single event. But even though he's a promoted player from Gold League, he's really bringing it right now. And Vivi's going to need a real turnaround, because if they're just both doing the same thing right now, this just feels like Mihai's game.
Absolutely. We do have the Men-at-Arm upgrade coming in for Vivi, so he will get that little bit of extra attack for his infantry. But this felt like a game that Vivi really wanted to dictate the pace. He went very forward, very early, and there was a situation where Mihai was just quick-walled. And then Mihai didn't even bother cleaning up the stuff in his base because he's still quick-walled. And Vivi's like, oh no, now I have to be the one on the defensive, and that's just been very difficult for him to do. We already have 2 archers on the field, T90, before the archery range is even put down for Vivi. This is so tough.
I mean, could there be a better start? I don't think so. Defending from the Drush, knowing it's coming, blocking off with the villagers, denying the gold now. Vivi's late with the range. At home, you're still protected. Eco upgrades are in. I mean, this is just an absolute onslaught. It's one of the best positions you could have in a KD 4-1 game. even snipe the scout with the spearman and is pulling that away.
Yeah, this is just painful. This is kind of like the Dark versus Sito game #1, man. Oh no. 4 dead villagers already. You still have the archers alive. There is no realistic advantage in this game for Vivi right now.
Yeah, he really has to hope for some type of mistake, but you'd have to force a mistake. So Mihai would have to be exposed somewhere and be reacting for Vivi to try and shock the opponent. I like making skirms. I like his farm count. Maybe it's worth the risk to take the deer in the middle. I'm not sure about doing that with a 3 HP villager, but yeah, so far... Mihai off to a really good start, and just kind of waiting to see if Vivi can get any skirms out to deal with the archers.
Yeah, that is going to be essential. Skirms still do train faster than archers, guys, by a little bit. Arson coming in as well, though, for Mihai. So, gonna look to still apply pressure to the buildings. Now, there isn't a ton that's actually exposed at this point. Vivi's not mining gold. As the mining camp is now going down, and the skirms are going to try and jump onto those archers. There is fletching in for yellow, not for red.
I think, I think Mihai will understand. It's been the dream start. Vivi will understand. It's been the worst start, but for Mihai, there's no real need to take any additional risks right now. You still probably wait towards Castle Age. And for Vivi, it's game #1. You want to get warmed up here. And so you probably just want to hope your opponent overextends with the archers. I like the fact he's not tapping. It probably feels horrible, but just got to play it out here. Hope for the best.
Yeah, I mean, might as well just get yourself warmed up. At least make your opponent kill you. Don't just sort of throw in the towel and just assume that your opponent is going to play perfectly from there on out. You don't want to do that.
But this is
and that's
how
gonna be rough on your mentality as much as anything else.
This is the difference between these two for me. Vivi does not really have the tendency to have this perfect streamlined build, perfect follow-up timings. Vivi's all about the other stuff. Vivi, if he survives early feudal and early castle, it's almost very similar to MBL, who's always fun to watch. Like, Vivi's a mid-game guy, right? So I love it from Mihai's perspective because he'll understand all this, and he's proving to himself. I know he's probably had that feeling. Like, yeah, I am this guy. He's also showing Vivi, this is what I'm capable of. Fortunately for Vivi, if you look at the next two maps, they're not really maps that suit this type of style. They're both closed maps. So I think that will be some positives there for him. That, like, he can play more defensive. It's likely the game gets to Castle Age and beyond.
Yeah, I mean, even trying to pick up Wheelbarrow right there. Something I really like doing with Burmese is actually instantly picking up Horse Collar, no matter what build you're going with, because you just don't have to spend the resources on double Bidax like you do with every other Civ, but he wasn't even able to do that, which is unfortunate.
And he's completely out of position. He went to get a counterattack, which you want to do when you're behind, but the opponent was pretty much walled anyways. Mihai snipes another villager. This is the... Let's not forget, like, Vivi... I know we've had the sweep earlier today, and we've had a decent amount of 3-0s so far this season. Vivi beat Viper 2-1, which...
Yes.
You know, think about it from Mihai's perspective. If he were to sweep here, then, since Viper already lost to Vivi, Mihai could accept losing 2-1 to Viper and still potentially beat him in the group, right? It's a big deal, being consistent every single series, every single round. But
yes, but he did play Sato already, and Sato's the one to beat in the group right now, so that is going to be tough. He's going to need to rely on Sato, possibly losing to Viper. Then I think things start to get shaken up a lot.
Does Sato play Viper round 4 or round 5? Do you know?
Round 4. I just double-checked.
Interesting. Okay. Well, yeah, a lot of intrigue with this group. Vivi, rough start. 2 minutes away from the next stage. I think the next thing you could do is probably just play tower defense. Or you could just sacrifice all your skirmishers now to kill the archers, but the micro from Mihai's too good. The man-at-arms gets some good value. Crossbow's now in. The units can run through, and this is just this is such a stomp. It's just perfect for Mihai.
Yeah, I mean, already, 1,300 resources ahead, 14 to 4 KD, ahead in tech, no real mistake made by Mihai this entire game. And what I like is that he's not even just going to be sitting around and adding TCs when he doesn't have to. Just, go kill him.
Yep.
You have no reason to be sitting back right now, and that is not what Mihai is doing. He is going to be going for the kill. Monks and Mangonels on their way, and this is just so unfortunate for Vivi.
Well, it's also a spot where it really sucks. You have to play skirms with a civilization that notoriously doesn't get the second armor upgrade, which you need for skirms. So, like, so if you wonder, like, why don't people pick Burmese, this is the exact scenario you don't want to fall into, is you need to play range units. And that's normally what we've seen on this map, too, right? It's been, like, ranged units, and boom. So, Burmese is looking really questionable now. But that's Vivi for you.
I think, and I could be wrong, but Vivi wanted to get this game into an early drush, wall up behind it, and go fast castle behind it.
Yeah, yeah.
But I just don't really think that works too well, especially with the way that all of these guys are playing the game out these days. It's just a lot of pressure, and actually going for any fast castle that isn't the form of a Phosphorus type thing just feels really bad right now.
Well, especially against Mihai. Mihai is pretty close to the standard when it comes to meta. I think where Mihai struggles if things go off meta. If the attack would have worked, maybe then he doesn't know how to adapt to the situation. But the Romanian starts off perfectly. Vivi finally taps out. And Mihai with 5 wins right now in the group.
Looking good so far. And he's definitely a player that you would expect to be in Platinum these days. He's playing quite well. And to your point earlier about people underestimating him. I think it's because he was an up-and-comer at the same time as Sebastian,
Yeah.
and Sebastian peaked a lot sooner.
Yeah.
And so people were like, oh, Mihai just isn't going to be able to quite keep up with his former teammate and practice partner. But Mihai, slow but steady improvement, looking good.
Yeah, and we've just had such a mix this season. Like, people who've been promoted up from gold have really struggled in some of the other situations and other groups. Even like Dark, who was top 4 in the previous season, has now struggled. Mihai is a promoted player. Vivi's a promoted player. They're doing all right. So it's just been such a wide variance. Like, some people say, like, oh, if you get promoted up, like, you're going to just get pushed back down. I'm like, every year things change, and Mihai's bounced back. So, but I don't know. I'm hoping for Vivi that there's some type of Vivi masterclass when it comes to this draft, because picking Burmese and then losing game number 1 like that is just not my favorite thing. We'll see game number 2 though, and we can hop right in. It's going to be his number 1 pick there. And are you also at 0 seconds there?
I am indeed.
Okay, cool. 3, 2, 1. Oh, I'm so sorry, Orlando. Go back. I misclicked.
3, 2, no, wait.
I misclicked. 3, 2, 1, go. And here we are. So, live standings in the group. You have Sato at 7 wins. You've got Mihai at 5 wins. You've got Vivi at 4. You've got Viper at 4. And then you've got... you should have somebody down there at 2, right? Am I missing somebody?
Dragonstar.
Yeah, Dragonstar 2, thank you. And then we've got Dark at 0. This is Zimbabwe. This is one of our arena maps. And we also have bypass for this series, so we'll have lots of walls. But players have had completely different approaches. There's this additional hunt on the side. Sometimes players will come get it all. Some players will just skip it. For now, Mihai is moving out to take the rhinos. And the scouts have found each other, and Vivi gets the downhill hit there. So his scout's a little bit stronger.
Does indeed, and he will then require one more hit to go down, and, I mean, Mihai just loses his scout right there. That's never really what you want to do. That said, the scout is on very low HP at this point for Vivi, so his ability to actually, like, block and harass the villagers is somewhat limited, but he will abscond with a water buffalo, as he is going to be looking to deny his opponent of that extra food.
Yeah, sorry for any confusion, viewers. We're going to put Vivi back in the red here. Yeah, Vivi did the same thing against Viper. He brought his scout forward right away. Viper was super stubborn, and Viper just kept going back, and Viper lost a couple vills in the end. But I guess maybe from Vivi's point of view, it's worth losing your scout. That way you can't be blocked now. Because a 4 HP scout shouldn't be able to properly block. Vivi will walk by. Vivi will try and be annoying here, but I think the elephant should follow through. And Vivi playing as the Bengalis against the Wei here. So I like the Bengalis. You get the additional vills. You have the strong monks. You have the strong unique unit with the Ratha, though it has been nerfed. What do you think about the Wei?
Well, what I think is interesting is that you have the Wei, who are sort of a prototypical open map civ, you know, good eco, good mobile units. And then you have Bengalis, which are the prototypical closed map civ, with the big boomy eco and slow and expensive units.
Yeah.
So I think that you sort of have 2 very different approaches to this map, which sort of speaks to the fact that it's closed off, but also very open outside of the walls. And I think we've just seen that Wei have an eco that's good enough, and the map is open enough that they can still be very successful. That said, they should run into a brick wall if the game goes on against Bengalis.
When you say that, you mean just the elephants of the Bengalis being the brick wall, or other
elephants,
things?
Rathas. I mean, there shouldn't really be a good population-efficient unit for Wei against Bengalis.
Oh, Scout just got sniped. That's a big deal, right? We might see monks. A low HP Scout is as good as any to snipe monks. And Mihai bringing in elephant number 2 now. So, yeah, I agree. I think Bengalis is the expected pick. I also think with how Mihai likes to play, he likes to play through military. And so I think Jean Bay Riders could be a really nice unit to have running around the map and just controlling. So for his playstyle and with how decent the Civ's eco is, feels like a good pick.
Yeah, definitely. You want to take the game in that more, I mean, meta game. We say meta game, but really we just mean winning through mechanical skill, I think is basically what that is a code word for in our discourse in AoE right now. And that is going to be expressed in the form of, okay, you have a good eco bonus and you have good mobile units that you can micro very effectively. So you can really, on both sides, leverage your mechanical skill here as Mihai.
What, Vivi is trying to bring in 2 elephants with no loom and no scout now. So he's doing the house trick an awful lot right now. But hey, if you don't get loom, you're up a villager. Yeah, he does have a water buffalo, and so he should be able to block a little bit. And he is unfortunately going to get housed, though. So it's like he's so fucking... No, and now the elephant's going back. Oh, no. Well, he's going to get loom now. So I guess that should make it a little bit easier. Maybe he can get 2 this time. It's so funny.
Oh, man.
Oh, wait. Mihai's here. The elephant's walking right towards Mihai. Hello? Hello? Mihai?
But the villager isn't doing anything yet. He's going to scooch back instead. Oh, no.
Oh my god. Mihai walks right into it, and now it's his elephant. Assuming it doesn't go back for him. That's so funny.
Well, there will be the other elephant you can get. So I guess it's all even when all is said and done. But this is just, it feels bad for Vivi, even though, like, mathematically it's just fine.
I hope.
Oh.
Okay, yeah, villager almost went down, and now the... Oh! Now the elephant's going back for Mihai!
Oh, no.
Dude, this elephant is such a troll! He refuses to be taken back alive! Oh, nope, there he goes again. Alright. Villager's still weak, so this could still be a problem. Okay, house trick. I think the slight lag that you have has affected the players getting the elephants before they start running back. In these instances. I could be wrong, but...
No, that could totally be the case.
Anyways, both players are on stone, which is not what I was expecting. I thought that we would see Vivi on stone potentially for the Ratha. But seeing Mihai on stone makes me think that he's going to play Tiger Cav, which... I guess I've never seen Tiger Cav against Ratha, especially since Ratha have been nerfed recently.
Well, they did lose 5 HP and 1 Pierce armor and 1... Cavalry Archer armor, so the 5 HP is the only thing that should matter against the Tiger Cav. My concern, though, is that the Tiger Cav are just going to get Wololoed by the Bengali monks.
I guess it
So I'm not
depends
too
on if
sold
Vivi...
this.
I agree, but at least Vivi's not planning on going for monks from what it seems like. What's your opinion on this, by the way? The amount of commitment people are putting into the elephants and the rhinos, because that's a lot of walking time. From my perspective, after you have 1 or 2 extras, I feel like you shouldn't be taking the risk, but clearly these players who are much better than me would disagree.
I think it's a matter of if you leave the elephants open and then your opponent just sends 1 bill to take all the extra elephants, then it's a disaster for you. But so long as both players are committing, I guess that's okay.
Yeah. I guess from this perspective, Vivi knows he's going to have the additional vills. Mihai has been doing basically the same thing, so he probably feels like it's slightly better for him. But I assume he'll bring in the final one. You're absolutely right that the Bengalis have the really strong monks. My thinking here now is where to even put the castle, because I feel like the best castle spots have been where the stone and gold is, in the north of the map. You come at that from that angle, and it completely boxes off those resources, and people run out pretty quickly here.
Yeah, it's definitely, I think, an aspect to the map which players have underappreciated at their peril. Is just you run out of golden stone really fast in your base, and there's only a little bit outside on the map that is not on this mountainous area over to the northwest. So you really do need to take control of it, and at the very least you do have 2 mobile unique units with which to do that. But both saves have very strong economies as well, and it will be just a bit faster to the castle age for Vivi.
Yeah. Vivi doesn't have to pay for the additional villagers, gets the +2 for making it to feudal. We'll get the +2 for making it to castle. But if the Wei player gets more ecotechs than 4, the Wei should have the villager lead. So I definitely prefer the Wei economically. It's just really the monks and the Ratha that have been so strong for the Bengalis. I'm wondering where Vivi will place the castle, what he'll focus on here. When you don't have the scout to see what your opponent's up to, and to escort your villagers, it sometimes feels very uncomfortable to move out here.
And yet neither player has the scout.
Yeah.
And at the very least, they both know that, right? So it's like, you can just go YOLO in the dark and know that your opponent won't probably see it coming.
Oh, it's so tricky to justify, though, right? Even if you
gotta
know
think,
that.
You gotta play to win P90. Look at what Vivi's doing.
Yeah. Well, here we go. But where will the castle go? Because he's got the timing to place it on the front. And there it is. Yep. So he'll place the castle here. You could still deny the resources on the side with military focus. Mihai will see this. Mihai should react with his own castle on his base. But where will he place it? He's going to place it there. Interesting. And already placing a house on the right side, so any of the army that might come through the walls would get pathed in towards the castle fire. It's not bad. I don't hate it. But I'm still wondering if it makes sense to even have a castle here. Beyond, for like defensive purposes, I feel like Tiger Cav don't really give you a lot if you're Mihai.
I mean, Tiger Cav are insane. It's just not in this particular situation. It's not really going to be at their strengths. Way like having a big eco. They like adding in the extra TCs and then getting their Shenbei Raiders for map control and all that good stuff. But that's just not how this game is going to play out. And remember, guys, Tiger Cav are a food and gold costing unit, which makes them far more difficult to sustain compared to the Rothas, which are wood and gold.
And 0 farming eco for Vivi. But he also doesn't know... There's some information he needs on how he needs to play this because he does not know there's a castle. I think if he knows there's a castle from Mihai there, which he'll find out any second, he'd probably cancel the rest of his Ratha and just go more monks. But right now he thinks that he can do some excellent damage. He's probably expecting his opponent is going to be playing Jean Bays, if anything. And he runs in, he sees the castle, and he runs to the side. He'll see the house, and he needs to nope right back out of there.
Indeed, and the way that Mihai is approaching this game is really making me think that Mihai just was like, all right, Vivi, he's playing Bengalis here, he's going to go for the castle drop. So I'm going to go for my own defensive castle, I'm going to get all my eco upgrades, and then I'll be at an advantage.
Is the play... Yeah, go ahead, sorry.
I was going to say, but he's still stuck in his base.
Yeah.
And as you were saying, the castle doesn't secure any of those extra resources, which could be dangerous.
Well, and I think for Mihai... He's seen a lot of fast imps in these scenarios, and his Civ gets traction trebs. So he's probably thinking, let's just play 1 TC fast imp traction treb. But, like, that's a long way away. And when you don't have the additional wood lines on the map, too, it's not even the gold and the stone, but the big wood line in the back, which Vivi secured. Life gets really difficult when there's range units patrolling around your walls. So I really like Vivi's position. Assuming he gets the relics, which he's working on, and scouting the north where the stone and the gold is too. It's not bad.
What is good though for Mihai is that one, his eco upgrades are fantastic, which he's prioritized as the way. But on top of that, he's closer to Imperial Age. Now, the traction trebs, I don't know. I feel like they're a really bad trebuchet replacement and a very good bombard cannon replacement. But here you kind of want the treb. They're still very expensive even with the way.
Well, I think the fact that you outrange monks and imp is the key there, and the mobility as well. Yeah, it's definitely the play for Mihai. Just full fast imp, 1 TC. Something that I think players need to focus on more, Orlu. This is now the second time I've seen this, and I think it's a critical mistake. They'll use their starting castle to shoot the wall to get in. And after you do that, once that first wall piece goes down, your castle will automatically focus on every other single piece of wall that's around, right? But right now, that doesn't help Vivi. They both have ranged upgrades. Vivi's castle is not attacking Mihai's castle, and Mihai's castle is hitting his. Already 400 HP is gone from Vivi's castle. That's a trebuchet hit. So, Vivi's got Ratha, he's got Bodkin arrow and all that. That castle needs to be firing onto the castle, not the walls.
That's very true. And yet, Vivi's now going to be adding an extra TC, and I'm kind of confused about this, because Mihai's just going fast imp here.
Yeah.
He's got imp queued up behind the Town Watch upgrade, he's adding in some outposts, and he's just going to try and traction treb down his opponent.
But
I was thinking maybe elephant rams, or, armored elephants. He's actually going petards, which I really don't like.
Well, he's also going petards, and if Mihai's paying attention, he can see the guy walking around the edge of the map. It's not so subtle, so That's like Dave leaving the brewery with a couple kegs of beer right there. But I mean, Vivi gets in. There's no protection. I don't even think 3 Tiger Cav would be enough. So the petards are a really big deal. I think he did spot it though. He's placing the house walls. He's placing the stone walls. And Vivi, if he doesn't spot the extra protective layer of walls, he might waste his petards. He does have the village
it's
lead.
tough to find the correct angle. Now, the Ratha do have a reasonable line of sight, so they can at least see what's going on. 2 petards, guys, is still fine, even if you're going uphill, so that's not going to be an issue. But I know this is like one of the most exciting moments, guys, is if you convert one of the petards.
Yeah, seriously.
It's totally possible, and it's like one of the best highs you can get in AoE.
Yeah, convert the petards. Oh, he gets it!
Yes,
he
there
gets
we go.
it! Wait, it's getting converted back! Delete it!
Just delete it, dude. You don't need it. You don't need the petard.
Oh,
Okay, just
Vivi
blows
shouldn't
up.
have killed it. Vivi shouldn't have killed it. He actually
Yeah.
converted the petard. Yeah, for an arena player, that's as good as it gets right there. That's like a big Mangonel shot. And now, Mihai
Yeah.
can't get through. It's going to take him forever to get through. He has to attack the gate.
Oh, man. Now, we have Atonement coming in for Vivi. Way aren't going to want to go Mass Monks, so I don't think that's actually going to be too big of a deal. More Tiger Cav are coming in. They're getting some better armor upgrades. And Imp is almost in here for our yellow player, Mihai. And he is looking pretty solid right now.
Honestly, though, it really comes down to how good are the Tiger Cav against the Ratha when the Ratha are in melee mode. If it was a normal archer, the Tiger Cav would wreck them. But the fact that they have 10 base attack and 100 HP, maybe soon 120 HP after Bloodlines. If the Tiger Cav don't take decent trades here, and Vivi potentially breaks through, Vivi doesn't need Imperial Age. And he doesn't even need that castle, right? Like, that castle's already produced 20 military units for him. He might be okay.
He might be. A couple conversions would be decisive. And in terms of like raw base stats, it's at least semi-comparable between the Tiger Cav and the Ratha because the Ratha deal a little bit of trample damage.
Yeah.
That said, here we go. And this is a fight that I have no idea who's going to win it. I don't know about you.
Yeah, I also confused why Mihai deleted his own wall when he had a gate there. I'm wondering, like, if he loses this fight, is he going to regret deleting a hole in his wall? We have the engagement. The Ratha seem to be pretty good there. It's not the worst fight ever. I think the conversion was nice for Vivi, and Mihai's going to re-wall. But the traction treb is there, and I think that's the main reason he went imp. Get to the traction trebs, snipe the castle, push out from there, and more Tiger Cav will come in. Vivi's actually trapped himself. He followed through the gate, and so 2 Ratha will likely get sniped for free.
It's certainly not ideal for Vivi. That said, he's got another castle coming up here on the high ground. And although you never want to just, lose a castle, especially since it protects a monastery with 3 relics, at the very least, you still have your Ratha production. And on top of that, your opponent can't actually attack this castle over to the west without exposing the traction trebs.
Yeah.
So you still have the better eco, and your opponent still isn't really getting anywhere.
Also, no imp upgrades for Mihai's Tiger Cav. And, one of the traction trebs got misclicked, overextended, and goes down. Which gives that castle a little bit more life, which gives Vivi a little bit more time. 71 Vils for Vivi. Very healthy economy. Access to every resource he wants. I'd say maybe pick up those relics and just back them up. And then...
Yeah, he's got the contingency monastery already. Just yoink him up, set the gather point back so the relics will eject on the correct side.
Yep. And, I mean... Again, if there was ever a unit that could fight back imp units, this would be the exact situation if Vivi has the other castle. Nice raid from Mihai, though. Assuming he notices the stone and the gold. That would be a really nice find.
Yes, so he does. So very well done there, and Vivi will need to react to that, go over back to the west, and he's actually just going to be losing villagers. Now, for those who don't know, guys, Tiger Cav cannot power up on villager kills. It's only military units, so... It's at least not, like, extra bad, but you still don't want to be losing bills like that, man.
Vivi committing to the Cav armor now. That's interesting. I don't think that applies to the Ratha at all here, so...
It does not.
The archer armor works, but I guess because it can be used in melee mode, maybe he doesn't know. I'm going to assume that he either misclicked it or is just unaware. of how the
I
Ratha
mean, the
works?
DLC has been out for like almost 3 years.
3 years is nothing for someone who's been playing for 10 plus, apparently. So
I know.
well, there could be an argument to maybe be doing that if you wanted to go like Cav, but he's not doing it. So I think that he's getting it just in case. He had 150 food that he could waste. But nice push here from Mihai. He got rid of the castle. The traction traps are just so tough to engage into, and the fact that he has his own monks there all the time is beautiful as well for the regenerating, and the conversions. Nice conversions as well. Bloodlines is on the way. Vivi needs something else, I think. This fight is just so good for the player that has the traction traps.
It is, but I don't really know why Vivi feels the need to take it. Like, just fall back. You have to make your opponent move the traction trebs outside of the range of the castle.
I mean, I do kind of understand it because, like, his base is right there. His relics is right there. He does have a lot of eco, so falling back feels kind of painful. He is tracking the Tiger Cav in the very north right now with a couple monks. So they are focusing on other things. And he also has a random petard on the left side. There is a chance it could snipe. Oh, the petard? Can it take the TC?
No way.
That would be crazy. He doesn't seem to notice it. They're still focused in the middle right now. Conversions again for Mihai and for Vivi. Hard to call how this will go. Vivi may also notice the TC's just going up in the first place. Still waiting to see if we'll see an engagement here or if Vivi is just giving himself time. The 30 villager lead feels like a lot, but the Tiger Cav numbers are ridiculous right now.
They're getting better and better, and you'd think that in even numbers, the Tiger Cav would be doing well, but they still have no Imperial Age upgrades, so the whole fact that one dude is in Imperial Age is only relevant for the traction trap, which is very important, yes, but it's not going to help you win this direct head-on engagement. And remember, there's all of the trample damage involved, T90.
Yeah, I just... Did the trample damage make a difference there? I'm not really certain. It feels like Tiger Cav just completely wreck. And I think the conversions, too, like... They've been so good for Mihai. He just lost one of the monks, but he had like 10 conversions. His healing has been great. But hold up a second. Something that did just happen is Mihai just ran out of gold. And his gold town center is getting castle dropped. He brings all of his military over here to deny this. But Vivi's castle is going to go up, I feel. And also, Vivi still has some work cut out for him at home. Man, I thought Vivi was dead, but with the castle up, maybe he could still produce enough Ratha to come back here.
But that's why I was saying that I don't know why he's taking the fight, is because he can just starve his opponent out of gold, and that's a very simple, realistic win condition for him, instead of taking an engagement that could easily go as sideways as it ended up going. And right now, it's still a lot more army here for Mihai. You do still have 2 castles from which to train your unique unit. Might even want to invest into the unique tech if you just plan on keeping it in Castle Age like this to get the faster attack speed.
Who says that Wei aren't the better monk, Sib? Because if you were to just look at the conversions that are happening, you would be convinced that Wei have all the monk bonuses. It's been ridiculous from Mihai. His micro's been unreal. These 3 monks have 10 conversions on the front. He's also sniped so many monks as well. It's just a clowny game. And I'm just wondering if Mihai can make enough monks, can make enough Tiger Cav. It felt like he had some good moments here, and he's pushing the main base, but he has 8 Tiger Cav, Ornlu. So I found a little bit of gold in the right. That's nice, but that's only 2 tiles. Is Mihai pushing the wrong area? Should he be pushing the hill instead of pushing the middle?
Yeah, like that's what I was thinking is, okay, again, you never want to lose your eco, but the farms are like not at all the most important part of Vivi's economy at the moment. It's the wood and gold income. It's what makes the Rathas. It's what makes the monks.
Yeah.
And that is just, it feels so odd. Now, the monks are going to try and convert the traction trebs.
Oh, God.
Which you need to be careful about. You do not want to give those to your opponent.
Yeah, don't give trebuchets of any kind to a Castle Age opponent. That wouldn't be a problem. Now, Vivi's kind of holding. Some raids in the back. He's quick-walled out. He still has Ratha producing from 2 castles. He's still... Well, I say still has a villager lead. It's only 10 now. That's maybe where Mihai's put the majority of his focus, is fixing his economy. He's done a really nice job, but what a game. Like, where do we even go from here? I guess Mihai's answering it by going for other units. he's going to try and play Jean Bay, but that'll take time to max out on upgrades. You still need Bracer, he'll still need Ballistics, and he'll still need the numbers.
Yeah, and even so, it's not like they're going to be all that great against the Ratha. I mean, the loss in that Pierce Armor really does matter in the nerf to the unit, but it still feels like it's okay for Vivi. He's on 119 villagers, he's got decent eco upgrades, and it feels like if he wants to, he can start to think about clicking up to the Imperial Age, because right now, Mihai's kind of stuck.
Yep.
He's not really able to do a whole lot out on the map.
Vivi must be misclicking some of his blacksmith techs. I just saw him click the other armor upgrade and cancel it. But he's getting Treadmill Crane. He's knocking on the door over on the left side. He's also getting some raids with converted Tiger Cav on the right side. And for Mihai, for 10 minutes, it was just pressure, 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 pressure. And the fact that he's not pressuring Vivi right now is making Vivi look pretty comfortable with all this control.
Indeed, it does. Now, of course, you still need to be careful about your Ratha over to the west, but our red player has now clicked up to the Imperial Age. Those gold miners are going down. And yes, the Shenbei Raiders don't cost much gold, but they do cost gold. So you really can't afford to lose that only source of that resource.
Yeah, 3 traction trebs only for Mihai. He just lost all those villagers over on the south. Tiger Cav killing more vills. Vivi is killing more villagers with 3 converted Tiger Cav than Mihai has done the entire game with his own Tiger Cav and with his own military. So that's an amazing find. It can be so easy to get tunnel visioned on the middle and the gold area. So props to Vivi, man. Vivi's held on, and he's getting pikes now. Aratha will be a bit stronger now. 20% faster attack speed. And he's holding on.
Now, the score looks very good for Mihai. He's taken super efficient fights, but the eco, not as good, and the unique tech pikes for those armored elephants is also a super powerful bonus because they're able to deliver all of that bonus damage a lot faster. That said, what you don't want is to be sitting around here with your worse units in terms of upgrades here for Vivi, so he's going to need to fall back just a little bit to mass up more Ratha.
Tiger Cav are locked in down in the south. Mihai wants the conversions. And yeah, back and forth game. Nice job from Mihai to pay attention to that. I'm assuming the Tiger Cav will be killed off. This is where I'd like to see the traction trebs start to move forward again for Mihai. You've gotten the map control. You have the Jean Bays out there.
Oh, he's doing it!
They're starting to get the snipes. And yet, traction trebs moving out. Sorry, you were reacting to the traction trebs or the Tiger
No, I was
Cav?
reacting to Fortified Wall. Way more exciting. Come on, you know me.
Okay. Sorry. Ornlu just got more excited by Fortified Wall tech than anything else in the game.
Thank you for recognizing what's important in life. I was thinking this whole time, man, Vivi really needs to stall. He just needs to get Fortified Wall. And that's exactly what he did. Now it's going to be so annoying to push him.
I feel like we just had a tech tree pause there from Vivi. He hit Imp, immediately said Sec with the pause. I assume he wanted to double check how expensive Elite Ratha was. What a game. 180 pop for Vivi. He still has the relics. He still has those freaking Tiger Cav in the back. And with Elite Ratha, I think... Well, we'll get the test, won't we, Ornlu? Because we haven't seen the nerfed Ratha against Jean Bay Raiders yet.
Nerfed Shenbei Raiders as well.
Yeah, both these units have been nerfed. But I would go with the Ratha solely because of the HP. I think 135 HP against 60 HP, it really shouldn't be close.
Yeah, and importantly, guys, Elite Ratha brings up the Pierce Armor back to 3. So, although the Pierce Armor was nerfed in the Castle Age version, that was just targeted for, the Phosphorus type all-ins.
Yeah.
This Elite Ratha is basically just as good as it's always been, and that is 5 Pierce Armor, going to be 7 in just a moment. And guys, Shenbei Raider have 9 attack. They deal 2 damage a hit to the Rathas.
Yeah, it's going to be a problem. And oh man, the Jean Bays are blocking the traction trebs off as well. I think Vivi could easily have taken that fight. But he's been patient here because he knows he has the stone and the gold. The monks are ready to convert the traction trebs. Again, Mihai has to back up. And the only gold he is taking right now is the gold on the outside of Vivi's base over on that right-hand side. That is not going to last him very long either.
I mean, it's keeping him afloat, but right now it's like the ship is sinking and he's using the bucket to bail out the water. It's not plugging up the gaps, though, and right now everything is still starting to sink a little bit more from Mihai. Vivi has reclaimed the score lead, and we're looking at very good numbers now of Elite Ratha.
Vivi has 141 vills. He's got 4 castles in the Golden Stone area, and that could easily be more. He's fortified walled on the side so he can never be raided. That's not a factor at all. And he is castle dropping Mihai's wood line on the left side. And he's going with the armored elephants for the town center.
Oh boy, you love to see that. It's kind of annoying to try and kill those armored elephants because they do benefit from that cav armor. And right now, even crap rotation and two-man saw coming in. Vivi is ready for the long game. Huge Ratha counterattack over there to the west. And this is just going to be so tough for Mihai to ever get an army that's good enough.
Yeah,
this is not where the way really shine.
Yeah, the problem is you now are not pressuring the gold and the stone, which has been the main issue this whole time. So you build up a big army of skirmishers. Maybe you end up killing this because skirms do some bonus damage. But even still, I think Vivi's going to be able to make more. Weird engagement. Vivi's units kind of slow crawled in there because he selected the armored elephant with the Ratha. So it's not really the best of fights, but I still think he has the map position. He also
It's
notices the vills are on the
too.
golds, and yeah, the trample
Oh my
damage is
goodness.
okay. And trample damage was good enough, and there's still Ratha around everywhere. You just can't kill these things.
Not even the almighty skirmisher can save you right there. And honestly, at this point, you can start thinking about a switch into light cav too, as you even get a little bit of extra bonus damage, which is nifty. And you're going to try and batter him, but more fortified walls coming in, T90. There's nothing you can do.
Vivi's just playing safe. Nothing about this game has been like super pretty, right? It's been messy on either side, but Vivi, he gets the position on the map and he stayed super consistent. He'll throw away some army and he just knows he can make more. And he's bringing an army over here to spot that Vivi, or Mihai rather, is on that gold and prioritize that isn't even necessary in my opinion. You could still just camp the north, but a great call. I think that pretty soon Mihai, 0 on gold incoming. Ram push will do nothing. Last chance for Mihai. He's got to get enough gold for a couple traction trebs and start to grind these castles down.
But, I mean, two-way traction trebs is like, that's some of the most underwhelming castle-pushing power imaginable. The unit's just so underwhelming against those buildings, and that's why the unit is so annoying, because it feels so bad as a trebuchet, and so annoying as a bombard cannon. There's even Mahayana coming in, going to give Vivi some extra pop space to play with, and this is just not going to work out well here for Mihai, I think.
Yeah, Mihai's still getting raided. He wants to push back. He's still getting raided in different locations. Also, his traction treb is over on its lonesome on the right side, which is exactly where you don't have protection right now. And Vivi, it needs some time to just mass up some light cav. And light cav are pretty good with the Bengalis. I think people just forget that because it's a civ that doesn't get knights, doesn't get hussar, but they do get full blacksmith upgrades. So their light cav's a great addition here.
And they get 2 bonus damage against the enemy skirmishers, which is pretty darn relevant in this situation. So
Yep, true.
you'll take it.
Yeah, not bad at all. It's a weird game, right? Because the population's still really high for Mihai. But he just doesn't have the map control anymore. Vivi's tossing units away underneath castles, and none of that's pretty, but that's the beauty of Vivi gameplay, is he doesn't need all of his units. The micro doesn't have to be perfect.
He sure doesn't. And now you have Siege Elephant going to be coming in. Those are going to be very difficult to take down. And the issue for Mihai is that his entire army is basically just elite skirmishers sitting in his own base, which is not really going to be the best indicator of long-term success, as now even another Ratha raid is incoming.
I mean, this is a really important win for the group. It's been a really tight group. Vivi doesn't want to fall behind. Mihai's a player that he will feel like, I think because he's been around a really long time, that he could take. I think for Vivi, he's a big confidence player. I don't think they've run into each other that frequently. And Vivi's old generation, Mihai's kind of new generation, next generation, massively improved, massively hyped, but good old Fat Dragon here, I think is in position to tie up the series. We'll see. It has to be. It's only 60 skirmishers for Mihai. That's the only positive. 2 traction trebs. He takes a castle down, and then he's got like 5 more to take down. It's going to be brutal.
Yeah, and I mean, that's the easy castle takedown. It's not guarded by the other castles. It's on the low ground there, relatively speaking. So, I mean, small win right there. But as soon as the single remaining castle goes down for Mihai, it's going to be almost impossible to win. I mean, it's very hard to win any late-game AoE 2 match that you don't have any castles for. And
yeah,
I feel like that's going to be the exact same case here.
Yep, no castles, no golds. No, like, corner control. Typically, you want to have multiple corners locked down to control the map and control the direction you can move. Like, as a player, you're always playing on if your population's high. You never want to call it if you're not below like 120 pop. So that's why Mihai continues to fight here. But we've seen some quick resigns this season, so I respect that players are going to fight it out. But I really don't think skirms alone is enough. At a certain point, Vivi can actually just go for Elite Battle Elephant as well.
Yeah, I mean, the ultimate, okay, buddy, I've won the game, and all those skirmishers are all on top of each other. Oh my goodness, it's going to be a slaughter. If the pathfinding is okay, which, you know, who knows?
Yeah, it doesn't matter. Mihai calls the GG. Man, that was a crazy game, right? Typically, if you see Imp that fast and Siege to push back the castle, or even typically if the game snowballs like it did, Mihai took some really good fights. He busted down the main gate of Vivi, and Vivi had a lot of eco there. That's normally when it's close to tap out mode, but Vivi just kept fighting. Just kept spamming Ratha, and I think maybe the castle on the left side was what broke the game because he took Mihai off the gold at the critical time, and Mihai took an engagement there where he lost half of his Tiger Cav, and he couldn't really recover the numbers.
He couldn't recover the numbers, and then it was that switch over into the Shenbei Raiders, which just didn't quite work out. There was the big push that he was trying to make work, but he had to go uphill at that point, and there was already so much eco all over the place for Vivi that Mihai simply could not deal with how spread out his opponent was, and his Civ was worse late game, which doesn't help either. So well done there for Vivi, and a good close set.
Yeah, exactly. I think it's a nice bounce back win. Like I said, the first one with Burmese just didn't really make a lot of sense to me. I still think you should probably avoid having those games where the caster's sitting here like, why on earth would you ever factor in that Civ or try that strategy? But if you balance it out with a win like that, that's great. More food collected, more gold collected. 22,000 gold for 6,500 gold.
Yep, that was pretty wild.
I mean, Vivi had 3,000 gold from relics. And that amounts to basically half of what Mihai brought in the whole game. Yeah, that's the shift in focus that players need to have around this map. Because multiple times, people are just focusing on trying to kill the opponent's base, and they completely forget about the left side. So I even like castle drops and siege pushes from the left side instead of the middle with that in mind.
And we've seen that occasionally, and it's been pretty effective when it's happened. So
yep.
I'm certainly in total agreement with you. You need to play the resource control game because there just isn't that much in terms of your mineral resources outside of that Western Mountain area.
That's the fun thing about a season like this is people will, over time, show different strategies, adapt their strategies, and then by the time the playoffs roll around, we usually have a pretty good idea of what works and what doesn't. Well, Mihai won with Portuguese game 1. He now loses with Wei, and he's got 2 or 3 civilizations in the middle left that I think could be used for the next map. It's honestly a bit of a coin toss, though, right? Because Cumans is super high risk, super high reward. Turks, stellar on closed maps. Before we see it, maybe you've already spoiled yourself, but any guesses of what Vivi does? Because you have to respect 2 very different civ options on the other side.
Having humans and Turks in the draft, and even Mongols, like those are civs that are tough to play against.
Yeah.
So I would go with the most consistent of those options, which would be Italians if I'm Vivi. But I mean, you could realistically pick actually any of the 3 civs for Vivi. All of the civs remaining are good closed map civs, at least in this particular context with bypass.
Okay. All right. Well, I mean, we'll find out. We can load into it. Once again, everybody, thanks for showing up. We will have another series after this. It will be Sebastian against Nikov. The goal is 3 sets a day. We only had 2 yesterday. Or no, it was 3 yesterday, but we had 2 the day before. And it'll actually end up being 4 tomorrow. But we'll talk about the schedule and all that once we have the time. Game 3, Ornlu, I assume you're at 0 seconds there.
Indeed.
Awesome. And I will do the countdown. And 3, 2, 1, go. Here we are. So it's pretty rare that we see multiple maps with walls in a tournament set because typically one player will pick those maps and the other player would ban them. But we've had Quarry, we just had Zimbabwe, and now we have one of my favorite maps ever in Bypass. So Bypass is basically Hideout, only there's an opening through the middle. And in that opening, you could tower rush, but you cannot drop a castle because of that quick Saran terrain. Doesn't allow any building. Turks for Mihai and Italians for Vivi. 2 good arena civs, but what's the thinking right now? If you're, I guess, like Mihai, because you're a castle drop civ, but you can't castle drop as forward as you might like.
You can't do it as forward as you might like. And how much early fighting are we going to be seeing anyway? Because we have the Vil coming forward here for Mihai. We have the Vils coming forward here for Vivi. So it is time to rumble. That said, those palisades are getting down, but of course you can delete your own walls, which is exactly what Vivi does. And now things are already getting messy before we even get to 10 population.
Yeah, I mean, cheeky there from Mihai to try and wall in the opponent, but Vivi reacted to it immediately. We could easily have nonstop villager fighting here because now Vivi will try and wall. Maybe Mihai doesn't want that to happen. Maybe he'll bring villagers. But so far, that's a fast reaction for Vivi that I really like.
Yeah, I think that is very well done. And now speaking to the Civ matchup, it's interesting because neither of these Civs are necessarily extreme. We see a lot of Civs that, like, Burgundians that just kind of want to boom as much as possible. We see the, like, full, all-in, fast imp Civs that, with, like, monks that want to, go aggressive in every possible situation. Turks, they can go aggressive, but you can also just sit back and play to Imperial Age. There's nothing wrong with that. So both players feel like they have a lot of options available.
Yeah. It's it's a really fun one. These days in Age of Empires, they're introducing a lot of unique units that you could see very early on in the game. But one of the unique units they introduced years back, the condos, it's imp only, right? And it's a unit that's supposed to be good against gunpowder. So maybe a rare condo sighting here. Turks are known for their gunpowder. They don't have to do it. But, oh man, I'm going round and round in my head on how I would have to approach this if I'm Italians. I really think you have to be aggressive to slow down the Turks with getting to a castle. Because if the Turks get to a castle and they get to Janissaries, it's extremely painful, and it is easily one of the strongest unique units in the game. So Vivi is a large history of tower rushes. Towers and archers, I could see be a real viable option. And if you have the forward walls, that doesn't mean you can't rush. You could just delete your own walls and push anyways.
It's interesting that you really value the Janissaries so highly, because I feel the exact opposite. I feel like Janissaries are weaker now than they've ever been. And
well,
I
that's
feel like
true.
most of the time you just want to go Cav Archers.
I mean,
As Cav Archers just do what Janissaries do, but better.
Well, it's just the distance, right? Like, if you get 3 Janissaries, 1 Mangonel, it completely stomps everything except for maybe, like, double guard tower defense. So, yeah, I like it. And this map, I think if it was even Arena, I wouldn't rate it nearly as highly these days, right? Because there's stone walls and there's a greater distance. But I think just the potential of Gunpowder Siege through the middle is still very strong, especially with the gold position there for Vivi. You have to think about it and be like, what happens if I get pushed here? You're going to be pushed to the outside of the map, which could make life difficult. So that's just my feeling. But no, I agree. When it was 8 range, Janissaries were, or Janissaries rather, were a lot stronger.
Yeah, they were, and there was a reason that it was nerfed. It's just very annoying to deal with an 8-range unit when you are in the Castle Age. But that makes sense. But now, of course, you have the Cav Archers that are just so tanky with Sapaki, 100 HP, tons of armor, and that is still where Turks want to go most of the time. But what's interesting is that Italians are a good campy civ. They have a lot of very strong ranged units, and Turks make lots of cavalry for Genoese crossbowmen to perform well against. You already mentioned the condos. I don't think you can win in a campy game against Turks with almost any civ, unless you're like Bohemians or something.
Yeah, I think this ostrich... Oh my god, this ostrich is trolling Mihai so much right now. What? Where is he going?
Oh no!
Where is he going? Oh my god. All right, well, I mean, that feels like a rare real-life interaction with an ostrich, right? They're not going to cooperate with you. I don't know if you...
Do you have lots of real-life interactions with ostriches?
Yes, I went to, like, petting zoos and stuff growing up, and there'd always be, like, the goats and the sheep and stuff, but they'd always have a bird section, and those big birds are terrifying, and they're mean, dude.
Oh, no.
Have you never...
I'm sorry to bring up this trauma to you. I don't mean to do this to you on your big tournament.
It's not your fault. It's really Mihai's fault. He should have killed it, so I wouldn't be feeling bad. Look, he switched to the zebra, man. He didn't even go back for the ostrich. The ostrich won.
Oh no. And I mean, zebras are known for being ornery, so you know when you're going to the zebra for the more temperamental animal,
Oh
you
man.
know it's rough.
Well, I honestly I have no clue what Mihai's initial strategy was here, but it became clear for me looking at Vivi's build that he was going to play Archer and Tower. I love the Tower spot. I love the control. Mihai's up quick, which I suppose isn't bad if he wants to go full Stonewall. But he never was going to be able to reach Castle Age quickly. So this almost feels like just the fast feudal boom that we see with Malay and other civs. Get the eco upgrades, defend, and then maybe even now he's thinking about a fast Imperial Age.
Yeah, it's possible. And I think part of the reason is that if we compare this to Arena or even Zimbabwe that we just saw, you are much safer in the early game with your stone walls. Here, it doesn't matter if you're a civ that doesn't have a good feudal boom. Just having feudal age and having access to defensive towers and more buildings with which to defend, more HP on your buildings, all of that just feels of paramount importance. But the longer that you stay in feudal age, as you're mentioning, the easier it is to afford imperial age just after hitting castle age.
Yeah, now that could be the same for both players here because both players will have really big farming eco and both have imp bonuses. The Turks just have the free chemistry when they make it to imp, which is huge for bomber cannons. Italians, everything's cheaper. To the viewers watching, let's say you're in Mihai's position. What do you do when Vivi starts to make it through with this tower rush? I'm curious of people's responses because I think the common response to this, and possibly the response that Mihai's going to try, well, it's not going to be to cry. It's not going to be to call GG. It's not going to be to resign.
Come on, chat. Confidence.
Okay, well, okay, one person is actually not going to resign, and they're going to say, re-wall it. Okay, so that's a good play. You try and add the wall. Yep, that's a good play. That's probably the best play these days. Shows a lot of experience from Mihai. The other thing is counter tower. But the thing is, if you counter tower against the archer build, they just build a tower and have 5 archers inside shooting your tower down all the time, which is way better for them as you'll have to idle your villagers inside the tower. So, great play from Mihai there. Wow.
And basically, you're guaranteed to have several villagers idled anyway when you're going forward like this as BB. So if you can get the opponent to have to garrison villagers and, you know, shoot their tower with your tower, then it's basically giving the tower rusher, in this case, exactly what they want. So Mihai not letting that happen. He already has the market and the blacksmith down and is relatively close to clicking up to the castle age.
Orlu, you and I should do a test on this. But I've already gone to HD and Voobly and tested it. But basically, my theory, I think I would need someone like you to help me verify it, is that projectiles are different in DE than they were previously. And so
100%.
This defense, right, that only works because the projectiles just do not hit, right? It was way harder to dodge ballistics in the past. Like, you would never be able to justify this. But a lot of times these arrows are just missing, and people are figuring that out now. So I'm glad you agree with me. But this is still not something a lot of even big-name players would do, what Mihai's doing. So well played. He does it again.
Yeah, I was actually playing through the classic campaigns recently, like on AOC, and it's like the behavior of projectiles is just so different.
Yeah.
And if you have to remember, guys, back in the day, there was so much more lag when we played multiplayer. No matter, even if you had like a good connection, there was just a lot more lag, so it was way harder to dodge anything.
Yeah. Yeah, that, but just, you know, towers hit way more. If you had one archer chasing a villager, let's say the villager's running away at the same speed of the archer would very frequently hit like the back of the ankle of the villager running away from it. These days, that projectile often misses. So I would love to make a video on it. I've been meaning to do it for years, but it's just so annoying going to all these different versions and like
It really is.
recording it and stuff. So like, if you're down, I'm super down because I almost need a teammate on this to test it out. I think the community would be interested in that.
I would be more than happy to showcase this for you because it is really weird, but it's true, and it really changes a lot of interactions as we were seeing right here with the ability to go for the stone walls and delay things so much more than in the past.
Yep. Yeah, and also why you don't see towers used offensively as much, and yeah, the list goes on. But you gotta say, Vivi's continued to commit here. But what's interesting is I think Vivi is expecting Mangonel to push this back. And Mihai's actually just idling and waiting for Imp. So the fast Horse Collar, the fast eco upgrades, the game plan was Imp. It still feels so far away. But I think using the market, I think he can get there. He'll be like basically 34, 35 Vils max. And then he'll be waiting for bombard cannons.
And that is just going to be so difficult for Vivi to deal with. But remember, guys, you do have that discounted Imperial Age as the Italians, and it does not take many condottieri to deal with a bunch of bombard cannons. They're fast, they deal a ton of bonus damage, and they're pretty fast to produce. I actually think the Kondo is one of the best designed units of AoE. I don't know about you, but I feel like it's so thematic. It's a very unique unit, and I like the fact that it's the team unit mercenary.
No, I like it a lot. But, like, I don't know if that's realistic at all. Right now, Imp is so far away for Vivi. He's continuing to invest in the military.
Oh,
I
that's
wonder.
surprising.
I wonder at what point Vivi's going to realize he's not playing Mangonel defense, because I think he wanted to go for guard tower with the archers inside, and now he's like, wait a second, I don't need that. He's Turks. He must be going fast Imp. He actually walks around. Will go for a siege workshop, and now he goes for the second TC. This is, you know what this is all about? It's all about Vivi escaping, right? He will probably be pressured big time in the middle, but when his opponent hits him, it's important that your eco is not stabilized here and your eco is on the outside, which is super difficult for fast imp player to get to with the bombard cannons.
Yeah, you need to spread the game out as Vivi, and that's exactly what he did in the last game, if you guys remember. Mihai up to Imperial Age like 20 minutes faster in the grand scheme of things, but he simply could not pressure all of the different areas to which Vivi has expanded. Now, this is going to need to be a pretty similar situation because Vivi adding the extra TC, but he did so in the middle, which is the easy place to attack. So this is possibly going to work out much better here for Mihai this game.
I mean, the clock's ticking. Vil count's going to be there for Vivi. Maybe he ends up getting relics. Maybe he gets the outside golden stone. We don't know. But what we do know is that Mihai is going to be pushing the middle. I would say, you know, normally I'd consider anything you can throw at this, like maybe even like knights or something. Crossbows feels kind of rough, but if Vivi could get into knights, there's not a lot of protection for the bombard cannons, but the eco's not good enough for a lot of knights, is it? Doesn't look like it.
No. I mean, the resources overall are quite close, but the issue is that you just have one dude in the Imperial Age, and the bombard cannons are going to be so good at just quickly pushing across the middle of the map. You have some stone walls coming in. We could see the mighty fortified wall again to buy time, but even so, it's just, you don't have the space to work with that you need, and that ram is a very sad ram.
Yeah, sad ram noises. Also, sad, what was it, scout noises? I think scout just got converted from Mihai in the south. That's a pretty big deal, because the archers are no longer where they were. And Mihai might be feeling like taking the sides with some villagers. I think that wouldn't be worth the risk, to be honest. I think you have enough golds. You should just make hand cannons and make bombard cannons. But we'll see. He's also queued up a ram. And okay, he cancels the ram now. Just full bombard cannons for Mihai.
I mean, have you seen the price of RAM these days? Not worth it. Just go for the bombard cannons.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but, and I don't want to be anti-hype, I don't see how Vivi stops this. I think he just gets flattened by the bombard cannons and hand cannons, right? He's not on the way to Imp. Okay, he does have the outside attack with the crossbows, so there's a distraction finally, but like, if Mihai continues to push, Vivi will have some massive problems.
Well, now we're in the situation where I have to hype things up, and you're the one killing the hype with your downer realism. So I don't even know what to do at this point. This is uncharted territory.
We've switched roles. We've switched roles. Ornlu needs to start talking about a practice game that was played on this map 5.5 years ago, and what happened there.
Oh no! All right, no. In all seriousness, guys, it's just run away.
Yeah, just run. Just
get away
run
from your opponent.
Yes. If he knew his opponent was going fast imp, he would have never placed that second town center there. He would have always been on the outside, but he thought it was going to be like mangonels or something. Turk hand cannon, bombard cannon, when you're this close, is so freaking strong. Maybe if Vivi can out micro, if he can not lose his crossbows, which he's losing on the outside, maybe if he can get in, then Mihai will be distracted. But
Yeah.
good luck.
I mean, this running away, though, needed to happen a while ago. I mean, now you're going to try and scooch back out with your units as much as possible, but you're going to have a ton of idle time as soon as you're, shifting your economy a bit. And you almost have enough stone for a castle, but there's already 4 bombard cannons. So it's a very tough situation here for Vivi. The Mangonel is doing enough here to deal with the crossbow, and it has 5 kills, actually, which is really good for Mihai. And this is just really, really tough here for Vivi.
I'm so impressed with Mihai, though. Like, he went fast feudal into eco upgrades, into the stone walls, expecting, I'm guessing, archers and towers. The multiple instances where he dropped the other pieces of walls without losing the vills. The balance of the economy. And now just knowing to send everything forward. And yeah, there goes Vivi. He's now running to the outside, but this is way too late, dude. This is way too late. Oh. He's played so well here. I'm so impressed with the build. I think this was his home map, right? So I guess he's playing it like it. But
yes, correct.
But even still, when you think about Mihai's skill set, I wouldn't have said this map at all. Especially, I wouldn't pick it against Vivi, because Vivi likes close maps.
He does, and I mean, now you're just in a situation where you don't even really have an eco lead to speak of anymore. I mean, yes, Vivi has 10 more villagers, but that doesn't matter in the slightest because, well...
Yeah, because of what they're...
The villagers are running around everywhere.
Because of what they're doing, yeah. I mean, the food's on the outside for these situations, so when you lose your farming eco, you can just drop mills. But, yeah, all your houses were here. The houses will go down very quickly. That castle he's building to defend is still a castle that can just be ranged by bomber cannons. He is in the back with crossbows, though.
Yeah.
He is beasting.
That's not bad.
It's not bad. This is what he needs.
It's not great, but it's not bad.
Yep. I mean, if he had this a little bit earlier, maybe then Mihai wouldn't be in his base already, but... Okay, Mihai also loses a bomber cannon to the castle. But he just has the other 3 focused on the castle. It should take it down pretty quickly, so...
And you just have nothing left at this point, unfortunately. As Vivi, you're behind in economy. Most of your villagers are on wood as well, which isn't really the most helpful resource for you at the moment. And the Turk hand cannon's very good, of course. And what's funny is that if Vivi just went fast castle in the first place and didn't spend all that time in feudal age tower rushing, he would be so much better equipped to deal with this sort of thing from his opponent.
Yeah, it's
but because he went for the tower rush, I feel like it was such a good response from Mihai.
Yeah, I think it's just... Arena can be a bit of a guessing game at times, especially when you have civs that can basically do everything. We weren't sure. Like, Turks could have easily gone for the Hussars or the Lycav and Castle Age, played with economy, tried to get to the late game Cav Archers, but also the castle drop as well. Like, I think Vivi thought castle drop, which I thought. I would have been very wrong. This is precisely what I would have done in this situation, and this fast imp is just... I mean, not only is it the perfect counter to it, but it was just executed perfectly. Those archers never got in when it mattered. And Vivi is currently no town center gaming right now. Currently no wood gaming. And he's about to be no market gaming, so he can't even buy wood. He needs to buy wood again real quick for a town center, and the market's going to be gone. And he taps out. What a series from Mihai.
And very impressive for Mihai, and that's going to be an important win, because Mihai able to... what was his earlier win? I remember it was an important one.
In terms of the sets?
Oh, no, sorry. Mihai lost to Sato. Yeah,
Yep.
my bad.
Yep.
So this is super important for Mihai, because now he's going to be a little bit more competitive there. Vivi was already with 2 wins, so now it's going to be 2-1 for both Vivi and Mihai.
So that means, at this point, Mihai has Dragon Star... and he has Viper left to play. Both players like to play in yellow sometimes. Who gets yellow when Viper and Mihai play?
That's where the APM matters. You know,
Do they do?
who can click it fastest?
I'm really curious what happens there. Like, does Mihai host the lobby so he can pick yellow before Viper arrives?
Oh, I mean, that's using your noggin right there. Get the psychological advantage.
That's the thing, man. That's the thing. That's what Tato used to do against Viper. But no, I've been really impressed with Mihai's performance. We've seen other players get promoted up from Gold League. They haven't looked like they belong here. Mihai has shown a lot of like diversity in strategy. He had a strat which I know didn't work on Zimbabwe, but it was clearly prepped. The strategy there on Bypass looked good. The opening on Quarry looked good. In other sets, he played well in Coast Arena. He's always very capable on open maps. So Mihai in contention for first place. Still a lot to be played out in the group. Vivi, though, he's got 5 wins after 3 rounds. So I think he'll be very happy as well.
Yeah, he's still in solid contention to at least get top 3. But right now, it really seems like, honestly, like every group is just you have 4 players that are all jostling for those first 3 spots, and then 2 players who are having a real rough go of things.
Well, I think Dragonstar Viper tomorrow will give us a better shape up on the group, both at the top, but also near the bottom. Dragonstar does a really good job of not getting swept. So if he can snag a win against Viper, then he's still right behind everybody else here. This will be updated on Liquipedia here in a moment. But yeah, it's a fun group. If you had to pick first place in the group right now, just based on everything that we know, what do you think you would pick? Because everyone would normally say Viper, but with how good Sato's looking and Viper dropping those games against Vivi, it makes it a bit more difficult for him.
I think it's going to be the winner of Viper Sato, and that's round 4. I think that is the most likely situation, but what's fun is that this group, more than the others, has multiple people who can, I think, reasonably get first place, whereas in the other 3 groups, it's just one guy slapping everybody else around.
What about the winner of Viper Mihai as well? Viper plays Dragonstar tomorrow, favored to get the 3-0 there. But then he has to play Mihai and Sato in the last 2 weeks. That's not easy.
I think Mihai's struggle in getting first place in the group is the fact that he's already lost to Sato. So
yeah.
Mihai's route to getting first place is reliant on someone else losing to another player.
Yeah.
Which means that's just not in his hands as much at this point.
Yep, agreed. Especially with the tie breaks. The tie breaks being set wins as well. So if you end up tying someone and someone has an extra set win over you, then it becomes pretty difficult. So yeah, we'll find out, man. But I don't have any plans for a co-caster for the next series. Would you like to hang around for that one too?
Sure.
Okay.
I've got nothing better to do.
Awesome. I figured you were casting the game. So what I don't know is exactly when they're starting. I think they're able to start a bit early. But why don't we take a break? I'll hit you up on Discord to let you know exactly what time they start, and then we'll take it from there.
Sure. So just call back in a little bit then?
Yep. I'll send you a message.
All right. Sounds good. Thanks.
Alrighty. See you
in a bit.
Chat. People are saying Sato is going to win the group. Thoughts on that? I know the people who said it have thoughts on that. I think for Viper, if he gets the 3-0 tomorrow, he's tied with Sato and literally has it all within his control because he plays Sato and then he plays Mihai, right? So it's like, as long as Viper brings a solid result there, he's probably the favorite in those sets. But it's open. It's very open. It's not like Group A. Group A is like, Leary's just the front runner for that right now. Obviously, this doesn't show some of those results from yesterday. Viper getting relegated? I don't think so. I don't think Viper's going to get relegated, but I guess technically there is a chance for him right now. According to the stats, Viper has a 17% chance of getting relegated. We already know Dark is likely relegated. He only has a 1% chance of survival. And then it's pretty much like Dragonstar, who needs to actually win a series. He and Dark are the only ones who haven't won a set yet. That set is going to end up being tomorrow. So next series is Sebastian against Nikov. We'll switch gears and we'll talk about that group here in a moment. But that's group number C. Group for me, I said number C. Group C for me has actually been the closest group so far. At least like overall. Maybe that's wrong. This one's a bit tricky. But for Group C, yesterday we had ACCM winning 3-0 over freaking Andy. And now you've got Sebastian and Nikov. I think another group where you expect running to go down because he's 0-9. Andy only having 2 wins after 3 rounds is pretty brutal. But Andy will have running in the 4th rounds, and Andy will have Nikov in the 4th round. So when I asked people 3 weeks ago on who would get relegated here, a lot of people said running. And then it was either like running in Nikov or running in Andy. That's what most people were saying. So I think we find out if Nikov's able to snag some wins or even win this series against Sebastian here, that obviously he's very much front runner for the top 3. But I would consider Sebastian to be the favorite here. Woe is me, bro, says Reddit won't like you not thinking Viper will win the group. Well, I don't know which Reddit post you're referring to. I don't think it's the entirety of Reddit. There was somebody who mentioned me in a post that talked about maybe the tone in which people talk about Viper being potentially somewhat negative. But as it was explained on the thread, it's because Viper used to be at the very top, and Viper used to win everything, and there was no dispute. And you know, now there's some inconsistencies, and now you don't necessarily know what you're gonna get from Viper. The thing I always say about Viper though is even Viper being off, if that's the case, is usually top 4, right? He's usually top 8. Like, he's usually still insane. So I think Viper is a big favorite in the group still. Couple shout outs, and then I'll take a break and get some coffee. Thank you, Daltovic, for the 14 months. Thank you, Pat, for the 68 months. Thank you, Salian, for the Prime. Thank you, Madsev, for the Prime. If you're enjoying TTL, guys, first off, makes me very happy. If you want to support the show, a sub goes a long way. Very soon, we're going to have a couple sub goals up here for the merch giveaways. I've shown you guys the merch. Many of you guys have maybe purchased some of the merch on the TTL site, which is pinned, or on the TTL command. I want to do some giveaways of this. We'll attach it to some sub goals. That stuff will be up very soon. I just want to give back and just kind of say thanks in what ways I can. God, I cannot get over that thumbnail. This needs to be an emote. Forgot to talk to Ornlu about that. If we're going to see the champies, I could see Nikov banning all the new civs, in all honesty, in the next one. YouTube, hope you're enjoying the streams. We apparently have 2,600 people watching on YouTube right now, which is a lot. So I don't know if you guys typically watch my live streams. Maybe you do and you prefer watching over there, or maybe it's the first time you're watching live. All the uploads will go to my Extras YouTube channel in 4K. We're keeping all those uploads going up as quickly as possible. So yeah, thanks a lot to everyone watching on YouTube, and hello. If you've ever seen me live before, thanks for watching. Sorry I can't speak 2x speed. Hopefully you don't think I put you to sleep, because that's what my regular viewers tell me. So try my best to keep you awake here. Yeah, Arbase has told me next series is hopefully starting in like 10 to 15 minutes. So I'll answer a couple questions, take a break, get my coffee, and we'll be back with Nikov versus Sebastian. They were scheduled to play in roughly an hour. If we have to wait, we will. I think maybe in 10, 15, 20 minutes they'll start the draft for us here. So Last Breath says Viper's only nemesis is Lewis and Hera. I'm not sure I would agree that Viper's only nemesis is Lewis and Hera. I think you could throw other nemesis in there. I think you could say Sebastian, for example, who stopped him from getting to Red Bull. Sebastian has decent matchups against him. But yeah, I think Viper's a huge threat. It's so tough. You have to view someone within the like in Viper's case, you have to. I speak of him understanding where he was, right? When you're once at the top of the mountain, you always have to consider that with how you address something as a caster. So I don't think even the guy who made that post thought I was disrespecting Viper, but he was just kind of like, he felt like maybe Viper gets a bad reputation sometimes, which is maybe fair. T90, would you recommend TTL Platinum hoodie over gold? I mean, quality is going to be the exact same. It really just depends on which image you think is the best. I don't have a gold one to show you. It should be the exact same quality. So that's really up to you. I don't have an answer. I guess the answer is it depends there. So thoughts on Canada curling cheating scandal? I don't really have any thoughts on Canadian curling. I do have some thoughts on Canadian hockey. Enjoy the silver, Canada. That was maybe a bit mean. I love Canada too. But earlier this morning on stream, I was actually watching the goal on my phone at the start of the stream. So I was really pumped about that. So I was worried there was going to be 3 or 4 overtime periods and that we would be streaming and I wouldn't be able to focus on it. But nah, like I told Dave yesterday, I have a lot of Canadian friends and a lot of Canadian viewers, and I really like Canadians, and I like Canada's hockey team, but the fact that we won gold for the first time in basically 50 years is also still pretty incredible. So, what's up, Professor? Thank you for the 22 months. Kendall, thank you very much. Thank you for the new sub. All right. They'll be starting the draft soon. I'll take my break, and we'll be back. All right, ladies and gents, this just happened. Just now here, playing a 1v1 on Mega Random. You'll notice 0 on wood, 0 on gold, 0 on stone. We both start with a Victoria. We don't need wood. Super strong. And he's like, wait a second. I was getting ahead of the game. Next level strat. I'm buying stone. I'm like, he's gonna have to mine it. Or if he tries to buy it, it's gonna be more expensive. Here I am, little T90, little naive T90. You're so happy. Just feeling so good. Oh, I'm past late faster. Just feeling so good. Oh, so here he is, and he sees my Fatoria, and he's like, wait a second. My Fatoria is nice and snug in the back of my base. He's like, wait a second. His Fatoria is in Narnia. Wait a second. His Fatoria is in Narnia. So maybe we're going to do something about that. Guys, he's going for redemption and monks. Okay? Guys, he's going for redemption and monks. Okay? And there he is, converting my Fatoria. And there he is, converting my Fatoria. And there he is, converting my Fatoria.
Chopper. Chopper.
Chopper.
Chopper. Chopper. Chopper. Chopper.
Agora voy buscar, cazar, construir, cultivar, degrado, excavar, remendar. Agora voy buscar, cazar, construir, cultivar, degrado, excavar, remendar. Agora voy.
Chopper. Chopper. chopper, 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 chopper.
All right, guys. Thank you for waiting. I came back into my room with my drink, and I thought like something bad had happened. Like I don't know, like my music toggled onto something that shouldn't have been playing, or my stream was dropping, or I don't know. It looked like there was a panic because my chat was moving so fast. But then I realized you guys were just singing the Fatoria song in the chat. I quickly looked. I was like, oh, okay. They're just being chat. So, let's play a fun little game here while we wait for the draft to start between Sebastian and Nikov. YouTube, there's 2,500 of you. Not all of you will chat, of course. That's fine. How would you describe you all, YouTube chat, YouTube live stream chat? If you guys had to like sell yourself or describe yourself, what would you say? What is YouTube live stream chat like? Twitch chat, shut up. I'm not asking you, Twitch chat. Okay, someone says, we smell amazing. Handsome, chill, gremlins. It's meh. Old, chill, way cooler than Twitch. Inactive, understated, sleepy chat. Dashing, sleeping, have a life. Okay, what is Twitch chat? Twitch chat is describing YouTube chat as deodorantless, putrid, never showers, stinky. Okay. All right. Twitch chat, after I just watched you insult YouTube chat, go ahead, describe yourselves. What would you say? Clearly, Twitch chat sets the bar high. Let's see how honest people are going to be here. Breathtaking, bosses, elite, well-toned, sexy. Oh, we do have someone being someone honest, old and disgruntled. Okay. Someone agrees, YouTube, says we don't have a life. Dumpster fire, degenerate gamblers, basement dwellers. See, YouTube, Twitch gets kind of a bad reputation. People in Twitch chat are a little bit more self-aware than you recognize. And then, yeah, a lot of people saying degenerate. All right. Well, I love you all. You know how every parent has a favorite? Well, in this case, I don't have a favorite. But, you know, some chatters are a little weirder than others in both platforms, and I appreciate you all. All right? So thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Dobby, for the $5. On YouTube, says Twitch chat needs to touch grass. So there you go, Twitch chat. You do realize you are all watching someone talk about a 20-plus-year-old video game live. And you're all acting as if it's not basically the same thing, right? Just so there's some awareness there. It's not like if it's Twitch chat talking to later on someone watching a video, it's different. But you are kind of in the same boat, you know? I really wasn't trying to create a war between the two platforms. I just thought it would be funny. That's all. So, all right. Now, all of you describe someone who would watch someone stream live on Facebook. Go ahead. Here, let me start. Dedicated, appreciated, loved. Thank God they were there. Thank God they had my back. Holy crap. That could have been a problem if they didn't show up. Non-existent? No. We had some people there. We had some people. Not as many people, but I did appreciate everyone who was there. So, thank you. Thank you. T90, I used to be on Twitch, but I have YouTube Premium now, so you get more money from me on YouTube. Yeah, that's true. I'm kind of a weird one as a viewer. I have like Twitch Premium and YouTube Premium when I watch streams, so I kind of bounce around either platform, whatever works best for me. But yeah, appreciate it. Thank you. Baby Daddy Bear says Facebook was the only way that I got my dad to watch T90. You know what's funny? That's the only way I got my parents to watch me. They saw my streams all the time when I was on Facebook, which I think says something about the people that still use that platform. They were liking all the streams. They were leaving comments. I was like, Mom and Dad, please stop doing that. Like, there's not enough people. I don't want people like adding you as, I don't want my chat adding you as friends on Facebook. Yeah, but they were really in tune with my content when I was over there. It's hard to believe it's been, how long has it been now? 2.5, 3 years? I know I came back in November. I think I came back, was it November of 2024 or 2023? I don't know. Time flies, man. But obviously I've been streaming for a really long time, but that feels like, I don't know, 2 years? Yeah. Type a 1 in chat if you thought I was trolling about streaming on Facebook. There's a couple new people here who are like, wait a second. You actually did? Oh, okay. Yeah, I was there for 2 years. So actually it was at that time that I started Titans League because I wanted to pour more heart and energy into the game. It was a move that led to there being less viewers for me. I thought it with continuous content with the league, which really helped the scene, that I would feel better about making the move, and maybe more people would show up. So and we've expanded a lot since then. To have a 100K season is pretty sick. So crazy to think about the whole project and how far we've come. T90, what do you think about a new unit called the Arson, who only damages houses available in Dark Age? I think that sounds kind of weird. And if there's a joke there, I'm missing it, but thank you, Ron, on YouTube. I'm not really sure if there's more to that or what, dude. All right. Let's double check the group standings, show where we're at as the series is about to begin. Here we've got Nikov with 3 wins. Nikov needs wins here. And if Nikov doesn't, if Nikov only gets 1 win, I still don't consider him that safe. But I suppose since Andy only has 2 after 3 rounds, 1 win keeps him in the running, right? Or not in the running, because running is down here, but you know what I mean. So I see Sebastian as the favorite. I do feel like Nikov's going to have confidence against Sebastian because he's a teammate of his. Like, he knows him well. I think he knows his style, and Nikov has had the much longer career. Like, I know Sebastian's had this massive rise to the top, but Nikov's been around a long time. And I think consistency for Nikov's not necessarily there. So I would say, I think my prediction contest was probably Sebastian 2-1. If Sebastian gets a 3-0 there, he's tied with ACCM at the top. And Sebastian plays ACCM in the 4th round. Sebastian's matchups are not so easy here. Maybe he had the easier start, right? Like, now he's got Nikov, but then he has to go against ACCM and Lewis, and ACCM and Lewis have looked really strong. But for Nikov, he's got Lewis, and then he's got freaking Andy. Yeah, this group, there's a lot to play for here. A reminder, first place in each group, you get a bye into the quarterfinals. Second and third place, you go into the playoffs. This is what that playoff bracket would look like, okay? So you could look at this. You could start to get a feel for where people might end up and what those matchups might look like. But if you're an extremely talented player, if you're someone who's expected to get first and you don't, you might fall into one of these matchups. And like, my thought right now, we were talking about Viper earlier. Viper not being guaranteed first in his group. Viper having a slow start. Second in Group D, which is Viper's group, would end up playing third in Group A, which could end up being like Barles, Tato, MBL. Those are the things you have to start to look at a little bit right now, even though we're 3 rounds in. So thank you, Amba, with the 5 gifted. Thank you, Amba. Did you gift earlier today, or was it another day? I don't know, but thank you very much. Thank you for the dodges in chat. The other thing that I'm curious on is what the bans will look like with the new civs. They'll start the draft any minute now. They'll do the maps first, but I think that people have made mistakes in making it too obvious they're just going to ban all the new civs. I think it's bad play. I think the previous series proved it. We had 2 of them banned, and the other bans were used for other things. And that Dark series, he basically gifted Chinese and Mayans. Gifted Chinese and Mayans to Sato, which Sato used very well, so. Robok is tied with me for fantasy team. Ooh, how is my fantasy team doing? I came into today tied for 17th in the prediction contest. My prediction contest, I predicted this correct. Oh, this is still not updated from yesterday, right? So I predicted this correct. I predicted this correct. I did not predict this correct. I predicted this correct. I did not predict this correct. And then I predicted 2-1 for Sebastian over Nikov. I'm doing okay. But getting first place is going to be really difficult, I think. J-Dog says, I'm not a fan of that argument. Vivi could have drafted those civs too. Not banning civ does not mean giving to your opponent. Okay, let me reword it. If you have 5 bans, you shouldn't waste 4 of them on these civs because I don't think the civs are good enough to justify the bans in all cases. But yeah, obviously you're never gifting them, but like, I think Incas are first pick worthy or ban worthy. Basically, the way I see it is you view bans as first pick worthy. So I think Incas are, for reasons I explained in the Champy video. Tupi maybe. I'm not sure about Muisca and Mapuche, to be honest. But it's still early, and I think in Dark's case, he didn't have any experience with it. My fantasy team is tied for second? What? Let's go team. Mihai's crushing it for me. Lewis, I know you're out there right now. Keep it up. ACCM crushing. Oh, we need Sebastian to crush. Barles is crushing. Leary's crushing. Woo! Let's go. Who's ahead of me right now? Dwight Schrute. Is that what D Schrute stands for? All right, Dwight. I didn't know Dwight played. We have a couple people tied with me. Harvey's fantasy team. Florida Manatee's fantasy team. Sonadek. Nipple? All right. Well, fantasy takes way more skill than prediction contest anyways. I think we all know that. Still no draft. So. Chestnut, thank you. Lewis is Doubt not playing. Doubt is playing, but last season Doubt was relegated. If you're bottom 2 in these groups, you get kicked out. You get moved down to Gold League, and that's where Doubt resides right now. And actually, I'm glad you mentioned that, because come Tuesday, we start to cover the final round of Golds, and Doubt might be able to get back to Platinum. Check this out. So we have Doubt with 10, Sorakuma with 10, Kapach with 9. Doubt plays Sorakuma, but if that's 2-1, let's say Doubt wins 2-1, he would get up to 12 wins, and then he wouldn't be guaranteed first if Kapach won 3-0 over Sobek, which I consider doable. So whoever gets first place here in the auto promotion to Platinum is very much up in the air. We'll be casting all this. I don't know which day yet. It might be posted on the calendar, but is this the calendar? Let's see. Is it posted? Doubt series is... There's so much here. Doubt series is on Tuesday. We do it as the last series on Tuesday, Doubt versus Sorakuma. But yeah, I'm excited to see how that goes. Obviously, if Doubt were to sweep or Sorakuma were to sweep, they would be guaranteed first there. But we'll cover all the last rounds in Golds. Also, Veleza might be relegated out of Golds. Like some of these younger, newer players are going off right now. Prisma and Wide have had a great season. Jordan's probably back. I think Jordan is all but confirmed first right now. It's tough because Margugu and Dogal haven't played their 4th round yet. Ganji's getting relegated out of Gold. Ganji's had a rough season. And Danny Boy sitting in relegation zone. Oh my God. We win a gold medal in hockey and then we lose our only gold player. Well, Daniel needs, who's he play? Daniel plays Casva, which is a really tough matchup. Could go either way. If he beats Casva, he can survive, but that also depends on Stone Please and Turs. This group is wild. Here, actually, check this out. I saw this the other day. Look at the odds here for the final rounds here in this group. Okay, let's see probabilities, golds, Group D. Look at that. Turs could be first or last. 3 games left to go. I don't know if that's ever happened before. Like the fact that technically he could go either direction. And then you have like Daniel could be relegated or go playoffs. Duduzu is safe or relegated, unfortunately. Same here with Stone, please. First or last. Kazva is first or playoffs or survives. And then Classic Pro is at least guaranteed top 3. But that's all those results overlap with the others. All those players affect each other. So, yeah, check out the site. It's TTL Command if you guys want to look through it. Thank you, Arbase. We'll pull up the draft now for this series. What do you think of Dragonstar and his chances? I think his chances are there for 4th. I think playoffs is unrealistic. I think his group is playing too good. I think he has to aim for a win against Viper, and then if he gets a win against Viper, he then has to win 1 or 2 of his final 2 sets. It's extremely unlikely you survive if you lose every single set. But if your losses are all with 1 win at least, there's maybe a chance something can happen there. So this is also reversed here. So let me just flip this around a little bit. It is actually Sebastian picking Valley and Nikov picking Northern Crossings, and it'll be game 1 High Tides. Dragonstar is also really motivated. Like he's putting in a lot of time. It wouldn't surprise me if he's like, obviously he knows that Viper's got insane skill, but he might even work his whole draft around just getting 1 win in that series. T90 call Ornul. I will. Thanks for the reminder. I won't forget him. Listen, other casters are known for like mispronouncing things or forgetting their co-casters, but on this stream, we're way more official, okay? It's not called T90 official for nothing. So I've never forgotten a caster once. There's 0 evidence of that. Oh my God, YouTube was also reminding me. We had both chats telling me not to forget my co-caster. Oh no. Oh. I mean, that can't be fair for that to be my reputation yet. It only happened once or twice or maybe even a 3rd time. But thank you, chat. Thank you. I know you're not doing it to be rude. You're just trying to be helpful. On a scale of 1 to 10, how funny is it that when I went into the living room to just see, you know, say, get some water. Well, my kitchen's right there too. So I was just like getting some water. My fiance had the stream up on the TV as she's doing her work today. How funny is it that I said, don't forget to subscribe for free with Twitch Prime? Because I felt like that was worthy of a chuckle. And the love of my life didn't really laugh at it. 11? Damn, I was hoping for a 6. She didn't laugh. But she has already subscribed, so ha! Let's go. She's already subbed. She kind of she rolled her eyes acknowledgingly, which to me meant it was somewhat funny. If you know, you know. But yeah, she might. She's probably listening to me say this right now. She's debating if she should say something in chat. So chat, be on good behavior here, okay? Guys, I'm not adding 34 RFZG percentage merch. It doesn't make any sense. I don't think people would actually buy it. It shouldn't take up room in the store. That's insane. Like, what's it, just the text? Like, what's it supposed to... Do you want me to do it in Comic Sans or what? Salty Tucker says, making money off the love of your life, 11. I mean, you're not wrong. She does subscribe. But it's not a very efficient way to, you know, transfer money considering we live together. You know, she likes the emotes. She likes support. Can someone please explain the 34 RFZG percentage thing? I'm so confused. Yeah, sure. Let me explain while we have the time. So basically, it's the answer to a very difficult math equation that Twitch chat has figured out. It all started when there was an Arabia game, and there was 34 trees left on the map in the very western corner. Or no, sorry. It was the very right corner, which is what R stands for. Okay, it was on a frozen map, which is what the F stands for. And then there was 0 gold, which is what ZG stands for, and then the percentage is the mean max addition to apply of the other things. Make sense? Okay, here we have the bans. I was joking, by the way. Basically, somebody kind of rage quit and hit their keyboard with that. Okay, Nikov bans Muisca, Mapuche. There's the new Incas left to ban if he wants to get rid of it. And then there is also the, why am I forgetting it? The Tupi. The first pick here goes to Nikov. So if one of these civs is really OP, maybe he should leave it. Okay, and I thought that would be Incas, so Sebastian gets rid of Incas. I think High Tides and Valley, all these new civs with the Champy Rush can be really strong. So on these maps, I could justify the bans a little bit more. What's up, Frederick? Thanks for the 14 months. Mods, should we add a command for the explanation of the 34 RFG percentage thing? I'm beginning to feel bad for chatters. Italian's there for Nikov. I think we should eventually add a command. Let's... All right, we won't. And Nikov bans Tupi. So, hey, thank you, Microsoft, for a new DLC. The DLC funds these tournaments, and the players continue to ban them. Yeah. Why do you think we have a $100,000 prize pool this season? Might have something to do with these DLCs, and the players are like, nope, not happening. It is not my job to advertise your game. Pay for your own advertisement. I'm not even messing with it. That's so funny. All right, Armenian's first pick for Nikov. It wasn't quite as funny as Leary, who banned it within 1 second every single time. Leary didn't even hesitate. And the thing is, Leary's so good, he didn't even need to, there was no ifs, ands, or buts about it, right? Like, with other players, I'm like, well, technically, that's bad drafting. With Leary, it's like, well, you're that good. Doesn't even matter. Yeah, I guess there are some people watching who might want to buy the DLC because they think it's that strong. I think their early game is strong on these civs, but the late game is pretty weak compared to a lot of civs in the game, so. Overall, I really like this DLC compared to the Three Kingdoms. So that's where I stand on it. There's still some things that they added to the Three Kingdoms I feel were an overstep. This DLC, it's just some of the Dark Age shenanigans they need to balance out, but once that happens, I think the civs are really cool. I also think the architecture is amazing. Yo, Bloodstone, let's go. Thank you. Thank you for the 10 gifted subs. Not only did the DLC civs get banned, but we were betting on if the DLC civs would get banned with the Twitch channel points. That's so funny, dude. T90, the last series, 2 of the civs were available but not picked. Yeah, exactly. But again, the last series were very different maps. So last series we had closed maps. I don't think any of these civs are amazing on closed maps. Here, basically the start for all these new civs with the Champy Rush is really strong. So I think with High Tides and Valley being out there, they didn't want to take the risk. So, but it's been fun to incorporate the new civs. I know it can be a little stressful for players, even if the players had a heads up on it. But it's been fun to speculate. Would be nice to see them integrated into the play a little bit more, but with the champions being as strong as they are, I think people are scared to do so. We'll be launching in here very shortly, guys, after the draft finishes. Thanks again, guys. The support's been good. It's just been so fun. Mata's new and wants me to explain the Civ draft. Yeah, I can explain the Civ draft here in just a second here for you. And it basically applies to all drafts. Every draft is a little bit different. So here, I'll go to this screen. So every draft has a different order. And it's balanced out, so it's as fair as possible on when players ban and get to pick. So in this case, Sebastian would get the first pick. You see the order here? They light up as I go through. So, sorry, the first pick goes to Nikov. And because Nikov gets the first pick, which is obviously an advantage, the next two picks then go to Sebastian, right? And then it goes back and forth. So every draft has this. I don't show all these little icons on screen because it gets kind of messy and looks weird, but that's essentially how it works. And what you can assume when you see a draft is it's going to be even in terms of going back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. So it's typically the same amount of picks, same amount of bans, and it just BBA, or something like that. So, all right, I'll call Ornlu, guys. I'll call Ornlu. Sorry, I didn't forget about him. See what Ornlu thinks of the civs. Hello, Ornlu.
Hello.
Thoughts on the bans here?
Oh, I have a lot of thoughts. Thank you for asking. Yeah, so my question is, if you think the new civs are all overpowered plus Incas, which they very well could be, if you have first pick, why do you ban Tupi as Nikov? Why don't you just, either Sebastian has to ban it or you just pick it first? I feel like this happens all the time.
Because they don't know, because they're probably not actually as OP as they're saying.
Uh-huh.
I was saying the same exact thing, right? Like the previous set, someone insta-banning all the DLC civs right away is such bad drafting. Because if it's actually, OP, you should want to pick it. And also, you shouldn't let your opponent know immediately, like, yeah, I'm the guy that's banning all the DLC civs. Unless you're Leary. Like, with Leary, it doesn't matter, because Leary's got the skill.
Yeah.
But in Dark's case, I think Sato was like, oh, maybe I'm going to ban one or two of these things. And then he looked at Dark's bans and saw, oh, wait. Like, he's just going to ban them all for me. So, I think it is a bit of bad drafting, but it's because it's unknown. And they're scared of the unknown, and they don't want any unknown here. The win matters for so much. And even the most practiced players with these new civs haven't had as much time with it. So from that perspective, just get rid of it, and then you don't have to worry about it, probably.
I also think that because the thing that makes the new civilizations plus Incas so oppressive for a lot of people is the instant drush aspect to it, that if that doesn't end the game, and you actually have to like play mid-game or even late game with these new civs, I feel like it's so unknown.
Yeah,
that people have very little experience with them whatsoever, that, you know, you don't want your first game with the Muisca late game to be in a tournament.
And that'll be what's fun, because the Champy Rush is all everyone's talking about. There's going to be it'll take us longer to get to the late game stuff, which also means it'll probably be, in terms of balance changes on these civs, I mean, they're going to have to fix the Champy early game nonsense, and then there might be other things they need to fix later that we're not going to see until then. So, so
long as you can just tweak a few numbers quickly and get a balance patch out, I think it's no big deal. What we don't want, though, is that, okay, this thing is clearly very annoying, and then it takes them like 2 months to patch it.
Yeah, we'll see. What I will tell you, and also remind the viewers, so in the future rounds, so this will be it's a bit weird, but basically platinum round 4 and then gold and silver for playoffs, right? There will eventually be 6 bans on both sides of the draft. So that'll be expanded by 1 civ on both sides. So, I mean, if players want to ban certain civs, that increases the likelihood of it. That was, of course, it was public knowledge when the civs were coming out. It was public knowledge how we were implementing the civilizations in the tournament. It was notified to the players well in advance, and then we got a super last minute reach out and lots of back and forth conversations over many days with the Players Council. So not in love with the timeline on the discussions there, but in the end, we want people to be comfortable. They still have the options to pick them. So that will be a tweet coming up soon-ish. But to the series here, it's game 1. We've got High Tides. It's a unique one. Typically, you have a player of Nikov's experience and a player who was top 4 in the previous season of the event, which Nikov was. And you're like, Nikov's the favorite. But I don't think that's the case here. I feel like even though Sebastian lost in the round of 12 last season, he's had the better year, and he's younger, and there's this energy about him being one of the next big stars. So I have Sebastian 2-1 for me.
Yeah, I think that's pretty reasonable. And I think that goes to show how rapidly the, I guess, perceptions of these players can shift, as last TTL was, a year ago? And the whole scene below the very top players feels like it's shaken up a lot. And the stonks for Sebastian are through the roof these days. And Nikov, not bad, but not quite as high, perhaps.
Nikov has this... Nikov's a really fun player to watch because you can tell when he's in a tournament that there's an intensity to it, right? And I find that can be really good. Like, that's... it's like, oh my gosh, it's clear he's bringing so much aggression and intensity. But so often, some of the very best players, they make it look super easy, and you can't tell that there's nerves, right? So Nikov's a bit hit or miss for me in that regard. And so I think Sebastian's play style should be survive all the big moments of the game, like early feudal and early castle and early imp against Nikov. And Sebastian's a little bit more consistent overall. So that's how I break it down. But Sebastian, what level he's going to bring. Nikov, I mean, look at his wins so far. He went 3-0 and then he went 0-3. That's Nikov. So
yeah, that is the Nikov experience. That said, I was looking at the actual breakdown of matches. They both played running and swept him. And then, okay, Sebastian 2-1 against Andy, but Andy also hasn't won a set either. So Sebastian hasn't had that real test yet. Whereas Nikov, he ran into the buzzsaw that is ACCM, but I imagine that ACCM is going to be looking very good against everybody with how well he's playing. So this is, I think, a big set.
Here's also the other part of it, too, which, they don't have that many tournament sets against each other and their teammates. So in tournament, in TTL, it's 2-1 for Sebastian. In tournament history, it's 6-4 for Sebastian, which is very close. In ranked, which I know isn't everything, it's 16-8 for Nikov. And then, community predicted outcome was 2-1. My predicted outcome was 2-1 for Sebastian, and communities as well. But I feel as though as a player, ranked or tournaments, a lot of that stuff lives with you. We see it all the time. If someone starts falling behind and they've never beat somebody, they just crumble. But if they've beaten them before, they hold on for a long time. So I don't know. I feel like there's not enough of a landslide victory result from Sebastian versus Nikov where Nikov will doubt himself too much.
Well, we will have to see, and we are going to be getting into game number 1 here on High Tides, and definitely 2 of the most popular civs here for this map with these 2 teammates.
Yeah, well, they banned out all the DLC civs, so we don't have any of the new civs or Incas, which I guess we're going to have to say now because Incas are actually very different. And yet, while there's no champions, we are going to see this new meta, which has become so common this season. The early barracks from Nikov. He goes for the early barracks with the Woo. You do have a bonus for this, Ornlo. You do get 55 extra food when you complete the early barracks, but it's all about getting some damage early with the militia.
Yeah, I also think that one of the reasons the Chompy stuff feels so oppressive is also that the meta is inherently extremely favorable to that style of play in the first place.
Yeah.
And you have the new civs, which are also inherently aggressive, so all of that just compounds on top of each other and creates this unfun experience, unfortunately, for a lot of players. That said, very early zebra pushing is essential. First militia on the way for Nikov. You get that extra 55 food, so over the food cost of a militia now. In my mind, the unit's always going to be 60 food, 20 gold.
Well, the key here, I need to remind this to viewers, this is not easy, okay? Please do not do this. Whatever you're saying, do not try it. I promise you it's going to be a very poor experience. You're going to need the wood for a lumber camp. You're going to need the wood for a mill. You're going to need the wood for houses, and everything's going to fall apart for you. So It is high risk. Nikov will also have to move forward before scouting a lot of his resources, but the idea here, kill villagers on the early wood line, and in that series we covered before, there was this exact build, and Mihai sensed it because he saw the scout, and he got the quick walls down. So that's what it comes down to Sebastian. He doesn't know, just by seeing Wu, that this will happen. The only indicator would be the scout being here very early, and Nikov actually ran away from it. Did you catch that? He ran away from the wood line, so he didn't show the scout. Wow.
Because this is a fixed position map, right? Aren't your TCs always in this exact location for
Pretty
both
much.
players?
Pretty much. Yep.
So that is also going to be inherently very good for this sort of early aggression because you just don't have to figure out where your opponent is. You know that they are going to be right in this general area. You need to know where their wood line is because that's what you attack first. And that's exactly what Nikov did with his scouting. And something that I've always been very impressed with Nikov are his builds and his early game execution, like in the Dark Age, early Feudal Age. And that's exactly what we're seeing here.
Yeah, just need to get value from it, right? Because there is an obvious downside behind this to what you're doing. Your militia need to be standing right next to each other so they can get there at the same time. And that scout is now just there to block. If Sebastian can get some early walls down, he already will have the fish in the north. He's a very flexible civ. There's the scout. Nikov is blocking. The militia are here. Sebastian sees it, and can he damage control?
Villagers trying to be all slippery there, going through the scout, but that is not successful, and that will be a dead villager. Scout only taking limited damage there, so I would say that is at least the bare minimum that you need to do, because the threshold to get damage done is so high when your opponent gets a free Japanese fish boom.
Yeah, and that's the thing that Sebastian's recognizing now. Sebastian's like, okay, I got the fishing ship. That's something that he won't have if he goes for this build. The annoying thing is, though, you're pushed off of the wood line. And also, while you can research Loom, that means that you're down a villager from where you would be if you didn't research it. That also means you might need to Vil fight. So there's just a lot going through your mind right now. I think Nikov, it truly does come down to how balanced is his eco going to be now. Because if I try this on this map, it's very likely that I'll be way too late to Feudal Age. If Nikov, though, has his build worked out here as he actually brings villagers to the south, maybe he could still reach Feudal Age quickly.
Yeah, I mean, this is already really impressive start from Nikov. Sebastian has accrued 25 seconds idle TDC time, so that's exactly one villager behind, guys. That house is having a rough go of things.
Oh, and there's 3 militia, and 3 militia with the hill is always going to be dangerous for Sebastian. So Sebastian will have to build another house, or he'll lose this house, or he has to fight it. And I don't know, like, I think Nikov, if he takes that fight, he kills some villagers here. Like, those villagers are pretty weak.
Yeah, I mean, I would think that he'd be trying a bit more aggressively to force that engagement. He's kind of content just to hang out right now, but honestly, he's housing his opponent anyway.
Yeah.
So this is already getting a lot done, and I mean, Sebastian's simply not prepared for just how fast that drush hit him, and I mean, it was basically instant, so you can't really blame him too much for that.
Yeah, now, Nikov, he had to do a couple things here, and he decided, instead of docking the north, which would mean pressuring the Japanese fishing ships, he's going to dock the south, which you don't see a lot in high tides, but it's down there. He'll add some fish. He'll have the villagers. I think Sebastian, as he's still got a headache right now, Sebastian's going to assume that there will be a dock in the north. So scouting there is really critical for him. He's on the way to feudal.
He is, and that's going to be essential because you can keep on adding in these fishing ships. You can see, guys, that the resources collected are still very competitive between the two players, even though the numbers are currently better for Nikov, but Nikov's going to have to click up himself in just a moment. And especially if you can just quick wall in the villagers here on the wood line, which you should be able to do no problem, I think.
Yeah. Well, when you're the Wu and you have these weak militia, if you survive with them, they ends up regenerating once you hit feudal age. So I think if I were Sebastian, I'd be really paranoid. On one hand, you need to defend your fish, but on the other hand, you got to kill these things before they become man-at-arms. I would go lands now. You are Japanese, and your fishing ships will keep yourself safe for a while just because they're so strong. So, especially with the new meta now as well and the ability to garrison inside of all docks, the Japanese should be more than fine to hold.
Yep. Hulk is immediately on its way, and Sebastian is scouting with his fishing ship, which you really appreciate, and he scouts the south as well. Look at this scouting, T90.
That's crazy.
You love to see that.
Dude, I mean, people always forget about the south, right? What Nikov is doing is completely new. I think maybe people should be doing that more, but yeah, now Sebastian's aware of it, and Sebastian will change his strategy here. He's going to bring 2 villagers himself to the south, so we might see a dock from him there too.
Yeah, he cancels his Hulk to the north, so great recognition there. You need every single little bit of resource you have at this point, especially with the early game economic disruption. Barracks coming out here at the front. Likely we'll just try and drop an archery range to go for a couple archers to pick away at the militia. And then that Hulk to the south as well is going to be very quick at killing fishing ships if you were not anticipating it.
Yeah, so Nikov did the sneak, right? I'm wondering if Nikov ever expects that Sebastian will be down here. This is so new that Nikov probably is like, oh yeah, he doesn't know, he'll never know. It's important he finds out. But then Sebastian now thinks he's fine in the north, and Nikov's going to come to the north anyways. And then we also still have the man-at-arms that are going to regenerate. So there's still lots of potential for Nikov.
A lot of potential for both players right now. And the thing is, once you scout a location, you probably are going to think it's going to be safe for quite a while. But unfortunately for Sebastian, the dock came in around 30 seconds after he scouted that area with his fishing ship.
Yeah.
There's a Hulk coming in, and those fishing ships could be in a lot of trouble. Compared to the fire galleys, the Hulks kill the fishing ships a lot faster, but are much more vulnerable to the dock fire.
I hope viewers can feel the level right now. I mean, this is ridiculous. The amount of scouting we've seen, the difference in openings, this is just the dream for Age of Empires fans. And then you have the fact that they're both teammates, the fact that they both know each other so well. It's so nice. It could go either way, but it's been near perfect for both of them considering the circumstances. I think it just comes down to who's going to be the player to surprise the other. And maybe that's Nikov, because he's still massing some Hulks in the north.
He's got the one Hulk to the south, but the patrol isn't quite far enough to scout the enemy dock, whereas Sebastian is waiting. Okay, now he sees the enemy dock, so might as well pop out all those Hulks. Meanwhile, on the other side, Nikov has 2 Hulks garrisoned to the north as well, and Sebastian is at this point unaware. Meanwhile, at the base of Sebastian, just kind of a little bit of dancing around with these feudal age units, nothing terribly impactful.
But, I mean, Nikov lost his scout, which is impactful, and Sebastian's scout has been everywhere in this map. I'm wondering if he checks the north. Because if Nikov makes his move in the north right now before Sebastian's ready, Sebastian could lose his fish. But Sebastian makes his move in the south. That's only our 3rd kill of the game. Nikov will drop a 2nd dock in the south. And Nikov can garrison his fishing ships, which should keep him somewhat safe, but the villagers can't garrison in the dock, so they need to get out of here.
No, that would make no sense, guys. If villagers being able to walk into that little hut on the dock, it just really would break the immersion of the AoE 2 gameplay, so glad they never implemented that.
Well, here comes the Hulks, and Sebastian hasn't reacted so far in the north. So I don't think Sebastian will be fishing for much longer, especially if he doesn't notice. It doesn't seem like he's noticing because he's focusing on the man-at-arms, and that's what we've seen so consistently. The chaos of the man-at-arms opening keeps the player so busy. And yeah, Nikov wins water in the north. Well played.
Already 5 dead eco units here for Sebastian. Nikov with a lead of 6 at this point. The men-at-arms are just walking back home, not a care in the world. And this is just really unfortunate here for Sebastian, because his fish are right back out and working. The Hulks can't hang around the docks. They take too much damage. And now it's just going to be a really nice situation for Nikov.
Yeah, back and forth, right? I think even though Nikov has the fishing ship lead, it's just fishing ship on shorefish. And this is high tides where your base is wide open. And when you play like Nikov has played, and you're in so many different locations, you don't wall with a lot of structure. And that's something Sebastian's doing, right? Like, his walls make a lot of sense. His base is going to look pretty good. So I think all I'm trying to say here is Nikov is far from that far ahead. Look at these walls. Like, this is the weirdest walls we've seen. But I guess he does have the tower, and he does have the map control in the middle. And Sebastian can't counterattack just yet.
Yeah, and at this point, look at this. Nikov is adding the fishing ships to the north as well. So yeah, the fishing ships on the shorefish not as good, but now you can add the fishing ships to the north on top of that.
Yeah.
And this is really going to help Nikov a ton over time. He's already at least a couple hundred resources ahead, and the onus on Sebastian to do something and get into the maze that is Nikov's base.
You know what's interesting? And maybe the first time we've seen this, Nikov has 2 docks in the south. If you just garrison both of them, they both protect each other with the way the arrows work. So Sebastian has the Hulk lead down there. He's actually has 4 Hulks down there, but he can't trust himself to do anything because of the double arrow fire potential.
Yeah, it's that one piercer armor on the Hulks, guys. So you get the 4 base attack on the docks plus 3 anti-ship damage. So the Hulks take a lot of damage there to the docks, whereas the fire galleys not so much. But then, of course, the Hulks just beat the fire galley, so you're in a tricky spot no matter what.
Nice clear up for Sebastian. Like we said, back and forth, nice clear up. Nikov was always going to lose that army. He essentially ran that way to buy himself some time, but he did misclick once or twice. Just looking at the resources, I could see this being pretty close for Castle Age. Maybe both players will drop the market. But the fishing eco for Nikov, still growing in the north. Another dock going up for him. And at home, he's just playing pretty safe. He's got archers inside the range. The walls aren't your typical high walls for high tides, but I even think that's looking pretty good for him right now.
It's going to be enough to get the job done. Now, you have this nice lead as Nikov, although you're behind in military. What he's going to need to do is find a way to leverage this fish advantage and get a faster Castle Age. And, he is ahead in food right now, but it's going to be a long time before that advantage is really going to come in strong. That said, archers pop out just in the nick of time, and that is going to be a nice move here to keep Sebastian away.
Sebastian is never expecting these walls. Nobody walls like this, right? So he's like, okay, he's moving out. I can just maybe leave my berries, which he's doing now, and then I'm walled. But as he goes to click through, his scouts are pathing awkwardly, and now he's finding Nikov's actually protected. So Nikov feels, obviously being walled, that he can counter, but he wasn't expecting that Sebastian would just straight up leave the berries. So he doesn't find reward. Now the archers are here. I don't know about this, Orlu. This is risky. If Nikov stayed at home, maybe he's okay. I think some quick walls are in order here.
He's going to need those quick walls. The palisade's going to go down extremely fast. There's still that little bit of a hole there to the left. The archers are going to try and deny that, but they just can't quite have the range. And it looks like Nikov is just fine.
That's crazy.
It's quite tricky. And Sebastian himself also totally fine on the other side.
Yeah, Sebastian can just relocate lumber camps, so it's not too big a deal. I think this is still not necessarily fine for Nikov because that army is still knocking on the door. But well played from Nikov, and that is the woo house building bonus at play right there. Your houses build way faster. Without the woo, I think that there would have been a way for Sebastian to get in.
Ha 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 ha. Shoo away with your silly puns. Oh, what are you doing? Sebastian just sends his villagers to their death.
Ooh.
I guess he wanted to go forward, but I mean, his army's right there, dude.
Well, he did kill the fishing ships in the south, and he did have to micro his archers away there as well, so... Thank you for the driest laugh I've ever heard in response to one of my jokes, by the way. I think that must be a new record. And I've heard some dry laughs in response.
Hey, game gotta recognize game, man. I approve of that humor.
Oh man, well, it's been the best series, maybe the best game of the day. We'll see about the series, but it's been incredible level from both. Still could go either way. Nikov still has the slight lead. But being faster to Castle Age is almost always going to benefit that player. And I think Sebastian, recognizing the way this is going and getting a lead skirm, if he can kill off these archers from Nikov, suddenly it might be an advantage for him.
Yeah, but in investing so much into the skirmishers, you're just really opening yourself up to the Jian swordsman, which is like the only unit that's good for the win in the mid game, especially. So
yeah, it's true. And the Hawks are actually able to protect here. Well played from Nikov. The army's able to back away. Nikov's Siege Workshop, though, gets denied at 50%. And the rest of Nikov's army is where exactly? His crossbows are... Yeah,
well, it's the north or
some in the north or at home, yep.
Yeah, it's a very tricky situation for both players. Is Sebastian going to come forward again? He tried to earlier. The Vills got wrecked. Now he's just content to hang around here at home and add the extra TCs. So at the moment, both players, they've done a lot of damage to each other. Nikov's in the better spot economically. Sebastian does not feel like he can get enough damage done right now.
The classic thing for Nikov coming in, guys. He is reformed. I think, honestly, the Nikov eco upgrade jokes are like 4 or 5 years old at this point. He's really improved that. I think he once also said that he was literally bullied by viewers into improving that. Just like me with my now perfect farms. But great timings on it, right? To get the town centers, to get the farm upgrades, to get the third town center. Nikov's eco, if this game continues like this, is definitely going to be ahead.
It for sure is. Now, the question mark is going to be what army is he going to be making in the medium run? Because you don't have thumb ring for your crossbowmen, whereas, you do for Japanese if that's what you want to go for. Your anti-skirmisher unit is the Qian swordsman, but you don't really have the infrastructure for that either right now.
Yeah.
So it seems like, okay, you've got a good army right now, but you need to probably get some damage done with it.
Yeah, I guess the most important unit on the field right now for Nikov is probably just the Mangonel, right? Like, both players are on range units. The opponent has skirms, but Sebastian doesn't have the skirms in the numbers and upgrades that he really wants right now. He doesn't have ballistics. He's just not getting his first armor upgrade. I love the confidence from Nikov. Again, there's just... He's a big confidence player, and to me, it just feels like he believes he is the best player here, despite all the hype about Sebastian. And to just walk forward here, stand next to the Siege Workshop as well, when he knows there's going to be Siege, this just proves that confidence.
Well, the flag is there. The cool new flags, by the way, guys. We'll always love that nice little touch. And the micro is essential, but nothing decisive yet. +2 defense is huge for the skirms, guys. It means the crossbowmen only deal 1 damage to them. But like you were saying, T90, everything is about the Mangonels here.
Yeah, and
Nikov has way more of them.
If Sebastian loses the Siege Workshop, this snowballs out of hand very quickly, and it's halfway down. So Nikov is showing patience in a really awkward scenario to show patience. I just saw all that wood disappear for him at home, so I'm not sure exactly what that was. I think that's him queuing Mangonels, actually.
Yeah, he's literally has Mangonels queued up.
I thought it was him adding farms, but he's queuing Mangonels, and Nikov with the attack grounds, and Nikov destroying Sebastian here. He takes down 2 Mangonels. He doesn't lose a single one. And again, once the Siege Workshop is down, what are you supposed to do here in Sebastian's position?
Make a single knight, which is not inspiring a significant amount of confidence. You have a relic in, another Siege Workshop is having to be built, but at the moment, basically Sebastian is just doing what Nikov is doing, but worse.
Yeah.
Eco is worse. He didn't have the fishing eco to help bolster that. He couldn't get anything done in early Castle Age. And he's making skirmishers without a whole lot of offensive potential.
Yeah, and Nikov will have no shortage of siege around the map too, so Sebastian has to try something different. He'll try for the counterattack. That gets tracked by the Mangonel. Maybe with some good micro, he can get the snipe, or maybe he can get a knight over there to get the snipe. He isn't taking any critical damage right now. Losing the market's kind of brutal, but he isn't losing his archery ranges. He isn't losing his town centers yet. And he does have another Siege Workshop in the back of his base.
That's something. And Nikov's eco balance is not great. He has so many bills on wood. Thankfully, he's just adding in a few more farms right now, but the 38, 17, 11, 3 combo is not ideal. Usually you want way more on food or gold than that. So the resources are going to come in faster, but not exactly in the way that you need. And Sebastian, he's having time bought. So at the very least, he's not actively dying.
Yeah. I will say, if Sebastian could land the perfect Mangonel shot, it would actually be on the crossbows on the front. Because if those crossbows aren't there, all the siege goes down to his knights. And Nikov doesn't know the stable's there either. Actually, he does. He does know the 1 stable's there. He doesn't know it's 2 stables, though, which is a pretty big commitment.
It is, but you don't really have the blacksmith upgrades at the moment that you'd really want to be able to absorb arrow fire. So the knights can't really charge in unless those crossbow numbers are thinned out, which is, of course, why you say those Mangonel hits are extra important. It seems like Sebastian's also very interested in a counterattack here, but I just don't see the hole in the defenses here for Nikov, who also now has a ton of villagers on stone.
Well, I mean, if you attack the walls and start harassing wood lines, then Nikov gets his attention taken away from the push. Like, that tower from Nikov is solely because he does not want to have to put his attention into defending that wood line. He wants to micro the front, he wants to hold the middle, and Ornlu, he's got 26 on stone. So clearly the plan is castle drop. It's definitely been an aggressive game from Nikov. The balance has not been the best, but maybe that's fine because his micro is just that good.
And sometimes that is all that matters. The Mangonel has been spotted out, and so it is going to be taking some damage there from the Knights and going to go down before getting a big hit on. Please, but don't make me wrong there, Sebastian. There we go. But yeah, Castle going to be coming forward, and that's going to open up Nikov to make literally the best unit in Age of Empires 2, the Fire Archer. It's good against everything that doesn't deal damage.
Well, if you couldn't pick up on the obvious sarcasm from Orlu, there's some questions of whether or not the Fire Archer is good. Here come units. I imagine it's going to be villagers leaving the stone. And Nikov, I mean, it still doesn't know how many knights are going to flood. But I think he has enough cross moment to deal with those knights if the knights were to come forward. Losing the blacksmith there hurts Sebastian so much. He had to rebuild one. He still doesn't have +2 armor.
Yeah, he can afford it right now, but that's another 60 seconds.
Oh.
Now, he doesn't actually know, though, but there aren't any monks here, though. Uh-oh, this could be huge, T90.
There was a counterattack. There was a counterattack, and Nikov was never expecting this. He did have the outpost there to see it, but clearly this does not go as planned. He will lose all of his siege. In the end, I think it's okay as long as the castle completes. He did defend from the counterattack, but nervous times for Nikov. Sebastian giving himself a chance, but that castle just makes it so difficult to ever push back the middle of the map from Nikov.
Yeah, I love the outpost as well from Nikov, so you can see the units coming in a little bit better. Chain barding armor is now in, of course, as most of the knights are already dead. And it's like, where do you even go at this point as Sebastian? Nikov is going to be able to apply a ton of pressure from the front of your base.
Yeah.
He doesn't have a great villager count. Like, what can he do?
You have to loop to the north. You have to go to the north where Nikov already has vision, already has outpost, but go there. Or you loop down to the south. But that castle is just so perfect because it makes... that and the outpost is so perfect from Nikov because there should be no surprises. You also could go full knights and rams here. If you mass rams and go 3 stable knights, you could maybe push the castle. That's the other alternative. But I agree. Nikov's just had an amazing start. He's reminding everyone how long he's been around, how aggressive a player he is. And so far, he's proving people who said that he was going to lose the series wrong.
Now, what I do find interesting is, like we mentioned earlier, the eco balance hasn't been great from Nikov, so he's only slightly ahead in resources. And his lead is in wood and stone, which is not really the most impactful thing in the world. So if you look at Sebastian's res, his actual eco efficiency has been quite solid.
As advertised, right? Nikov gets the kills. Nikov, you could tell, very intense, very important moment. But Nikov, he gets ahead because he has no chill. And he falls behind because he has no chill. He needs to just add his farms, play the macro game, and play towards imp right now. Otherwise, Sebastian on the way up. Maybe he can get to Trebs or Rams.
Yeah, I think the sliding scale between pro players is the doubt to Nikov scale. From wild, like, okay, we're going aggressive, we're going to make all of this happen, versus the chill, okay, we'll just defend, boom up, make smart moves.
Honestly, I think Doubt kind of has no chill. I think maybe the most relaxed high-level player would be like, is that Yo? Or like...
Is it Yo?
Maybe Vinch? Maybe viewers can give input. Like, some players, it's frustrating just how little they react to pressure at times.
Yeah, it's like why the webcams on the players is like really funny half the time because something crazy happens and they're just like completely unmoved.
Yeah, and I'm not talking about someone who doesn't get broken if they get pressure. That's not what that is. I'm talking about someone who like, because I don't think like Hera or Viper or anyone would be at the top as far as that's concerned. But like, definitely, you're right. Like Doubt, Yo, and in this case, Sebastian. I mean, he lost the front of his base. He got completely pressured. And what is this economy, man? Like, how is this still possibly a game?
Yeah, I mean, it's really, I think, it's both things, right? It's Sebastian's eco management being very good and Nikov's being a little bit suboptimal, but part of that is the attacking from Sebastian here that is creating those openings. If Sebastian wasn't constantly counterattacking, Nikov's eco would still be a more or less perfect efficiency, and right now, Sebastian's going to be hitting Imperial Age without a castle, which is still kind of awkward.
Yeah, I gotta say, I would have preferred he buy this a little bit earlier. He's been on the way to imp for a really long time. He's had that gold for a really long time. He will drop the castle, but it's not like he immediately gains imp advantages. And what he wants is he wants those skirms to be upgraded. And right now in the north, we have some Jean swordsmen chasing them back a little bit. So I think Nikov's still completely fine. He does get traction trebs. He does have 145 vills, but this is still the time for Nikov. Like, can he find the chill? Can he relax? And also, can he trust the Fire Archer to actually be the unit to carry him to victory here?
No.
Okay, so you think the unit's just not worth it?
Except in the one situation where it's like Castle War v Castle War and you're a little too far away to petard. Then Fire Archers are awesome. every other situation, they're underwhelming. Qian Swordsman, guys, it's such an annoying unit because it's insane in early Castle Age, which is why it's gotten nerfed a bunch. It is awful in Imperial Age. They're expensive, and their stats are not very impressive whatsoever.
So Nikov, so what you're saying is Nikov is hard committing to the 2 units that you think are awful here.
Well, to be fair, I don't think there's really anything that's that great for Wu at this point.
Well, you know, what you could do, genuinely, with 45 on food, is you could play Hussar with this Civ. That's not a problem.
Yes, you can.
Against Japanese, that's maybe a concern, but I like that because it only costs food, and, you know, it isn't a waste if you lose your army, unlike everything else. And you can play champions, too. You could play, like, skirms, champions, and Hussars, and just traction trebs. But so far, Nikov content to hold the map control. He drops another castle here as he's about to hit Imp. And the Xian Swordsman will probably chase back these skirms. But I don't like that castle. I think Nikov should back up a little bit. He needs to just place more defensive castles. Sebastian's going to push him. Maybe don't give him a free castle here.
Yeah, I mean... Oh, but the Sebastian's own castle is not exactly happening because the Mangonels are in a very good position.
Ooh.
And he gets the kill.
Yeah, good shots. Nikov's Mangonel micro has been on point, except for that one moment where he lost 5 of them. And he's getting his blacksmith upgrades. He can immediately make traction trips. And that's actually the one thing from Wu that I think is insanely strong. Their unique tech. You get the additional projectiles with Sitting Tiger for your traction trebs. Classic Nikov eco, though. He had like 60 on wood before. Now he's got 7 on wood, right? So he's overcorrected. But the traction treb here to save the day, and the trebuchet for Sebastian will have to pack up and get out of here.
Yeah, but what I love here from Sebastian is if he just switches into Japanese champions, I feel like that is going to be so difficult to stop. The traction trebs aren't as good at poking down the individually weak units of the champions, and none of the actual units can really stand up in hand-to-hand combat, guys. Remember, Qian Swordsmen are shock infantry, so they take a ton of extra bonus damage from Swordsmen.
But if Nikov just camps the stones and holds, if he keeps Sebastian off this stone on the left, he's already denying that stone in the front. I don't see how Sebastian can win this repair war. Like
that is very true.
That's the thing, and Nikov recognizes that. He's bringing the army over. So Nikov should just sink all that stone into repairs. I guess I say that, and Nikov's not mining stone. Oh my god, what a game. I don't even know where his stone is right now. There is a stone in the south. But Xian Swordsman diving.
Trying to run in here.
Can they make it through? The defense is there so far for Sebastian.
Yeah.
He is out of stone to repair, though, and that's quite a few traction traps, and the Xian Swordsmen are going to run around. And there's not enough army. He's not even on champion yet. He's on man-at-arms. Yeah. Well played from Nikov.
This is where the eco advantage is just a little too significant here for Nikov. He is at max pop. Sebastian sold 173. He's actually getting housed due to the castle going down. And this is going to be starting to get extremely messy for him. And Nikov just a little too good with the map control and the map presence. And right now it's just Sebastian just floundering, trying to figure out some way to stop this.
And Nikov's getting Elite Fire Archer. There we go. Would still like to see him get both unique techs. They both apply to the units he's making, but with no castles in the back for Sebastian, he could be raided by the Xian Swordsman. Nikov, just an amazing level here. It truly has been. The opening was so good. The follow-up in Feudal Age, the dock in the south, the dock in the north. How often do you see Sebastian or anyone playing as the Japanese on a hybrid map just be surprised the whole game? He did just lose his mining camp where he has 23 villagers wanting to take that stone. But he does have Xian Swordsman on the left still. He's got the traction trebs taking down the barracks on the front, which is still good value because Sebastian needs that to recover. And also there's the unique tech we've been talking about, Sitting Tiger.
Can we just point out the fact that literally log swordsmen were beating the Imperial Age Qian Swordsmen?
Yeah, Nikov needs his own champion upgrade. 100%.
Yeah, he does. Yeah,
but
so
he's got the time. In the end, I think his castle positions are just so tough to break, especially since he always has his traction trebs nearby, that he has plenty of time to balance out his eco and get to champions. And he's still killing villagers in the back as well, Orlu.
He's making things super messy for Sebastian. Almost 50 villagers killed this game by Nikov. Still 6k resources ahead. Now, what I have loved from Sebastian in T90, look at his treb count.
Yeah.
he didn't lose his trebs.
Yeah, true.
And so he can pop those castles down pretty darn fast. He does have Kata Baruto as well.
But does he have enough? I guess maybe he does. Yeah, he's got 6 of them. They unpack almost immediately. The traction trebs will immediately fire. Nikov will try and repair, but he doesn't have the stone. So he's likely to lose at least 1 castle. But I don't know, man. Now Sebastian has run out of golds, which is another problem. And Nikov does have 2-handed swordsman here, which is probably enough to hold. Because Sebastian's only on 2-handed swordsman himself.
It seems like one of those situations where it's very close, but you just don't quite have enough at that point. Nikov also took the gold island to the north, and that is going to be game number 1, going to our Argentinian player, and it's still a very fun and close game.
Yeah. I mean, that was a reminder right there of why Nikov was top 4 in the previous season of TTL. That's Nikov right there. That was ridiculous. Their APMs were through the roof. Like, look at what they peaked at. And look at their average. Their speed is sky high. Some of the fastest play we've seen. And it was obvious the whole way through. Would expect a bounce back from Sebastian. But if Nikov can find more of that, if he can set the pace of the game, there's not many players better.
Yeah, and I think that's just... Nikov is not a perfect AoE 2 player. But when Nikov can play to his strengths and use those early, aggressive, smart, sharp builds... then he can disrupt his opponent's game plan and then really play to those strengths, keep the pressure up, and then get the win in the really impressive way he just did right there.
Yeah, and I mean, I obviously mentioned that Nikov has really improved with his eco upgrades, but like, that was perfect with upgrades, right? Like, every single upgrade, the unique techs, both of them came in. The eco techs, 2-man Saw came in, which is kind of rare. Handcart was, I mean... the only upgrade he was missing was Champion and Blast Furnace, but I'm sure that would have been the next thing in queue. So, that was a crazy level. Well played to Nikov. Sebastian, going to go to the drawing board, and, after that, I'm not sure that Sebastian would be that excited to play Valley as a home map against Nikov, because that was, that's a type of map that Nikov could do the very same thing again if he wants.
Yeah, for sure. I will say, though, with Nikov, I think that people clown on the eco upgrades thing. I actually think that's a little bit incorrect. I think that his issue wasn't so much the eco upgrades, which is something he can fix, it's the eco efficiency.
Yeah.
I feel like his biggest weakness that we even saw in that game is just not having that perfect balance of villagers on resources and making sure everybody's working all at once.
And when he doesn't win the fights, then the fact that his eco isn't like perfectly efficient becomes a problem. But basically the whole game he had control. And so I remember he went from like 55 on wood to like 7 on wood, and then like 26 on stone to like 0 on stone. Like, that didn't become a problem because he held the map control. So, but yeah, that was a good game. What are you thinking though? I mean, we have this Drush meta now. Nikov has used the Woo. He's probably going to play Armenians on the water map, Northern Crossing. So does Nikov go Mayans and try the Drush and the Lame we've seen a lot of? Or does he go like Romans or Khmer?
I think that Mayans are the obvious pick for this map. We see them all the time. But you've been around a while, T90. What pick do you go for when you know your opponent's going Mayans?
Bengalis?
No, this is much easier.
Okay.
You're overthinking it, man.
Well, you said it in a way that got me excited, right? Because he picked Bengalis there. And I was like, oh, Ornlu.
Chat knows.
Ornlu must know something. But no, it's Goths. Whoa. Goths versus Mayans. What year is this right now?
I know.
I gotta love it. Like, imagine you're a dev right now. You're off work for the weekend. And you're like, you tell your partner, you're like, hey, we just released these new civs. It'd be so cool to see all our hard work in action. It's 2026, baby. We got the Mapuche, the Muisca, the Tupi. Let's go, right? So they settle down. They get their popcorn. They sit. They watch the draft. All the civs are banned. And now we're seeing Goths versus Mayans like it's 2016.
I mean, to be fair, it feels special when we actually get to see the AOC matchups still.
Or
these days, though,
2002. Like, not even 2016,
yeah,
2002. Yeah.
Yeah, but it's like, all of the, the Vietnamese, Georgians, Armenians, Bengalis, the 3K Civ. So, I'm always happy to see a classic matchup here.
I agree. I'm still, a little surprised to see it, in all honesty. We'll dive back into some of the pros and cons of the matchups once we're into it, but thought Sebastian had other options here, like more traditional picks for the map, like Georgians. He's leaving up on the draft. Georgians can be super, super tough to break. So maybe some outside the box thinking from Sebastian. But yes, it's not 2006. It's 2026. But we've got the 2006 matchup. Goths for Sebastian. Mayans for Nikov. What's the logic with going Goths here, you think, Orlu? Did just full-on predicting Mayans, or are there other reasons?
I do think he was predicting Mayans. I think it was the most obvious pick for Nikov in terms of if he could play on this map. And beyond the thought that, okay, Goths are good against Mayans, I mean, yes, that is certainly a very important part of the reason he picked it. But on this map in particular, Goths are also super good because you have the hunting bonus and you are one of the best drush civs. So those two things together on a map with a lot of hunt in the middle where you want to go aggressive is going to be an excellent playground here for the Goths for Sebastian.
Yeah, and I guess Loom researching instantly isn't bad when there's been units in your base 4 minutes into every game, right? So if that's what's common, if you're expecting the early lames, that upgrade's not too bad either. Nikov's come forward. We've had some generations where the boars have been crazy forward, and that is not going to be the case here. Sebastian brought in his most forward boar. The other boar is on the back. And I see a villager heading to the south, like it's sneaking right now. So maybe the plan for Sebastian is to go for a play we would see a couple years ago and just get a villager into the opponent's base and try and lame.
Yeah, that's what it looks like. I mean, Nikov himself very much tried to go for the lame, guys. He sent the eagle forward basically immediately. Now, he will find the further away boar, but does he actually want to go for it? He's kind of hanging around with the eagle, but against Goths who have loom already, maybe trying to lame that villager isn't going to be as effective.
But both players understand. They both brought in their boar right away, and they brought it in earlier than you would typically. Sebastian's trying to bring the next one, and Nikov is blocking and making this as difficult and as annoying as possible. But the villager, though, is walking around, and I think Nikov should see this. Hello, just passing. Hello. Okay, Nikov spots it.
But my question is, you're against Mayans. They get loom instantly.
Well,
right?
I think initially he wanted to find the boar, wall in his villager, and kill the boar. Now he sees the boar, and Nikov's there, and Nikov is going to take the boar. Sebastian was actually going to steal that thing. Now you're committed. We did have a meta for a while where the Goths player would go forward barracks. So maybe that's what Sebastian tries to do now, or I don't know.
It's certainly possible. That said, Nikov is not messing around. He just has this villager following the other villager, so you can at least feel comfortable knowing, okay, yeah, I'm down a villager, but so are you.
Yeah.
That said, the scout is still here at full HP for our blue player, and Nikov is going to have to bring the eagle on home.
Yep.
So now we're back to only 2 civs with eagle warriors.
Did Nikov scout the chickens in the middle? Okay, so these chickens and the hares... if you had scouted the region where they die, you could tell in the fog of war that they're being eaten. And now Nikov brings another villager. Now he wants to kill this vill. They've both been trying to block with their scouts. Nikov's eagle can regenerate inside the TC if he wants. He could heal up a little bit. Nikov misclicked the scout, which becomes really important here. He has to save the eagle.
Still 2 hits, though. Okay, yeah, smart move there from Sebastian to pull back when he did.
Dude, the amount of activity in this series has been ridiculous. Like, we're 6 minutes in. We've had lame attempts. We've had sneaks. And now Sebastian's not done yet. He's going back, even with the weak villager.
You just gotta love it, right? These guys are not holding anything back at the moment. Sebastian just here in the middle of the map. He's going to try and block with his scout cavalry. He knows his opponent's eagle scout is very low HP, so Nikov has to send more vills forward as well. Both of these civs are ones that don't mind hanging around at the Dark Age. They're 2 top-tier Dark Age civilizations with the strong early ecos, but no barracks yet.
I mean, and of course it's 0-0 on the KD, right? It has to be for these two. But again, critically, as Nikov is sneaking villagers to take the food down there.
Oh.
Critically, the hunt is still going on. The food income is there for Sebastian, which Nikov doesn't know. Wow. That's
just now. Oh, okay. Wow. Feudal Age coming in. 22 pop here for Sebastian. Okay, it's the Age of Kings Civ clicking up on 22 pop on the open map. Again, what year is this?
What year is it? Yeah. What year is it? Crazy. But just thinking about it, it hasn't been this super smooth eco for the Mayan player. The food saturation is looking way better for Sebastian right now. And with all this food income to fund the infantry, that feels pretty damn good for the Goths. So I know that the Mayans have their bonuses. The resources last longer, but what resources last longer? Because you're almost out of food underneath the TC. The 3 sneak villagers are playing their role, but even that is just nothing compared to Sebastian's food income.
Yeah, I mean, when we have maps that have like a lot of shorefish in the middle or around the outside, like what was it, Monocle, that has all the shorefish, that's where we really see the player who just throws more villagers on the food source in the middle usually wins, especially if it goes infantry v infantry. So although Valley isn't that extreme, that sort of similar logic applies where you have a lot of food income and that can turn into a lot of infantry.
It just, so much of this game depends on if they find each other here. Because if Sebastian wants to expand more to the north for the long-term chickens and hares, he can. But if he chooses to commit more towards the south, he will eventually run into Nikov's vills. And those 3 vills for Nikov are key. He's got cheap archers, so he's just kind of hoping he doesn't get spotted there. He's walling up the back, which I think he should have time to do. Needs to do it quickly. Nikov needs to do it very quickly. Nikov needs to do it now. Nikov needs to do it yesterday. Nikov forgot about it. That's bad.
Oh, no.
That's really bad. But he
had all the time he needed.
Oh, man. And now Sebastian can block. And, oh, man, I mean, that changes everything. That's 3 palisades away from being secured here. And, oh, Sebastian can get the block and kill the Vill, too. Ah, that's still fine. Lovely start for Sebastian.
Oh, man. I mean, losing the scout's unfortunate, but you got that villager kill. That's the most important thing. Archers are on the way here for Nikov. We do already have forward skirmishers coming in for Sebastian, though, so he is still able to apply that pressure. Now, remember, guys, Goths don't get arson. They essentially get half arson for free in Feudal Age, so it's not as good as some Civ, though the trap is unsuccessful, but it is still a little bit of extra damage now.
That's so funny that Nikov had the audacity to try that. He almost got the trap. But it entered my mind, and I'm sure it entered Sebastian's mind when he saw the angles there that it could happen.
Yeah.
I think both of these two have already been trapped too many times from Viper to ever let that happen.
Yeah, you're that's a little too common these days to take that loss like that. But actually, a random villager to the north is under a lot of pressure from a men-at-arms, so you gotta be careful there. You really don't want to bleed vills at this point, and right now... Okay, never mind. AoE is silly.
Yeah, Nikov gets a quick wall, and now he goes back for the trap again, and now Sebastian micros again. This is, dude, I'm getting dizzy right now. I don't even know what to say. It's just nonstop pressure, and still there hasn't been significant damage, but behind it, does damage even matter? As we see Nikov go for more quick walls and more traps. I don't know if that helped him or hurt him, but it's all Sebastian right now, and he's still got the food, and he is super close to Nikov's villagers on the left side, too.
Oh, he is getting close, and like you were saying, he is just choosing to go towards the southwest instead of the northeast, which means he will run into those vills eventually, and those vills are essential for Nikov's food income right now because he doesn't have the forage bushes because Sebastian is just here applying so much pressure. The gold mining villagers are in a really rough spot, too, and we are looking at 8 swordsmen T90. That is not a messing around number.
I mean, when we created the map, we wanted to add incentive for the food and the resources in the middle. Some players have done very little commitment to that. They don't choose to take the risk. Sebastian is taking the risk, and he has 9 man-at-arms and counting at the moment. With skirmishers that also get fletching. You would just never see this without that food income.
Yeah, but that's just the strength of not only going for the food in the middle, but really committing to doing so. I mean, he sent 10 villagers over. That's around a third of his eco.
Yeah.
And that food income is essentially making 2 food units, and you need to get the blacksmith upgrades. That's really expensive to maintain. Does lose a few swordsmen there to the northeast, but snipes the mining camp, delays the gold income, and get those archer numbers really difficult to actually grow in the way they need to.
Okay, I was just about to ask you, what does Nikov do to come back into this game? He needs it. He needs a counterattack, and he needs it now. He spotted At least I believe he spotted some of the hunt in the middle. If you go there, though, your opponent likely has the production there. Sebastian's a little paranoid because he's not seeing any of the archers. He's bringing skirms back home. He's wondering and he's waiting. But Nikov is doing the right thing here. Avoid the middle, because that's where Sebastian will defend, and go to the rest of the eco.
It's tricky, though. We're at 20-9 military right now in favor of Sebastian. These archers and eagles will show up, and they could easily get, 2 to 3 villager kills.
Wow.
But it doesn't change the fundamental dynamics that Sebastian has a lot of army, and these swordsmen are basically mini siege weapons for the feudal age.
The game sense, though. He left his berries. He researched Town Watch so he could get the vision.
Yeah.
Like, the game sense from Sebastian to just be locked in enough to know what's coming is ridiculous. And then also, to continuously apply pressure to Nikov. Nikov, I still think, has the right idea. Get to stone, build some defensive towers against this. But I don't think he can accept his counterattack doing nothing right now. And so far, it kind of feels like Sebastian's going to lock it down.
It sure does. The skirmishers are here back at home. They have +1 defense, which is essential against those archers. They only take 1 damage a hit now. And it's just so messy here at the base of Nikov. And he just taps out. And I don't even think it's that early.
Yeah, no, it's probably not that early, right? Nothing is trending Nikov's way. This gate is going to go down. The units are going to be in. Sebastian will always make more units. Sebastian has the defense for those archers and those eagles. He's got his berries. He's got his food in the middle. He's got the farms. He's got his blacksmith upgrades. Like, talk about a response. Just perfect.
That was one of the most intense games with 8 total kills.
Now, here's the question. Like, what did Nikov do wrong here? I feel like the way early feudal looked, there's logic to wanting to open archers, but pretty clearly opening archers isn't enough when your opponent has the food. So should he have gone Drush, you think? Or is that too easy to say after the fact?
I think the issue is that you let your opponent freely take from the middle. And we've seen players fall behind in the short run when they send all those vills towards the middle. But because Sebastian was always the one applying pressure, that this food income just never got disrupted. And I mean, if you look at the ending resources, it was almost 1,000 more food collected in this game for Sebastian. Like, yeah, I get he was making food units, but still, that just doesn't feel like something that you can allow to happen.
I also think that actually the biggest mistake was he didn't have that wall in the back. I think if those man-at-arms are all along the front of his base, it's a very different scenario. I'm not sure exactly what was happening there, to be honest, but Nikov will feel like that was the #1 mistake.
Yes, for sure.
But I mean, it's a cool map, right? Because typically going man-at-arms and skirms and upgrades is way too food intensive because you're just on farms and a little bit of berries at that point of the game, not on that map. So maybe we'll start to see people trend in this direction over time. Pick Dravidians, pick Japanese, and pick like super like infantry-oriented civs to play the approach. But I for one am happy, Orlu, that the resources in the middle are actually being taken from like a really elite level player, right? Because some of these guys don't do it at all. And it kind of defeats the purpose of the map.
Yep. But it's always nice to see players use the map. But here we are on the rarely seen Northern Crossings for the Decider. Remember, guys, this series between these two players is super important for their group standing.
Yeah, so at the moment, I think live standings for Sebastian, he should be at 6 wins. And for Nikov, it is at 4 wins. So Nikov wins. He's 1 win behind Sebastian. I think that puts him 2 wins behind ACCM. It's realistic for Nikov to be in that top 3 conversation. He loses this. Nikov's more so in the can he survive? Will he avoid relegation combo? So big win. There's also the $30 on the line, but with the 64K total prize pool, the placement prizes and the playoffs is what both players will want. And we've got Northern Crossings where there's a lot going on. You start with the transport. I think Sebastian's already stolen a sheep with his transport. And, yeah, you got the land and the water to think about, Orlu.
Yeah, I mean, it's basically Northern Isles, but with the shallows to the north and south. And also, critically, you're not on the high ground for the most part on your island. You just have that area around the TC.
Yeah.
Other than that, I think it's basically the same. But those were, of course, 2 perfectly fine changes. And let's see what these guys have in store, because these are both very good water sieves.
Nikov misclicked. I think something weird happened there. He was pushing in his Ibex, and then I think he tried to push in again, but he clicked his boar instead. Like, that definitely wasn't intentional. He was pushing his Ibex and then clicked his boar. I guess it's fine, but his scout is weak now, so...
Yeah. I mean, way back in the day when players would play on islands, you'd always lure in your boar with your scout because it was otherwise useless. But
Yeah.
We are long gone from that meta.
Yeah, Ibex is kind of trolling him as well, and Ibex is going back. I'm curious to see how Sebastian plays this because, well, curious to see how both play this. But what I feel is the best way to play if you're Nikov, especially after the first game, is to try and make it messy through some type of infantry opening. And the Bengalis, they have more passive bonuses. Like, you get the additional vills when you make it to feudal age. Your army gets really strong when you get to castle age. But feudal age, it's like not really a great infantry civ. I guess it's an okay archer civ. So I just feel like the Armenians have the potential to set the tone.
Yeah, they really do. They're the much more aggressive civ, as you're saying. Your bonuses are more front-loaded. You get immediate wood savings and food savings on the mule carts. You can go for feudal age long swordsmen if you really want to apply a ton of pressure to buildings. Your galley rush is also superior with the, I guess, extra damage.
Yeah.
So
Now,
I'm curious to see what direction this game is going to be taken, because it feels like the ball is in Nikov's court.
well, then there's the other part of it, too. It's like, if Sebastian is so good at defending, maybe Nikov just plays passive. You just go back and forth in your mind. I feel like maybe the Man-at-Arms upgrade is too risky in his mind. And if it is going to go late game and you're both so good, maybe it becomes just as it was initially designed. It becomes almost a full water map. I don't know. But the dock positions are part of that. Nikov is scouted with his transport ship. He didn't find the dock in the back, so he will probably check the front now. He had the better timing, in my opinion, because Sebastian actually scouted the back so early that he missed the dock, and then he scouted the front and then also missed a dock, so he doesn't really know.
Yeah, Nikov will just now see that forward dock. Interesting that it's the forward dock from the Bengalis player and the back dock from the Armenians. In my mind, you'd think that would be swapped, but
Yeah.
Nikov himself could actually just... Could he try and FC this? He's got 2 more vills and then Loom queued up. And Armenians have a pretty good fast castle.
Yeah, I don't mind fast castle into a couple warrior priests, because warrior priests can pick up the relics very quickly, and if you're under any feudal age pressure, you can quickly drop down a church, and they can clear up a couple archers pretty easily too. So it's risky. It's Nikov's home map, so whatever it is, I think it's going to make sense for him. But as I see the barracks, it's maybe just a very late feudal age approach.
It doesn't necessarily mean like, oh, he screwed up and his feudal age is late relative to what it could be, because like we saw in Migration that, okay, if you just go for a few more fishing ships and click up a little bit later, your eco is going to be better than the opponent who goes a little bit more aggressive, even if neither of you are technically going for an FC, and I think that's could be exactly what we're seeing here.
Yeah, and when your units are when your units cost food, you need that extra economy. Dude, I think it's so funny. I forget what tournament it was, but somebody had a sheep permanently in their transport. And then the opponent sees that, and then they get really confused. They think it's man-at-arms or villagers. Like watch. Watch, Nikov will see the flag, and Nikov might be like, well, hold up a second. What's he going to do? Like I forget what game it was, but somebody ended up building all types of outposts in the back of their base. They were all extremely paranoid just because there was a sheep in the transport.
I mean, that sheep, it raises the flag of defiance right there on
Yeah,
the transport ship.
Whose job is it to raise the flags in these ships? Because there's no captain, clearly.
No, they're self-propelled ships.
Yeah. I guess it's the sheep. All right. Well, there goes the flag for Nikov. I agree with you. I really like the new flags. Thank you to the devs for adding so many of them. It's on the buildings as well, which is super cool.
Mm-hmm.
And Sebastian
but there's
sees
the
it.
second dock at the back. So it's double dock plus men-at-arm. So definitely going for a lot of, land and water pressure.
Yeah. I mean, at the moment, I think both players have a pretty decent read on the situation. Sebastian goes for the tower in perfect time to defend. And Sebastian, with his transport ship, knows where the dock is in the back, so he's sending hawks around. Nikov, though, is... You never know. The man-at-arms are probably going to get some value against some buildings at some point. And he's going double dock against the Hawks. And with our new water balance, galleys should be very good against the Hawks.
I like the optimism.
So you're not
No, I do
sure
think
yet?
the Hulk's losing one of their base attack. I think that's versus the galleys. That is a big difference maker. So I think that's totally fine. But look at this, long swordsman is coming in. I wasn't sure if that would be something that Nikov would determine is worth investing in, but he is saying yes, it is.
A transport ship is going to be a goner here, which is actually fine for Nikov because he was about to get pop capped. So no problem. And he knows the Hawks are coming around, but typically it's very difficult for the galley player to micro land and water. It's normally the other way around. Normally, the player who's going for the man-at-arms is going for fires or is going for Hawks in this case. But I think Nikov just needs to be safe here. Back up, garrison your docks, and you're fine. You have the arrow fire, and you should be completely fine against this. The Hawks should not be able to push 2 docks, in my opinion, though. It's still new balance.
Yeah, we're still all learning here, guys, but indeed, the basic logic of the Hulks simply cannot hang around the docks is going to stand, especially since the 2 docks can sort of cover each other with arrows, and it's going to allow you both the space and time to build up this galley mass, which I think is also equally as important.
Do we have a water triangle? Do we actually have a water triangle? Because upon seeing the galleys, we now have Sebastian making fires, which are much better against galleys with the new balance. Folks, we are seeing 3 different naval choices in Feudal Age in AoE 2. Maybe even a 4th if there's a demo out there.
That's true, and now there's a Hulk coming in here for Nikov, so they are going to be dancing around that water tech tree a little bit. I do think that the water balance generally works out better on these more like full water maps like Northern Crossings as opposed to a map like High Tides where the docks are right next to each other.
Yeah,
So
agreed.
This is likely, I think, where what the devs intended, I think, is more likely to take place.
I mean, well played to Sebastian right now to have not received any real damage from the longswords. Just the base structure is all way easier said than done. He's made it look easy, but I don't think that he will have any success on water anymore if he's going with the Hawks. The fires are going to have to make a difference, and I'm excited to see this because this will be a first for me that we've seen a combination of Hawks and fires against galleys and feudal since the new change.
Yeah, at least until Socracy Cup, and of course, there have been a few changes since then. Hulk now going to be going after the fire ship. You can see just how effective that is. And
the Hulk
as
is
things stand.
So it's supposed to be Hulk versus fire, fire versus galley. So Nikov understanding there's going to be fires now mixes in the Hawks, but the numbers are going to be an issue there for Nikov. He needs to back up. He tosses away a ship, and Sebastian saves his ship, and also is fleeing in the north. There's still the longswords, always there, always attacking houses, always applying some pressure, and Sebastian's building up archers.
He is, and I was going to say neither player looks especially close to Castle Age, and yet we just had Nikov sell his stone. There was a defensive tower for Sebastian, so he cannot do that. That said, overall resources still a little bit better for Nikov since he had more fishing ships in the first place.
And Nikov decides to bring all of his galleys that he was chasing with back home. Remember, Sebastian's ships slowly regenerate with this civ, so I feel like it's good for Sebastian. He hasn't actually lost a lot of his navy. I'm wondering if Sebastian will just transport the archers through the middle right now, or he hasn't shown them against the longswords. He's actually scouting with the sheep that he stole earlier to see. He is scouting with the sheep to see if Nikov is open for that. That is insane.
Oh, if that's what he's doing, that is like absolutely brilliant.
Yeah.
Now we have the archers coming forward. Now there are only 3 of them, and they don't have fletching, so it's not like it's crazy, but.
But he knows
that's wild.
He knows there's a gap now that he can run through, and Nikov's like, "Oh look, a free sheep. Let me eat that." But if that's not walled, it could be problematic. But there's the fight on water, though. Not one that I can really read well. There's only 3 galleys behind. I still feel like the galleys have done good things for Nikov. But I wish he had all of his galleys here. His other galleys are in the north at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, galleys are still fundamentally water cav archers, right? They still need to be massed together. They're not that great when you just have one of them shooting. It's more about just building up that damage exponentially with everyone shooting at once over time. So, yeah, you're going to want your navy together here.
Archers are such a big play. So many people would have used the archers against the longsword, but Sebastian actually walks around with the archers and gets into the wood line. And Nikov will try and quick wall them. If he can kill them with
Successfully.
if he can kill them with the villagers, it's an insane swing.
Oh, does not get that last wall segment down. How about this? You need 3 tiles of closure, I think.
I think he's got him trapped though. I think he can kill them. He can't run. Sebastian can't run around. And now Sebastian's transport ship could be found by Nikov's navy, which is all meeting up. Nikov's on the way to Castle Age faster. What a great job from Nikov to almost clear up the archers.
And I mean, it's just 1 archer left at this point. It's not that big of a deal. And with Castle Age, I mean, it feels like this game can still go in any number of directions. Good fight here at the front for Nikov. Sebastian has some of his own ships a little out of position. Sebastian, though, a lot of Hulks incoming. Castle Age is still on the way for him. And I mean, I think Nikov has a slight lead at this point, but it still feels like it's anyone's game.
Well, I think a lot of this just comes down to which boats are better, right? And so we still don't really know. I think based on the way the game is supposed to be balanced now, Nikov's navy should be superior in an out-and-out engagement because of the galleys. Especially because galleys outrange the docks and the arrow fire. That's always really nice. But yeah, the part about Nikov's play that still always worries me is it's still a very fragile economy. And when he's being poked like this with random archers and there will be random Hulks everywhere, it's just a very tough game to know where to be. And it's very easy to just misclick a navy in this case.
Yeah, I mean, you just have to babysit absolutely everything. We have medium warships. The new upgrade, guys, it affects every single unit. It's basically the same as War Galley, but just named more coherently, as I'm sure T90's very happy about. So there we go.
That was the main thing I wanted. I hated that War Galley upgraded a bunch of different ships. There was no Hulks in my request, but so far I've been... so far, like I said, the galleys being good against Hulks has seemed to be the case. And that is the medium warships upgrade, which means it will be denied for Sebastian.
And that's just way too many ships right there. And that dock is going to go down. Okay, I think it was canceled, and he realizes he has to get that in another dock. University coming in, interestingly, here. Now, remember, you get Navy upgrades at the University now. So, what is it? Oh, yeah, the fishing ships
the fishing ships from Nikov going down to Sebastian is a huge find. Now Nikov doesn't have the food benefit of having water control. And Nikov still only has 2 farms with archers running around his base. So it could be really stressful times for Nikov economically.
Yeah, we have Careening coming in with its brand new icon. And so that's actually 1 extra Pierce armor for all of your ships. It does matter against the War Galleys. It does not matter against either the Hulks or the Fire ships, which now just deal melee damage.
I'm so glad that you're here to point out the practical use of these technologies for the water. I'm really excited to cast Lowy the Legends because Lowy the Legends oftentimes research university techs, and now they've added like a bunch of useless land technologies into the university. So still not sure how I feel about that, to be honest, but it is there, and it's to make the dock a little simpler. Both players are just kind of doing the equivalent of base trading, only they're trading position on water at the moment. Nikov is losing his back docks, and then Sebastian is starting to lose his back docks as well.
Yeah, it seems like the fishing is going to be kind of moot for both players. Both are on 2 TCs. Now, Nikov already has 3 relics. Of course, Armenians are very good about picking those up. But it seems like this is actually going to be... I mean, we've casted, 5 games together today? This is like the first one that actually feels kind of passive.
Yeah, but at the same time, it's just because we're not able to truly focus on exactly what they are focusing on. The clinker construction one, that is that speed?
Movement speed.
Speed.
Yeah,
okay, and it's 10% boost, right?
Correctus.
Okay. That's interesting because now if you have that upgrade, you're at 1.62. The War Galleys are at 1.36 without it, which means Sebastian might have a pretty crazy trap. He's bringing his fires along from the north. He's made a lot of fires down towards the south. I think Nikov, he might get trapped here. Fire ships should be good with the extra armor and with the extra speed. This, from my, again, basic understanding of the new water, this is a full clear for Sebastian incoming.
I think you're right. I mean, I think all of us watching together are about to learn. So it's exciting as we have the main fleet now coming in from both sides. And let's see if we have a big old sandwich here. I mean, it is going to be a sandwich, but is it going to be effective enough? The movement speed and the pierce armor both going to be very helpful.
Yeah, he's being patient with it, too. He waited until he had a few more units. Nikov, I think, understands. But does Nikov know the text to get the speed to get out of here? I don't think so. On a water map, pretty damn good to win a naval battle like this. And there is no way that Nikov has any chance of surviving here.
No, not with this fleet. The speed difference is simply going to be too great. I mean, we're talking like, what, 0.3 difference?
But
that's
Sebastian...
like Spearman versus a Conquistador, guys.
Yeah,
that's
but like, I really do think Sebastian just needs to click beyond, right? Get to the other side and then engage, because your ships are bumping into each other. But let's not forget, Nikov's redocking on the front right now. It actually will be spotted by Sebastian's archers. He is going to make more war galleys. I think he should be making hawks, though, right? If he sees some fires... Probably should be hawking it up a little bit. And he still has good relic count. He's got 4 relics, and Armenian Navy only gets stronger from here.
It does. They don't have shipwright in late game, which could be very relevant because thankfully they got that tech removed because they already have an insane late game Navy. And now there's a fortified church coming forward. Now remember, guys, this was nerfed very heavily in the most recent patch, so it's not going to be as good as it used to be.
That's a tech tree pause. Okay, you're not going to believe me. The next words out of my mouth were going to be, at what point does Nikov pause to double check the university, to double check which new university icon does what, right? Because okay, Sebastian paused. Damn it. Okay, maybe it was a hotkey thing because Sebastian's trying to make war galleys. But Sebastian comes in. I'm just wondering if Nikov knows the text. He needs some speed here. He needs some tankiness at least. My God, what a fight.
This is going to be so one-sided, T90. All of these ships are going to get absolutely torched for Nikov. Now, it's not like it's GG or anything, and he does have that forward fortified church, which is a little annoying, but he simply is not having any luck here with this naval engagement.
Well, it's brutal because losing 5 docks on the front feels... just horrible. Like, that's so much wood down the drain, especially if you commit to try and save your docks now. You're just going to commit so much more. It could be 1,000 resource swing.
Well, you could drop a castle.
Yeah, you could drop a castle, but I don't think you're really going to drop the castle in time. And what a great job from Sebastian. His eco's looking fairly strong. He's obviously got the Navy lead. And with the Navy lead, he could take the stone and the gold in the middle, which to me doesn't look like there's as much as we've had in the past, but maybe it's just this version.
Isn't this literally the map by your own specifications that you wanted?
Well, so yes, but we didn't make any changes to the middle, and I never really look at it that much, but my gut tells me that there's not some stone and gold there.
Yes, I think you are correct. I think it looks like a little bit less.
So you thought I was correct and you still gave me shit?
Yep.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Keeps asking me back on. This is all your fault.
That's fair. That's fair. Well, the castle comes up for Nikov. Castle helps him secure the position. Nikov's church doesn't do too much, but it does kind of give Sebastian something else to worry about. I mean, 28 war galleys for Sebastian means that he will never have any big issues in water in Castle Age. And what does Nikov have to try and do? What's the ideal ship here? I guess it's fires for him, right?
That is what logic would tell us, at least in theory, with the fact that his opponent now has a war galley-centric navy.
Yeah.
What I'm kind of surprised about is why not just click up to Imperial Age as quickly as possible at this point? It feels like you're not going to be getting any truly important long-term damage done just by shooting at each other's docks. I mean, it's important for, like, positioning and whatnot, but
yeah,
it feels like Imperial Age and the speed in which you research that technology is going to be the most important, as Nikov looks like he has determined such.
Yeah, but big thing here is Armenians do not get fast fire ships. So if that's the way the balance works out, and the only option you have against war galleys is fast fire to counter it, the only other choice is to simply match the numbers and out galley them, which is pretty close to what water balance was anyways prior to the changes. So Nikov will want to get Cilician fleet, but he still needs his docks to be completed. And that's still been a big issue for him.
Well, and we still do have demos. They were... Not all of the nerfs to demos from Talosocracy Cup were implemented into the live version of the game. It's now Sebastian clicking up 2, and he's got a stronger eco.
Yeah.
But the demos are still going to be pretty darn good for Armenians. I mean, they were completely busted in the old water balance, so they're now going from busted to simply very good. So it's something that on all of these tight little waterways is going to be very important to keep track of.
Well, I can't help but think that Sebastian has been a bit better prepped with the changes that have happened here. Like, he researched 2 technologies in that university early to make big differences in these fights. He switched to fires with the speed and also the extra armor against the war galleys. And we have yet to see Nikov even get a university tech, right? Like, Nikov's getting fishing lines, which boosts the fishing eco. He's got 1 fishing ship. That's the last thing you need. You need ballistics, and you need careening, and you need whatever the other new ones are called, which I'll eventually
Clinker
memorize.
Construction.
Clinker construction?
Yep.
Clinker?
It really makes you want to say clinker construction.
Clinker. Why do I... Clinker, okay. All right, well, they're going to be clinking, all right.
It's clinker construction. It's actually a real thing.
I figured that they didn't just come up with that out of nowhere, so... lovely position for Sebastian if he can complete this castle. And I think he can. He's shown patience here. Nikov's an imp. Nikov's getting chemistry. And he's also getting heavy warships now. I guess that is one upgrade that he can beat Sebastian to, but it's so tough. If this castle completes, where is he supposed to move around with his navy? It's just so annoying and awkward for him.
It really is. I mean, that's where this map control in the middle really does impact things. Look at the box formation T90. Did you
Around
see
the
that?
fishing ship. Around the
Just a
fishing
single
ship. Our favorite fishing ship. We must protect it.
I'm glad you're as easily amused by these things as I am, because I thought that was delightful as
Yeah.
well.
Hopefully someone can make a meme with that or something.
Yeah.
Well,
Oh, but that castle is insane. Heavy warship coming in now. 48 soon-to-be galleons here for Sebastian, guys. Nikov absolutely has his work cut out for him.
and Bengalis in the really drawn-out games with Navy are maybe one of the best because that ship regen allows you to camp with your numbers and chip away at your opponents. It's so easy. And also they get shipwright as an option.
Yep.
Which is not the case for Armenians, obviously. So, oof, that box formation looks ridiculous for Sebastian. He needs to unbox there, but let's see if Nikov can turn it around. I would love to see something from Nikov on land to just disrupt Sebastian a little bit. I'd still love to see him get ballistics too, because he's missing, and yeah, he realizes.
Yeah. Now, I do totally agree that the Bengali HP regeneration bonus is super good in long, drawn-out fights for camping. That said, Armenians with extra range and the extra projectile being able to dictate engagements better is also one of the very best late-game naval bonuses.
Talk to me about...
This does feel like good on good here.
Talk to me about this ship. This used to be a unique tech for the Portuguese, but the Carrack back there, there's only one of them. But what is that ship supposed to be? Well, maybe we should hold that thought, actually, because we have a really big fight. Sebastian's hoping to force the issue. Sebastian will make trebs to push the shoreline. There's not many of these Carracks yet, but that is now a unit you can make out of the ships. There's Nikov with careening. So he's remembered.
Yeah, he's realizing that he needs those upgrades. You have Dry Dock coming in for Sebastian. That's one more Pierce Armor, guys, so you can actually get +2 Pierce Armor on your ships now. So, I mean, that's a little bit different from what it used to be, but the Trebs in the middle, I mean, this is nothing new here for Northern Crossing/Isles. It's just controlling the middle, being able to treb your opponent's castles to protect their docks, and then shipwright on top of that feels all extremely good here for Sebastian.
Nikov just ran out of gold big time. He's shifting and fixing that, but running out of gold when you're already under pressure is really bad when you need more boats. And he's getting destroyed. That extra armor on the ships makes a big difference here. And the castle falls for Nikov, and pretty soon the docks.
Yeah, that is looking really rough here for Nikov. Just now getting heavy plow, just not even with, or not having heavy plow, just now getting hand cart. And that's going to be really rough for wood efficiency in the long run, which matters a ton on water maps. And it feels like it's going to be extremely difficult for Nikov to ever be able to buy enough time to actually get to the ship numbers he needs.
Value destroyed stat, 17k for Sebastian, just 9k for Nikov, and the KD is pretty even. Pretty bad misclick there from Sebastian.
Yeah.
That was a mistake.
And that's a castle full of villagers that is going to be providing a ton of extra arrows. It probably doesn't matter.
Yeah, it doesn't matter.
Out anyway.
Yep.
So Sebastian does get that 2-1 win in the series, and that's going to propel him to what, 3-0 in the group.
3-0 in the group in sets. He's 1 win behind ACCM. Sebastian's played like a beast. It was a nice recovery here. Real quick before we talk about the players, though, the Carrack. What is that unit supposed to be designed for here? Nikov made a lot of them. He made 27 of them, and I think it was only an imp, correct?
No, Carrack is just the Imperial Hulk. So it goes Hulk, War Hulk,
Okay.
Carrack.
Oh, I'm stupid. Okay.
A Carrack is a specific type of ship that was invented in Portugal. It refers to the sails, I believe. So just like a Caravel is a specific type of ship, so is a Carrack. They used to be their unique tech, but now it is just the generic name for this unit.
For simpletons like me, that is rather confusing, right? To not have it just be like, Elite Hulk or something like that. But I suppose it's similar to a war galley becoming a galleon, right?
Exactly, yes.
Well, this game was all about early Castle Age and how they played the Navy. I think the ecos were very close most of the game. Nikov did a great job with that. Nikov did a great job getting the relics. All that's great. But that fight in the back was sick, man. And his switch to fire ships to get the extra Pierce Armor tech and also get the speed tech and basically pincer Nikov, that snowballed into all the future water engagements. So well played to Sebastian there. That is, there's way more experience than I had in the new water. And this is also like, a week out from the patch? Maybe? So, and there's...
it shows good practice, good intuition, or both, because that looked like something that he had done many, many times, even though that is not mathematically possible, this new into it. But very impressed by Sebastian, and I think that it shows his adaptability as a player, which I think has been one of his biggest strengths, as he's gone from, pure fast castle crossbowman to it feels like a really diverse player.
And that, but also mental fortitude is there for this guy, right? Because it's not that uncommon to see someone lose the first game like he did and just be completely behind the 8 ball and be struggling, and you fight the whole game and then you just get overwhelmed. And especially if you're the younger player or, the other player understands you, that happens. That's human. But this is why people hype up Sebastian. I'm really interested to see what the fight for first place looks like right now, because I don't think he's actually played ACCM yet. And actually, the next 2 sets are really big for Sebastian. Sebastian will end up playing ACCM round 4, and then he plays Lewis round 5. So, and then even Nikov. He's not safe yet. He'll have Lewis round 4, who's no easy player to beat, and then also freaking Andy, who's also going to be desperate for wins at round 5.
Yeah, this is a very interesting group because, again, it feels kind of bad, but it feels like Andy and Running are just not having a great go of things this season. But everything else feels extremely up in the air. It's a bit rough now for Nikov at 1 and 2, only 4 wins, but he absolutely has the opportunity to get some big wins going forward.
Yeah, I still really believe that freaking Andy's gonna string some results together here in this group. So we'll see. Obviously, I think it's looking a little unlikely that he ends up getting playoffs right now. But I think the Andy Nikov series is huge round 5. That might be whoever wins that series ends up staying alive. Whoever loses that series gets relegated. I'm going to just pull up the stat sheet real quick so we can see the updated results. But yeah, that 21% chance for Andy to get 4th place, it might end up being greater than that if you factor in that he's up against Running in round 4, who has been the worst player in the group. And then he's up against Nikov, who's basically his direct competition.
Yeah.
So
I think that's pretty likely at this point. And the fact that he was able to get 2 wins, not getting swept so far, is definitely going to be great when it comes to tiebreakers and whatnot.
Yeah, true. Yeah, right now, maybe winner of ACCM Sebastian next round ends up being top of the group. We'll see. But yeah, hell of a series. I think in terms of pure level, I think that might have been the strongest set of the day. Would you agree?
Yeah, I totally agree. I think that both players looked very good. Sebastian just a little bit better.
Yeah. Cool. Well, Orlu, lots to get excited for. Tomorrow there's 4 sets. May reach out about casting. I'm not entirely sure yet, but for the viewers listening, we start the day tomorrow with Dragonstar versus the Viper in Group D. After that is Lix versus Rapard, then Vinchester versus Yo, and then Hart versus Hera. So we have some big sets tomorrow and continuous action in TTL.
All right, looking forward to it, man. Been really enjoying the tournament so far.
Thanks, man. Appreciate it.
All right, talk to you soon.
See you. All right, guys, salutes for Ornlu. Not too many salutes because he made me look dumb once or twice, but I guess I do that myself. So, yeah, screw it. You can throw all the salutes towards him. Mods, if we could give him a shout out, check him out. He's got a YouTube channel and a stream as well. He and I go way back. Yeah, the schedule scene, I think, is not updating for me. I tested this before. Yeah, so that's just 1 set tomorrow. Why don't I just show you this? This will show 2 sets that I will not be casting tomorrow from other tournaments. But basically, this is what the schedule looks like for tomorrow. Dragonstar Viper, same start time, 16 GMT. Lix vs. Rapard at 18 GMT. Vinchester vs. Yo at 20 GMT. Most likely because the Hart and Hera series will not start any earlier than 23 GMT. I will be going offline, taking a short break, and returning then for that series. But 4 sets tomorrow to decide to finish off the 3rd round is the game plan. I'll pull up the calendar here. This is going to feel like work for you guys. It is just packed, right? So please don't let this ruin any of your excitement. But here is what we have to look forward to in terms of sets. It's currently February 22nd. So we're over here right now. There's tomorrow and the schedule. And then after tomorrow, and that marks the conclusion of Platinum Round 3, we are finishing out Gold's 5th round. So we do 3 sets on Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday. And then 2nd and 3rd place positions from Gold. Granted, remember, this is to get back to Platinum for the next season. Doubt wants to come back. Veleza wants to come back. Kapach wants to be back up. Young guns like Sora Kuma all want to come back up. 2nd and 3rd place players will have best of 7 playoffs. We will have 4 of them. So it'll be 2 on Saturday, 2 on Sunday. Then there will be a break on Monday. Then we do the silver playoffs, same deal, best of 7s, 2 and 2 on Tuesday and Wednesday. We have a break on Thursday, and then it's just full on platinum from there, guys. We go back to the Friday through Monday schedule, March 6th through March 9th. We have a couple day break in the middle. We go back. We do Friday through Monday again, going into finishing the 5th round of platinum. And then we will have the platinum playoffs, round of 12s, quarterfinals, semifinals, and final. And then that is the whole event. So if you've been enjoying Titans League so far, smile in chat maybe. Or I don't know, salute or some emote, 1s, 2s, 3s, 10s. Calpit is frowning at me right now. Calpit thinks that that's funny. But really what frowns do is it's just a massive slap or spit in my face. How dare you? Now, it's okay. You can be honest. Well, thank you, YouTube chat. Thank you, Twitch chat. I do appreciate the love. It's a lot. It will be a lot. And that doesn't even touch on all the things that go on behind the scenes to make this run somewhat smoothly. So I appreciate my team who's been having my back and been having all 3 of these leagues scheduled out and keeping things going. I appreciate the players who've taken this seriously, have scheduled well with us, have made things easy for us, have clearly taken it very seriously in terms of their performance. Yeah, thanks, guys. It's a big project. I appreciate you all. Thank you very much. Thank you, Fat Daddy Willie. Thankfully, there aren't that many subs that have names like that, but thank you for the 6 months, dude. Thank you, shout out to Lead for the 11 months on Twitch. Thank you, Pablo, for the 16. Appreciate it, Chuck. Thank you. Thank you, CJ on YouTube. Thank you for the kind words. That is it for today. I will answer questions. I am all yours for another 3 minutes, if you so choose. Otherwise, we'll catch you guys back tomorrow for the 4-set double stream day of TTL. Oh, you want memes? I will look at the memes. We'll see if we have any memes of the day. There's not actually many memes. Actually, this is good. This is good, and it also applies to what we just talked about. Hulk is evolving. Congratulations, your Hulk evolved into a Carrack. I'm sorry, Carrack used to be a separate type of ship. And then they changed everything, and so I just saw Carrack appear, and I thought, like, you had to get to Imp to unlock Carrack. I didn't realize it went from Hulk to Carrack, so... I think it was understandable to be confused there, but... I didn't watch a lot of the Thalassocracy Cup, so maybe that was my fault, so... Typical Cayuse is when are Kami games coming back? Kami games will not be back until April. Once April rolls around, we'll be back to somewhat of a normal schedule, so... Carrack used to be a tech. Yeah, but it was a tech... it was a tech, but prior to that, it was actually a ship. Believe it or not. So there was Caravel, but there was also a Carrack. It was a scenario editor ship. So it was kind of both. And it looked kind of like a Draman in how it fired. Like, I don't remember if it was exactly, but there's definitely, it was kind of both. So there are pictures explaining the new techs available. Yeah, that's true. And we'll learn it over time. But for me, it's like, it's all repetition, right? Even if I understand the name of the techs or know exactly what they do, I need to like say it a lot or see the tech a lot. So it's kind of tricky. Any big questions on YouTube? He says, do you think the Hulk balance is fine? Based on that game, I thought the water balance was really good. Yes. The only thing we didn't get to see was how competitive the water balance is in Imp. But the more I think about it, I'm curious to see how Fast Fire does against Galleon now. Because you have the additional techs. And like in the past, if you got to 40 Galleons, it was just kind of Galleon War. I wonder if now there's some ability to counterplay with Fast Fires. It should make Armenians worse on water now. That they don't get Fast Fire ship. So I still am inclined to think that big numbers and big like Galleon numbers is absolutely the key because it's a ranged unit and like choke points. But yeah, to the devs who balance the water, at least based on that game, I thought it was really good. So, but even if it's good, I don't know. There's not many people that are like, yay, water. You know, that's the main problem. People just inherently don't like water units unless it's like a demo. Like, no one cares about demos if they're balanced. People, if anything, they want demos to be imbalanced because it makes people excited. So, a T90, when do you make your next holiday? I basically, Titans League ends in a month. My parents are here visiting for a bit. I'll spend some time with my family for a couple days. After TTL, though, I'm off to Red Bull to cast the Red Bull event. So after that, I'll spend some days. I'll spend some time chilling, but I've got full-on AoE plans for the year, man. What's a holiday? But there'll be some fun there. But I have lots of casting on the schedule right now. Yeah, Draco, I could probably do a video on that at some point. I would just check the mod center, and honestly, you could sort the mod center by downloads. Maybe do that, and then you could see which mods are the most popular. But I would say the mods are very subjective and very person to person, but my goal this year is to have a lot of videos like that to get people who are getting into the game, like give them a couple tips and tidbits on certain details. So, Brow, thank you so much for the 4 months. Seriously, to everyone who's subscribed, you guys are awesome. Thank you. I don't take you for granted, man. I know life's busy and all that. It's also, there's just a lot of people that I will miss, but when I'm casting, but it's a lot of effort. So thank you. Thank you. Can you do a video on new DLC buildings being destroyed? That's a fun, easy content video to make. If I have the time, maybe I can react to the destruction animations. Maybe. We'll see. We'll see. It's a good idea. I didn't think of that one. All right, cool. Take care, everybody. Catch you tomorrow. Hope you're here. See ya. Oh, also, Next Uncle video has been delayed because of a recording issue. Hope to have the next episode this upcoming week. See ya.
What he wants to do is he wants to get to +2 knights. Wants to get full armor in, but he's not going to be able to do that. What he wants to do is he wants to get to +2 knights. Wants to get full armor in, but he's not going to be able to do that. What he wants to do is he wants to get to +2 knights. Wants to get full armor in, but he's not going to be able to do that. What he wants to do is he wants to get to +2 knights. Wants to get full armor in, but he's not going to be able to do that. Pain is coming. Pain is coming. Pain is coming. Oh God. Oh no. What he wants to do is he wants to get to +2 knights. Oh God. Oh no. What he wants to do is he wants to get to +2 knights. Wants to get full armor in, but he's not going to be able to do that.
What you need is you need siege or you need something that kills. Don't know if Kanji can get that right now. Oh God, no. You need something that kills. Something that kills. Guess what? It doesn't look good. Guess what? It doesn't look good because Kamigawa's not fighting. Kamigawa. Oh God, no.
What he wants to do is he wants to get to +2 knights. Wants to get full armor in, but he's not going to be able to do that. What he wants to do is he wants to get to +2 knights. Wants to get full armor in, but he's not going to be able to do that. What he wants to do is he wants to get to +2 knights. Wants to get full armor in, but he's not going to be able to do that. What he wants to do is he wants to get to +2 knights. Wants to get full armor in, but he's not going to be able to do that.
Just in case someone just got here and didn't listen to the words I said 3.5 minutes ago, there are 4 sets tomorrow, and this schedule is unfortunately bugged. But it will start with Viper Dragonstar at the time that's posted there, and then there will be 3 more sets. Okay? So just so you know, 4 sets tomorrow, long stream. I will go live at the same time as today. The sets will be epic. See ya.